Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I am the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1486 of the War News stream. And tonight we have more big news yet again, especially out of the Middle East. We have seen that U.S. officials are currently finalizing the Iran ground invasion plans as we speak. We're also seeing that a U.S. nuclear base here in the United States was breached by unknown military drones for over a week, and we just learned about it today. And also, get this, Iran launched an attack on Diego Garcia tonight, all the way 4,000 kilometers away from Iran, and that's very concerning to see, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of the news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant developments in almost every single region of the world, including the Middle East, Eastern Europe, the Mediterranean, Western Europe, the United States of America, and also a little bit of news out of the Indian Ocean today, as we have been able to hear of some concerning developments as far as Iran's long-range missile strike capabilities. Over the course of the past 24 hours, we have been able to report that the United States of America, according to officials who are privy to the matter, is preparing and finalizing ground invasion plans inside the Islamic Republic of Iran, with some of the high priority targets being the Strait of Hormuz and Kharg Island. We've also heard that simultaneously the Islamic Republic of Iran conducted an intermediate range ballistic missile launch targeting Diego Garcia. The issue with that, however, and the point of great concern, is that Diego Garcia up until now was believed to have been out of the range of Iranian missiles, as Iranian ballistic missiles were believed to be falling about 350 to 400 miles short of Diego Garcia, even at their longest ranges. These two missiles that were fired at Diego Garcia just recently have now confirmed that our information about Iranian ballistic missiles is actually incorrect and faulty, at least what has been provided to the public, and Iranian ballistic missiles can actually reach a good bit farther than they have been stated and talked about in the public to be able to commence, at least in terms of range, to be able to try and hit targets throughout the greater area. Now meaning that a larger part of Western Europe is finding itself directly under the imminent threat of a possible missile attack by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Additionally, major news has come out of the region that the United States is continuing to strike Iranian naval facilities and anti-ship facilities near to the area of Bandar Abbas and the Strait of Hormuz, with major explosions being seen around Bandar Abbas port. We've also seen some more news coming out of Tehran and elsewhere within the country, also showing us that significant airstrikes and actions against the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Iranian government are continuing. The Islamic Republic of Iran attempted another attack again today on the Incirlik air base inside of southern Turkey, which was once again unsuccessful, but another attempted attack on a NATO air base on NATO soil, on a NATO nation for that matter. We've also additionally been able to hear of significant strikes at the Salim air base inside of Kuwait, and also other strikes that have been attempted inside the United Arab Emirates. We've also seen that an Iranian missile landed today within the old city of Jerusalem, causing some damage to the area. Additionally, we have also been able to hear that the French have seized another Russian shadow tanker today within the Western Mediterranean, using military force to board the vessel and take it into French custody for attempting to violate sanctions. This comes simultaneously as the United States of America has officially announced that we will be lifting sanctions on the Islamic Republic of Iran, the nation we are at war at, to allow for them to be able to sell their oil on the global markets to be able to alleviate the rising price of fuel. In the process, we will be financing the Islamic Republic of Iran's coffers so that they can continue to finance the continued attack against U.S. forces and allied forces within the region, with the hope and intent to either destroy American equipment or to harm and kill American personnel. We have also been able to see some significant developments here on the home front, as a major security breach has now been announced by the Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana, as for over the course of an entire week, multiple drones have been spotted from an unknown origin nearby and flying over the area of Barksdale at lower altitudes to where they are visible. We do not know who is flying these drones at the moment, and the military is currently conducting an investigation as to why that is exactly happening, but it is a rather concerning incident considering that all or most of the B-52H Stratofortresses, which we still have operational in the U.S. Strategic Bomber Fleet, are based out of Barksdale Air Force Base in Shreveport, Louisiana, and it also houses and operates some nuclear weaponry for the United States Armed Forces. We've also been able to see some major developments coming out of Washington, D.C. today in a wide variety of statements, announcements, and actions that have happened over the course of the day, and we've also seen that within Europe, the situation is also quite interesting. Apparently, some sort of an Iranian-affiliated individual attempted to get into the base at Port Foslane today, just northwest of Glasgow, apparently with a lady inside the car with him, and stated that he was there to see the good stuff. British authorities then arrested the individual not long after he left the area, and currently he is in custody and being questioned by British authorities for why exactly he was trying to get onto a secure facility in the northwest of the United Kingdom. Additionally, we've also been able to once again confirm that the British have given the green light for the United States to use RAF Fairford and Diego Garcia for strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran, while the International Energy Agency, the IEA, has stated that currently the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is the biggest threat to energy or global energy supplies in the entirety of modern world history. We've also seen that with the ongoing war in Ukraine, things have been quite good for the Ukrainians over the course of the day. The Russians have finally admitted, after they lost Kupyansk nearly 3 months ago, that they have completely lost Kupyansk, and they also admitted today that any of the remnants of the Russian army that were stuck in Kupyansk when it was overrun by the Ukrainians have largely been destroyed at this point, and will be joining all of the other Russian soldiers that have died so far in the great liquor store of the sky. The Ukrainian armed forces also conducted a major drone attack overnight, striking Saratov and Ingles, and also major targets within the Crimean Peninsula. The Ukrainians also confirmed that another A-50 mainstay, a rare AWACS aircraft of the Russian Federation, was targeted and hit last night within a repair hangar inside of the Novgorod Oblast in the town of Starya Russa. It appears that the aircraft did visibly take damage. The Ukrainians have also been able to lay claim to a helicopter kill today using an FPV drone, as they were able to target, hit, and take down a Russian Ka-52 multi-rotor helicopter over the area of the Zaporizhzhia front. We have also seen that the Ukrainian armed forces are continuing to offer and beg for the United States to sign a deal that will allow for the Ukrainian armed forces to assist and help the United States of America in the ongoing war against Iran in terms of drone offensive and defensive forces, and also allow for the United States to directly tap into Ukraine's industrial reserves of drone production for us to be able to use for offensive and defensive purposes. This comes as the President of the United States has stated that the Ukrainians are an incredibly difficult country that is actually less helpful than the Russians. On the flip side, the Russian Federation has approached the United States and openly stated that they will stop providing intelligence to the Iranians that is getting U.S. soldiers wounded and killed in the Middle East if the United States completely abandons support for Ukraine. Now, that sounds like a very helpful country to me, the Russians. Sounds like a great ally. We've also been able to see some other significant developments within Russia today, once again showing that the civil dissent and possible military mutinies, uprisings, or civil uprisings are still a significant concern for the Russian Federation, and they are still working around the clock to try and be able to mitigate the risk. Before we move on into all of this news, starting with our largest stories first, and then working our way on down to the smaller stories throughout the night, I do want to make sure that we take a quick break from our normal news schedule, because we actually have more major breaking news coming out at this moment. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now we've just gotten some very interesting information that apparently the most recent Iranian missile that just targeted southern Israel a short while ago apparently attempted to strike the Dimona nuclear facility. So it looks like Iran just tried to hit it directly. That's the current report right now. So it looks like it was intercepted and it was not able to hit the target, thankfully, or otherwise, obviously that wouldn't be good. But, it looks like they just tried to hit it right now. So I believe there's an ongoing tit-for-tat missile exchange between Iran and Israel right now. I think that is an ongoing situation as we speak. So that is quite disturbing to hear.
And that is rather disturbing to hear, and we'll be trying to keep an eye out for the ongoing situation at the moment, because it's highly likely, folks, considering that the conflicts in Ukraine and in the Middle East are, of course, ongoing as we are alive, that we might be getting some breaking news out of both of those areas over the course of this stream. If that does happen, and if we see that, we will be breaking immediately to cover the breaking news developments that will be happening in real time on air. But in the meantime, we are going to make sure to get through the past 24 hours of news, and as you all can see here, all of our olive-colored markers have to be covered today for the past 24 hours of news. It's quite a significant amount, and we're going to be starting, as tradition dictates on this channel, with the largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. Moving us on into our largest story of the day, we have been able to once again hear from U.S. officials that they are finalizing preparations for a ground invasion into the Islamic Republic of Iran. According to Pentagon officials, they have made detailed preparations for deploying U.S. ground forces into Iran, with senior military commanders having submitted specific requests aimed at preparing for such an option if such a decision is made by the president. That was according to multiple sources who briefed the discussions, told to CBS News. Preparations include how to handle the possible detention of Iranian soldiers and paramilitary operatives, such as where Iranian prisoners of war would be sent, two sources said. With the U.S. Army's Immediate Response Force, the IRF, under the 82nd Airborne Division, and roughly 5,000 Marines from the 11th and 31st Marine Expeditionary Units deploying to the Middle East. We've already been able to corroborate this information in the past, as we were able to hear that a division-level HQ exercise in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, was promptly canceled for the 82nd Airborne Division, which suggested they were going to be moving out incredibly quickly, and that they were going to be given a moment's notice to be able to deploy to the region, highly suggesting that the 82nd Airborne Division has started to move its way over, or larger parts of the division element has been moving over to the Middle East. Simultaneously, we've also been able to see that the USS Tripoli and USS Boxer amphibious ready groups, two separate amphibious ready groups, have currently been ordered to set sail and are sailing towards the Middle East at this moment, with the USS Tripoli expected to arrive within days, and the USS Boxer expected to arrive sometime in between the next 2 weeks. This will be adding the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit and the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, the 31st MU on board the USS Tripoli, and the 11th MU on board the USS Boxer into the region as well. This is a very light and rapidly moving sort of a force that we're speaking of right here, at least on air, if these are the given ground elements that will be present and operational within the theater within the next few weeks. With that in mind, it's highly likely that the United States is looking for some sort of a military strategy that will require or necessitate rapid maneuverability over heavy firepower and a strong ability to conduct breakthroughs and then cause significant damage to larger elements of the Iranian army, which is still giving us an idea that they are working towards or gearing this entire operation around something akin to an amphibious landing or some other sort of a more rapidly moving sort of an offensive or ground action that would happen here in the future. Additionally, we have also been able to hear that other officials within the United States have once again reiterated that the U.S. is apparently considering to blockade Iran's Kharg Island to pressure the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, and that there might be a potential for ground invasion operations onto the island of Kharg. The island of Kharg is wildly small, and I do once again want to make it clear to everybody that Kharg Island is all the way inside of the Persian Gulf, literally at the very upper end of its northwestern portion, meaning that a U.S. amphibious landing group, which would be attached to its amphibious ready group, would have to make it all the way through the Strait of Hormuz and the whole of the Persian Gulf to even make it to Kharg Island. And the big issue right now is that nobody, not even the U.S. Navy, can make it through the Strait of Hormuz at the moment right now with the blockade as it exists. Once again, showing that there would have to be some sort of a action made prior to any attempt to conduct any actions on Kharg around the Strait of Hormuz to be able to open up this international waterway and make it safe enough at a minimum for the Navy to go through, and possibly even safe enough for commercial vessels, about 3,200 of them which are currently stuck in the Persian Gulf, to be able to transit and leave and enter the area as well, as though it was completely normal and not in a wartime setting. That seems to be the situation that we're seeing right now. And I also want to make it a little bit more clear to everybody what kind of elements that we're seeing, at least as far as ground elements that would be involved, and give you all a little bit more of a rundown, just a slight bit more, on what kind of force we see there, which tells us a lot about what would be coming up. A large amount of amphibious operations, or at least rapid assault operations, are generally conducted with infantry units or some sort of units in the military that are usually geared towards, at least in terms of equipment and their training, rapid maneuverability. The 82nd Airborne Division is one of the only divisions, is the only division inside the U.S. Army that still receives jump training, which is an interesting side fact. But more importantly, the 82nd Airborne Division is a highly mobile division, more so prioritizing the light firepower and heavy mobility over, say, for example, the 1st Armored Division, which would prioritize lower mobility but far heavier firepower, making it a much heavier hitting division in, say, an actual ground conflict, like a hypothetical one in Europe. The 82nd doesn't really work off of that. The 82nd works off of being able to exploit an enemy's slowness to react and being able to rapidly move forward with light firepower, securing a larger area, say an airhead or a beachhead, and then allowing for more heavier forces to be able to move in and eventually replace them and take over their positions on that beachhead or that front that has been created. Amphibious ready groups like the Boxer and the Tripoli, with the 11th and 31st MUs on board, are also geared towards that, but not so much. Specifically, MEUs on board of amphibious ready groups are generally specialized to amphibious landing operations, meaning that the vessels in those ARGs support the Marines as they go on shore and create what is called a beachhead, which is an area of land directly on the shore of a country that the Marines then physically take over and then expand to a wide enough perimeter to then allow for further forces to be brought in on shore and then eventually replace their positions or grow out the existing forces within that beachhead to where larger offensives would be possible, or they could attempt to maintain a defensive perimeter along the shoreline of that area. That seems to be the reason why we're saying that an amphibious operation is highly likely, and possibly even an operation to secure an airhead as well, because the 82nd Division and both of those MEUs, the 31st and the 11th, are basically specialized, along with the elements that they're bringing along with them in the amphibious ready groups, to be able to conduct those sorts of operations, showing that we're definitely expecting some sort of an amphibious landing or some sort of an airhead to be seized within Iran, which highly suggests that ground operations would be coming up here in the future. And a lot of people are currently talking about that right now with this information in mind, and are wondering whether or not the odds of a ground invasion would be highly likely, or if it's more so of a fever dream than anything else, to put it that way. And Matthew, what are people thinking about right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so this is the long-awaited ground operation that we've been talking about for weeks that they've been planning in the background. So apparently today they're starting to finalize these plans. They're coming up with where to put the Iranian POWs, and they're really getting down to the nitty-gritty when it comes to all the fine details for a U.S. ground operation on Iran. So like we said before, we don't know what it's going to look like. Could be an invasion of the coast, could be an invasion of Kharg Island, it could be anything. But they've got a lot of forces heading there. So the 2 MEUs, and we also have the 82nd as well. So that's a lot. So it could be anything. So what are the odds of a ground operation actually being ordered to take place? 63% said very high odds of the operation, while 20% said 50-50, and 14% said it's low odds. And I would say at this point, it's very high odds. They would not deploy these multiple different groups and units of forces unless they knew they were going to be invading. And also, they're getting very detailed with the planning. They would not do that either unless they knew they were going to go in on the ground. So I'm with the 62%. I would say it's almost certain at this point. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that a ground invasion inside of Iran is highly likely at this point. We wouldn't be seeing ground invasion forces, the ones that would be purpose-made, at at least as far as their brigade and division level elements, to be able to go in and take this kind of ground and hold it. These forces are highly specialized for that sort of an action. And there's a lot that y'all can tell, folks, off of the different types of units. And to give you all the basic breakdown in the modern day, there's 3 different main units that you see: light brigades, medium brigades, and heavy brigades. That's probably the easiest way that I could break that down into 3 groups, and each one of them is specialized for a certain sort of a role. Light brigades are usually employing heavy maneuverability and generally the element of surprise. They're usually the first to go in any situation and try and secure an area pretty much at a moment's notice. The medium units are the ones that generally come in second and are still somewhat maneuverable and are able to exploit weaknesses in enemy lines, but they're not the heavy hitters that are going to be slugging it out with the finest of any armed force anywhere in the world. That is actually what the heavy brigades would do, which would be the last to be brought in. And we've seen that a lot in the war in Ukraine. We've seen that in NATO planning for decades, and we've even seen that in planning very similar to ours. For example, with how the PLA's brigade combat teams are generally structured, or as they call it, the combined arms brigades. It's all very similarly structured in the fact that we're seeing 2 MEUs, which are generally lighter units or lighter brigades, if we were to call it that, and then an entire light division in the 82nd being moved in. That gives us an idea that this is preparing for an opening invasion of the Islamic Republic of Iran. You wouldn't use the 1st Armored Division for an amphibious landing.
Yeah, that's true. And also, there's really only 2 real objectives that a ground operation would serve. One of those objectives is the most pressing objective, which is reopening the Strait of Hormuz. That's probably priority number 1 at this point, but there's also a second priority that's still on the back burner right now, and it's also retrieving the 500 to 800 kilograms of highly enriched uranium that is lurking somewhere inside of Iranian territory. Now, that would probably be a very targeted operation. It'd probably have to go deep into Iranian territory and probably even underground to retrieve it, because I'd imagine that's probably where it's at. So it could be either one of those things. That would be the 2 main reasons to deploy ground operations like this. So I think they're mainly going to be focusing on the Strait, because honestly, the enriched uranium can wait for a second. The Strait of Hormuz, if that does not get reopened, that'll be worse than a nuke going off, in my personal opinion, because that's going to cause a global recession that the world's never had to deal with before. It's already causing it now, and it could get much worse. So I think that's priority number 1, but the enriched uranium is probably a secondary objective too.
I would definitely have to say that the Strait of Hormuz is priority number 1. The radioactive materials or the uranium or the nuclear fuel materials would be a high priority to eventually take, but for now it's kind of in the background, because the reality of it is, folks, is that the nuclear programs of Iran have most likely ceased in the middle of this chaos, and while they may be continuing some minimal levels of efforts in trying to progress their nuclear weapons program, they can't even access the nuclear materials themselves. We believe that they're actually buried underground under hundreds of feet of soil inside of the Isfahan Nuclear Research Campus, so they can't even access the near nuclear grade fuel to be able to try and produce a nuclear weapon with. So highly unlikely that we would need to consider that a top priority, because it's not going to be an imminent threat anytime soon. However, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the rising prices of oil around the world is a high priority and a major threat to us and our entire sphere of influence. And for that reason, we need to clear that first before we clear anything else. On top of that, Kharg Island, to be entirely honest with y'all, is not really a top priority in my opinion. If they're lifting sanctions on Iran today, which we're going to get to in a little bit, why the hell would we even take Kharg Island at that point? We're basically letting them finance their war already, so what would be the point of then taking it from them and not letting them finance the war? Like, if we're going to do that, that wouldn't make any sense to try and even take Kharg Island, and even still, we'd still have to clear the Strait of Hormuz first to get to Kharg Island. You can't just jump straight to Kharg Island without taking care of what's in front of it. So I would say that, in my opinion, we're definitely going to be seeing a ground invasion, and it's highly likely going to be somewhere around the Strait of Hormuz, at least I'd assume. But with that, I hope that does address that situation the best we can, and we also have some other significant developments that have been going on throughout the entirety of the region. As we were able to hear once again today, that it appears that the strikes on Bushehr have continued. We're not exactly sure who is conducting these strikes. These were actually conducted around the area of the Bushehr city region of the coastline, which is a little bit farther away from the Bushehr nuclear power plant. Here's the city of Bushehr, as y'all can see here, in the large amount of what appears to be tenement housing that exists over most of the coast, and way down here, that's the Bushehr nuclear power plant, a little bit of a distance away. These strikes actually happen up here around the city area, not at the nuclear power plant, from what we could tell. But here are the strikes that happened in Bushehr just a little while ago. We can see the smoke rising from one of the explosions in the distance. And the smoke is continuing to billow as we were watching the clip, once again confirming that strikes have been made within that area. Further than that, we've also been able to hear that within the area of western Iran, we were also able to see that the Islamic Republic of Iran was continuing to fire missiles from their bases in the Khuzestan Park region in Iran. We could see that right here, including what appears to be some sort of an explosion on the ground, and then what almost looks like nitric acid smoke from like a nitric acid fire or some other similar sort of an explosion rising from the ground in some sort of a toxic red-looking plume. But that appeared to be some of the missile actions that were happening in the area of western Iran over the course of the day. One of the few times we'd ever actually seen a non-IRGC picture or video of those missiles attempting to be fired and being fired towards Gulf state allies, the United States and Israel within the region. We've also heard within the Islamic Republic of Iran's capital that the power did go out today from strikes. We were able to see the complete power outage in this picture right here. And this is kind of a little bit of an ironic thing. Because the power went out, and because this is the only picture we have, we weren't able to actually show y'all in a greater amount of detail the strikes that happened in Tehran today, because apparently due to the complete lack of power, nobody's been able to upload any clips or any open source intelligence points of contact that we would make to be able to show y'all exactly what was going on in Tehran. Strikes were significant over the course of the day. We were able to hear that from on-the-ground eyewitness reports, but we haven't been able to show y'all the actual video or picture evidence of that from the damages inside of Tehran. Still, a lot of people are also talking about the situation at large on the strategic overlook and not the tactical overlook on the ground inside of Iran, as there was a significant development that was made today within the United States of America that I can only describe as absolutely stupid. Like, I can't even really hide my disdain for this action. We have been able to hear that as of today, the United States has temporarily lifted sanctions on Iranian oil. And I want to make sure to get y'all the exact writing that was issued today from the Department of the Treasury. So let me put this right here. So, General License U, authorizing delivery and sale of crude oil and petroleum products of Iranian origin loaded on vessels as of the 20th of March, 2026. This entire article outlines right here, if you would like to read it in detail, the link is in the description below. You can go to Washington, D.C., and this will be the second to the left top marker in olive on this day in Washington, D.C. This statement here, or this publication by the Department of the Treasury, is temporarily lifting sanctions on the Islamic Republic of Iran and allowing them to ship their oil out and make money off of their oil trade. The reason why this is being done, I want to explain this here really quickly. The reason why the sanctions have been lifted at this point is because the Islamic Republic of Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz, which has started to cause this little problem for us that the oil prices are beginning to rise. So the United States government has decided, in the midst of the ongoing war that we have with a sworn enemy of the Republic, the Islamic Republic of Iran, that we are going to lift the sanctions on them and not further their economic suffering to see that they'll eventually have enough pressure put on them to end the war. We're actually going to be giving them an economic relief in the middle of fighting the war with them and allowing them to sell their oil to literally anybody in the world. Right now, anybody in Europe, anybody in America, anybody in Asia, and anybody else in the world can buy Iranian oil without there being any consequences by the United States of America or any attempted seizures by the United States Coast Guard or Navy on Iranian vessels or other international vessels that are carrying Iranian oil to their international markets to be sold. That was the order that was given today by the Department of the Treasury, and it's an absolutely ridiculous one, to say the least. And a lot of people are talking about whether or not there's any real advantage in doing something like this and whether that makes sense. And I also had to point out, folks, before the Iranian sanctions were lifted, the Russian oil sanctions were also lifted as well about a week ago for basically the same reasons of wanting to balance out the oil market. So we just basically allow our enemies to prosper so we can try and balance out the oil trade. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so we had heard about, I think it was like 3 or 4 days ago, we had heard that this was an idea floating around, but I'll be honest, I really didn't think they were actually going to do this because I thought maybe they were just yapping and it was going to go away, but they actually ended up lifting the sanctions on Iran, which completely blew my mind today, to say the least. Now, there is a caveat to it. It's only for 30 days, and it's only applying to the oil that's currently loaded on ships that Iran's trying to sell. So there is a caveat, but still, though, it's a lifting of sanctions. That's the reality of it. So do you see any real advantage to this situation? 58% said no, it's truly absurd and pointless, while 22% said yes, there is a good reason, and 13% said I need more information. And like I said, I have a hard time believing they actually did this. I don't see any real reason behind it, to be honest. I think it's absurd and pointless. So I'm with the 59%. But Enforcer, what say you?
It's absolutely absurd and pointless. It doesn't make a damn bit of sense at all. And I see some people misunderstanding a few things in the chat. I want to try and clear this up really quickly. If the U.S. military physically takes Kharg Island, that does not mean that by lifting the sanctions, we're now allowed to sell the oil. If y'all don't know, once the U.S. military takes Kharg Island, all operations stop on the island because the Iranian companies that own the oil infrastructure on the island are no longer able to operate it due to the occupation. So either we bring in U.S. companies to then operate that temporarily, and they're making the money, even with the sanctions in place, or the oil facilities are just not operating at all. That's how that would work. Like, I don't know why a lot of people are acting like in their minds that we have to lift the sanctions on Iran to sell Iranian oil, because I don't know if y'all remember this, but when we seized all those Venezuelan oil tankers, we didn't have to lift sanctions on Cuba to sell the oil off of those ships. It technically was property of the U.S. government as it had been seized by U.S. forces, and we were then able to sell that as a part of the federal government or some other operation at large, rather than having to lift sanctions on Venezuela and then pretend like it's a 4D chess move, when in reality it's not. It's absolutely idiotic and asinine.
Yeah, and also, by the way, I see some people saying, well, guys, what is the logic behind them lifting the sanctions for 30 days? What even is the logic? I think the logic is they're trying to ease the global oil price by letting Iran sell some of their oil that's currently on ships. That's the logic behind it. But the problem is, though, it's not enough oil sales to make that big of a difference. And all it's doing is funding the Iranian war effort against us, the United States, that just lifted the sanctions. So, I don't see this having enough advantage to try to let them sell the oil. I don't see an advantage to it. Some people are saying 4D chess. I don't see 4D chess here, folks. I see a very desperate and kind of illogical move they're trying to make to try to fix the situation, because it seems like they're grasping for straws, if you ask me. It seems very desperate. It's like trying to make it seem like they're trying to fix it, but in reality, though, they're actually making the situation worse by doing this. So, I mean, I just don't get it. I think the current amount of oil that's on the Iranian ships is only about a week's worth of supply for like a single country or something like that. So it's not very much oil. It's just enough to give the Iranians some money to fund the war. I don't understand it.
So let me put this in a way that some people might be able to understand it. So let's say in an alternate world, it's absolute anarchy and you can just do whatever you want, and you get in a war with your neighbor who's about 2 blocks away. So as you're getting in a shooting fight with this guy every once in a while on the corner of the block. And so at some point you sit there and go, okay, everybody in the world who thinks I'm scary, like in this neighborhood, y'all cannot do business with this dude while I'm fighting him. Otherwise, there's going to be trouble for y'all, and there's going to be trouble for that guy even further. And so everybody goes, oh, okay, that makes sense. So that guy is now not able to make money to go buy bullets from his dudes to be able to keep shooting at us. That's generally the intention behind sanctions like that. So now what we've done is gone, oh, damn. This guy is stopping all of my buddies from going around and selling their cubes of sugar on the corner block where we keep getting into a firefight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to now lift all of the restrictions. I'm going to let him go and sell whatever he wants to make some money, and then he'll go buy bullets with the money that he's making from those sales, and then use that to keep shooting at me. That's basically what we've just done right here. That's the best explanation I can give y'all in the simplest way I can. And it's absolutely ridiculous that we would do something like that, because we've already just done it with Russia, which was absolutely brain dead. Now we're doing it with the people we're literally at war at, which is the Iranians, which I have to say is absolutely asinine once again. But moving us on further out from that news, we've also been able to see some other interesting developments within the area as well, as the Islamic Republic of Iran has conducted counterfire over the course of the day and has been able to hit some targets throughout the region. First off, we were able to hear recently that the Iranians have now ordered the evacuation of the entirety of Ras Al Khaimah in the UAE, saying that the city will be targeted in the near future. We don't know why that was an evacuation warning that was given, but we will be waiting to see what the Iranians do and why in the world they would even order the evacuation of the entire city. Further on than that, before we get into the rest of the attacks in the Persian Gulf, I actually had to move you all way far south and into the middle of nowhere, into the area of the Indian Ocean. Down at Diego Garcia, there is a decent amount of U.S. Air Forces that are currently operating off of this island. Diego Garcia is a part of the British Indian Ocean Territory. And the British Indian Ocean Territory is a significant landholding of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, which is a joint base operated by them and us here in the United States of America. Recently, they have given us permission, as of about a week and a half ago, to be able to use Diego Garcia and RAF Fairford, which had largely been denied to us prior by the British. Since then, we have been able to use Diego Garcia for some aerial operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran, and it is a great location because, for one, it allows for us to conduct a higher tempo of strategic bombing operations against Iran, and secondly, from what we knew in the public, it was out of range of Iranian missiles by about 400 miles. And that was something that was a great thing because unlike other bases that are inside the Middle East or inside of the Balkans or some other part of southeastern Europe, those bases are within range, and seeing that those could come under attack and then we could lose an incredibly expensive and rare sort of a bomber like B-1 Lancers, B-2 Spirits, or B-52s wouldn't exactly be the greatest thing. So we decided to move our bombers, the B-1 Lancers, to RAF Fairford in the United Kingdom, at least a couple of them, and then a couple of our B-2 bombers may be operating out of the British Indian Ocean Territory on the island of Diego Garcia. Today, literally just a few hours before we went on air, we have heard reports that Diego Garcia actually came under an attack from the Islamic Republic of Iran, and according to these reports, this is what happened. Iran fired 2 intermediate-range ballistic missiles at Diego Garcia, a joint U.S.-UK military base in the middle of the Indian Ocean, according to multiple U.S. officials. Neither of the missiles hit the base, but the move marked a significant attempt by Iran to reach far beyond the Middle East and threaten U.S. interests. One of the missiles failed in flight, and a U.S. warship fired an SM-3 interceptor at the other, according to 2 of the people. It couldn't be determined if an interception was made, according to one of the officials. This is giving us a fairly concerning fact. This is much farther in range by about 400 miles than what we originally assumed the Iranians were capable of. We thought that the Iranians at the farthest might be able to hit out to about 2,500 kilometers or so, but now it looks like they're able to hit out to about 3,200 kilometers or so at this point, meaning that their strike range is a lot farther than we had actually been led to believe here within the United States and the greater world.
That's concerning as hell, to be honest, because some people were saying earlier today, they're saying, well, it's not that bad of a deal because, it only expanded their range by a little bit. But that little range extension that they just got here with these new missiles they're using right now allows them to strike Finland, Sweden, Germany, Italy. I mean, that gives them a lot more range to strike very critical sites all over the place. So that's serious, I would say. I don't know where they got those missiles from or if they had them already. We currently have a poll running on that, but it's obviously this is a pretty big deal.
I would say that it's highly likely that the Iranians probably produced this themselves, because we haven't heard of the Iranians using any foreign-produced missiles so far in any attacks, and it would be a little bit unlikely that this would be a missile that was given to them by, say, the Russian Federation or the People's Republic of China. Russia's production figures for missiles of this range are incredibly low, meaning that if they were giving them to Iran, they're giving away one of the only 5 missiles of this type they would produce per year, or they'd be giving them away from their existing stockpiles, which they need for their own deterrence effect. So that would probably be unlikely for the Russians. The Chinese, on the other hand, might be giving out some IRBMs to Iran, but once again, we're still thinking that's a little unlikely because they're trying to get ready for the eventual war with Taiwan, which might end up becoming an incredibly large global conflict if the United States gets involved and other countries get involved. So I would say that it's probably more likely the Iranians actually produced this on their own. I do have to make it clear, folks, this is only about a 400-mile extension of range from prior missile types that we already knew about, so it's not unheard of. I mean, it's only a 400-mile increase in range, which is well and truly doable for a country that has been working on missile programs for an incredibly long time, and not only that, has been working towards, as we've known, intercontinental ballistic missiles to be able to try and reach the United States, meaning that a 400-mile range extension would be well within Iran's technological capabilities to be able to produce and then try and keep under wraps. So I would say that, in my honest opinion, I think these were probably made in Iran, but Matthew, what are the people thinking about that?
So it looks like the people are split on this one, actually. So now, once again, to reiterate the question, Iran launched missiles today at Diego Garcia, which is a very critical air base that recently the UK and the US had a big spat about because the UK was trying to give it back to Mauritius. So that thing is 4,000 kilometers away. That's a pretty far distance from Iran, and they were not supposed to be able to hit that with missiles. But today we saw that they were shot down before they were able to hit Diego Garcia, and that got people a little rattled today. So how's it even possible? 52% said China or Russia gave them to Iran, while 34% said Iran already had them and simply hid them away, and 8% said Iran probably just produced them very recently. And I'm generally leaning toward the idea that Iran probably had these right here and they didn't advertise this capability to the public because they really didn't want to give the U.S. too much basis to go and invade and start this war. Because imagine if this information was public and it was known that they could strike anywhere in Europe literally right now, except for a few exceptions like France and the UK. I mean, that would be a very strong basis for a war right there, because that's pretty much the reason we're at war right now is to stop their ballistic missile program. So this is quite serious. I'm actually with the 35% though. I don't think China or Russia had time to give them right now. I think it is that Iran had them. So Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to be with the 35% because, for the prior stated reasons, the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China probably wouldn't provide missiles of this type to Iran for a wide variety of reasons. And on top of that, folks, this is a 400-mile range extension to prior known missile types that were already able to reach about this far, but we're landing about 400 miles short. So it's not well out of possibility that Iranian scientists and engineers may have been able to find a way to get one of these missiles an extended range upgrade or be able to produce a new missile type that is a little bit longer in range by about 400 miles than priorly known missile types. It's certainly not out of the question. We do have to remember, folks, that countries like the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, aka North Korea, were able to develop their own ICBMs, IRBMs, and SRBMs. Well, generally the SRBMs were provided to them from the Russians, but the IRBMs and the ICBMs were developed almost entirely by scratch in-house in North Korea, with a little bit of help from Russian scientists and some Chinese scientists, but they weren't given just flat out to the North Koreans by the Russians and the Chinese in usable form for the North Koreans to be able to field and operate. So while they may have gotten some technological or scientific expertise, possibly from Russia or China, to develop that missile, it's highly unlikely that a actual fully usable, fully developed and equipped missile was just shipped from Russia or China to Iran before the war for them to be able to use right now. So I'm well within the camp that this is most likely a domestically made Iranian missile that poses this capability and range, and maybe there was some foreign assistance involved, but at the end of it all, it's still entirely Iranian made, highly likely. Problem with that, though.
It's just very concerning because if you really think about it, like, not trying to, create a huge problem out of this, but I mean, this is reality though. If Iran has highly enriched uranium and they're capable of creating some type of dirty explosive or something of that nature, and they also have a delivery system that can reach as far deep as Germany and Italy and places like that, imagine if the war starts going so badly that it looks like Iran will be destroyed and the government will be wiped out. I wonder if they would resort to doing something that heinous or not, because they generally have the capability, it seems like, to do something like that. If they had the basically the gall to pull something like that off, basically speaking. But the good news is, though, thankfully, they probably don't have too many of these long-range missiles. It's probably a small number of them. And also, we do have air defense based in Turkey and also around the area from destroyers, etc., that are in the sea that could shoot the thing down before it gets to Europe. So there are some safeguards in place. It's not wide open, but I'll be honest though, this is changing the calculus a little bit with this new range extension.
I'd certainly agree. It is changing the calculus quite a great deal. And the other issue is, folks, is that we probably won't be able to find out exactly what type of missile this is, because both of them probably splash down somewhere in the Arabian Sea or somewhere in the greater Indian Ocean on the way towards Diego Garcia, meaning that when these missiles make impact with the water, or their debris field makes impact with the water, they are probably going to start sinking to the depths pretty rapidly, meaning that either we're going to have someone out there immediately to be able to try and just gather up a little bit of debris that might be floating on the surface of the ocean, but outside of that, we're not going to be able to get a lot of data out of a debris field because it'll be sinking to the bottom of the sea even as we're speaking right now, meaning that we won't really be able to get a good idea of how much of this thing was Iranian made, or whether it was Iranian made at all. So generally these missiles pose a bit of a mystery as far as the intelligence would be concerned, at least for us here in the public, because it may be foreign provided, it may not be. I'm leaning towards it's probably highly likely not foreign provided, but we still won't be able to get enough little pieces and fragments of these missiles to be able to try and piece together how they work, what their kind of range is, or what their capabilities may be in reality, because the Iranians may have more of them, and it would be good to try and parse through some of the parts and get a little bit more of an idea, at least rocketry-wise, how these things work and what their actual maximum range may be, because they might be able to reach even farther than Diego Garcia. We're not entirely sure.
Yeah, it's just concerning to say the least. So we'll have to wait and see what this turns into. But it seems like it caught people off guard this evening when that happened for the most part. Thankfully, though, Diego Garcia is okay. It sounds like a destroyer shot down the missiles, and they didn't make it to the base, thankfully. Otherwise, we might be reporting something completely different tonight than what we're currently looking at.
Yeah, we probably would be. That would probably be a pretty unfortunate sort of an incident. Also, folks, another thing that's a little bit interesting is that a special type of missile, it's kind of special, not really, but it's one that I want to point out, was used against one of these incoming missiles going towards Diego Garcia, which is a REM 161 or an SM-3. Here's a picture of one being fired from the USS Lake Erie right here. These REM 161s are some of the most advanced surface-to-air missiles that we have in our arsenal. To try and get y'all a little bit of information, at least on this missile, because I want to see if I can show y'all the range of this, at least from what we will publicly know. The Block 2A variant of this missile has a range of about 1,200 kilometers, which is roughly about 750 nautical miles. So let me show y'all, in reality, if there was a destroyer near to Diego Garcia, this missile is able to engage and shoot down that incoming threat about that far away from Diego Garcia. Let me show you on a little bit of a better perspective here in America how far that would really be. So let's say that that missile was fired from Washington, D.C. heading west. That would make it all the way over St. Louis, meaning that this missile could be fired from Washington, D.C. and hit an incoming missile as far away as St. Louis, Missouri, or St. Louis, Missouri, literally practically within the Midwest at that point. It's a fairly significant long-range missile, and not only that, the REM 161s are capable of exoatmospheric interceptions. Like, these things are incredibly advanced, folks, compared to what's even fielded by the Terminal High Altitude Air Defense System, the THAAD, on ground, which is our most advanced ground air defense system. These are wildly advanced, and this might also be giving us an idea that one of these missiles, or both of them, may have been exoatmospheric at the time that this missile was fired to try and intercept and shoot them down. Because there are some smaller air defense missiles that could have been used if these were not exoatmospheric, and we would also assume, based off of the range required, these things probably highly likely had gone exoatmospheric by the time they were reaching Diego Garcia. So a little bit of an interesting side note and a little bit of tidbit of information to give us at least a little bit of an idea of what these missiles were and how they were operating when they were being shot down. But moving on out of that, it is time for us to get on into some even larger news that we've been able to hear out of the United States of America today before we get back to the Middle East. At Shreveport, Louisiana, at Barksdale Air Force Base, there has been some significant developments as far as drones that have been flying around the area. According to reports given to ABC News, between March 19th and 15th of 2026, Barksdale Air Force Base security forces observed multiple waves of 12 to 15 drones operating over sensitive areas of the installation, including the flight line, with aircraft displaying non-commercial signal characteristics, long-range control links, and resistance to jamming, the document said. After reaching multiple points across the installation, the drones dispersed across sensitive locations on the base. The flights lasted around 4 hours each day, and the drones used varied routes of ingress and deliberate maneuvering within restricted airspace. This is a fairly concerning sort of a development. Barksdale Air Force Base is a very important one as far as U.S. Air Force operations. Barksdale Air Force Base actually houses and operates the large majority of the remaining B-52H Stratofortress bombers that are operating within the U.S. Air Force. While the B-52 Stratofortress is probably older than most everyone who's watching this channel right now, the B-52 has been continuously upgraded over about the past 70 years since it first entered service within the U.S. Air Force, and still poses a very potent delivery package for standoff weaponry, meaning missiles that are fired off the aircraft from hundreds of miles away from the target. These B-52s, for that reason, are still incredibly important for U.S. Air Force long-range air operations or standoff aerial capabilities against ground targets, and the fact that drones are flying over a wide variety of sensitive areas around the entirety of Barksdale Air Force Base, which also includes this larger swath of forest over here to the east, is somewhat concerning, and is giving us a little bit of an idea that we're starting to see an even worsening situation in terms of national security here on the home front, provided by smaller drones. We do not know exactly what sensitive facilities. We know that the flight line was the only one that was directly mentioned, but other sensitive facilities were mentioned in this report, which is suggesting that these drones have been flying over a wide variety of areas over the facility, and the U.S. Air Force has had largely no success in being able to take them down or generally impede their operations over the restricted airspace of Barksdale Air Force Base. And this is giving a lot of people a lot of questions about what exactly has been going on here and what in the world could be happening. The fact that these things, another interesting little bit of information that was put out in that publication, is that these drones appear to be using non-commercial transmitters, which may be giving us an idea that these drones are truly foreign in origin and are being operated probably within the United States, but are still being operated in a way in which they are not easily intercepted, or a lot is known about them, or what is able to be known about them by trying to intercept their communications with their ground operators. But Matthew, what are people thinking about the situation at the moment that happened over Barksdale Air Force Base? Are people thinking that it's a major and concerning situation? Are people thinking that these were launched from U.S. territory, or are they thinking that these are from across the sea somewhere? And what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so this is about as serious as it gets when it comes to domestic threats here in the United States. For a period from March the 9th through the 15th, for 4 hours a day, each one of those days, a swarm of unknown aircraft apparently went over Barksdale Air Force Base, which is obviously home to the B-52 nuclear-capable bomber fleet, and it hung out, and they also hung out over sensitive sites all over the base. And here's the catch. Barksdale Air Force Base apparently chose not to shoot them down, which is an interesting choice because typically speaking, over that many days, it seems like they would choose to shoot them down. So that's a little bit of an interesting caveat that I'll get to in just a minute. But what are your thoughts about this? 54% said they were likely launched from U.S. territory to spy on the base or something of that nature, while 25% said they were likely launched from the coast, maybe from a ship, and 11% said it's probably just some dumb hobbyists that were playing a prank or something of that nature. So they were definitely not hobbyists. I can tell you that for a fact. These drones are also, I would call them aircraft. I'm going to call them aircraft instead of drones. They were not able to be jammed. They also were in large numbers, and they appeared to coalesce with each other at certain points on the base. So it's not hobbyist. That's for certain. However, though, I would say I'm not convinced it's China or Russia, to be perfectly honest. I'm not sure what these aircraft are, but they were hovering over the base for very many days, and they were not able to be jammed and also possibly not even shot down. So it seems strange to me. And also there's a nuclear aspect of this because B-52s are nuclear capable. So I'm going to say I think they might have been launched from the coast. That's my best guess, but I'm not sure who's behind it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that they're definitely launched from U.S. territory. I mean, you know, they're not flying these from Iran. And also, before anyone says, they're flying them across the border. I mean, like, come on, folks. They're going to fly all the way over the Gulf or Texas to make it here. I mean, like, that would be a little bit outlandish. They're definitely coming from somewhere within the United States. But here's something that's a little bit interesting to point out, folks. There could be a concerted ring of agents operating on U.S. soil, operating these drones from some sort of a launching point somewhere within the area, and then flying them over to Barksdale, conducting their surveillance, and then leaving. They might be trying to gather intelligence to directly provide back to whatever country they're operating for, which could be Russia or China. China does this a lot. I mean, multiple Chinese citizens have been arrested in America and in Europe for conducting these very same actions. It's always funny, folks, because they always hang out like just a couple of miles away, and then when they're approached and they're like, hey, why are you flying a drone directly over the stern of that submarine in that dry dock, taking a look at the propeller? And they're like, Mr. Senator, I'm Singaporean. And then they get arrested and put in prison and everything. But beyond that, I would say that it might be one of those three countries gathering some information on how many B-52s may have gone over there, either into Europe or somewhere else in the area, that are trying to conduct more high-tempo operations. Because I have to point this out, folks, Barksdale Air Force Base is pretty much the only base that the B-52s operate from here in the United States. Wyman is the only one that the B-2s operate from, and Dyce Air Force Base in Texas is the only one that the B-1 bombers operate from. So if you're able to fly a drone right over that flight line in real time, and just take a look around for hours, you can generally get a pretty good head count on how many B-52s are there, and then subtract that from the total, and then figure out how many other B-52s or other types of bombers are overseas at a closer forward operating airbase to be able to conduct higher tempo strikes on the Iranians, and then either China, Russia, or Iran is able to provide that information back to them.
Yeah, but why so many days in a row though? Like it seems like surveillance wouldn't take 5 days in a row because there was at least 10 to 15 drones at any given point over the base. So they were there for 4 hours a day for multiple days straight. So that seems really strange. I'll be honest, folks. This one kind of sets off some I don't know, like some like strange signals in my head a little bit. It's odd that they weren't shot down. It's also odd that they returned for several days in a row for multiple hours. It seems like they wanted to be seen almost. And also they said that they had lights on these aircraft. Like there was lights as if it wanted to be seen on multiples of these drones. So we don't have a description of what the drones even look like. They won't even say what they actually look like. They just say there's about 10 to 15 of them for 4 hours a day for multiple days in a row. So to me, I mean, something seems off with this report right here. We're not getting the whole truth about this, I would say, and I'm not sure why they're not telling us the whole truth about it, but something's off with this one.
Well, they could be doing it for multiple days to see if any of them are heading over in real time. Because every day they come through and they do their little head count, and they go, okay, there's 40 today, there's 38 the next day, and then there's 30 the day after that. And then they're able to go and provide that information almost in real time. Another 10 have taken off. And I know that some people are saying, well, they could get that information from satellite. They could to an extent, but there's a couple of places where that wouldn't easily be done. Like, for example, these facilities and hangars right here, if the hangar bay doors are open, a satellite actually can't easily look in there. It's getting a top-down view just like we are here on Google, meaning that a drone being able to fly over there and actually get a little bit of a higher vantage point, but basically looking into a hangar that might have its doors open is incredibly crucial for them, as it gives them information as to what in the world's in there or what is elsewhere. They might also be trying to gather information on other elements or other information that you wouldn't really be able to easily tell by satellite. Like, for example, they could be flying around and trying to see if they can identify specific personnel that they know operate within the B-52 air squadrons, and then go, okay, these guys are over there, so that means that this group's over there. These guys are not, so they're still here. And they might also be trying to get an even more detailed sort of a intelligence background on what this is. Because we also know that with other incidents, like, for example, in Europe, with the Russian drones that fly over a large amount of European bases, they're almost always identified, spotted, and then chased down, and then they lose them. So, it's not out of the question to say that this is definitely some sort of foreign intelligence operation or harassment operation by someone.
Also, by the way, there is another aspect of Barksdale Air Force Base I haven't seen anybody really mention today. There is the ongoing construction of a new nuclear weapons storage facility at this base right here. People that live around the base and are like maybe stationed there probably know about it, but it's not known by everybody else though. Like most people haven't kept up with this type of stuff, by the way. But it's a new weapons generation facility, a WGF, that's being built here, and it can store all kinds of different nuclear weapons directly on the base itself. So it's a brand new construction, I believe still ongoing as we speak. So that would be something that would be of interest to a foreign adversary, because obviously it involves nuclear weapons. They might be curious about where they're being stored possibly. So we have also heard Putin directly. Putin in the past has directly mentioned Barksdale Air Force Base, and it's also a high priority target in the event of a war with the US and Russia. They would immediately try to take out Barksdale if they possibly could. That's one of their top priority targets. So it's a very crucial base, but I still have a problem though with the multi-day, like the 4 to 5 days, 4 hours a day. That part of it is just blowing my mind a little bit, to the point where my BS meter is kind of going off a little bit about what's really up with this whole situation.
I do have to say that it is fairly concerning, but Matthew, I do have to say the military does have a decent way of going about things, because look, they actually named a street right here after the new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei. Look at that. Anyways, moving on from that.
He's just flamboyant.
He's
Kathleen, just
flamboyant, Kathleen. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but moving on from that and out of Barksdale, it is time for us to get on into some other major news that we have been able to get throughout the course of the day. Interestingly enough, near Albuquerque, New Mexico, it appears that an American Airlines flight, American Air 2341, experienced GPS jamming near to the area, which is a little bit interesting. And this was their flight brief. At 15,200 pounds of fuel on board with about 3,800 pounds expected at landing, winds from 329 to 42 knots, OAT negative 59 degrees Celsius. Crew says they're getting GPS jamming near ABQ, and Southwest United are seeing it too. So there's some sort of a GPS jamming incident that happened near Albuquerque today. Don't really know what was going on with that. We'll probably find out. Oh, the Department of Homeland Security was just, testing out a new jammer in Albuquerque and, almost caused a civil air collision, which will be great to hear. Hopefully we'll see that that's not the case because, they'll only be adding to the incompetence of what happened closer to the border near to, I believe it was El Paso, about a month ago when they just out of the blue tested a laser system and the FAA freaked out and went, oh, and then shut down the whole airspace around El Paso because they basically got no forewarning of what was going on down there. But moving on out of that, it is time for us to get some other information and news outside of the Middle East. Well, actually, inside the Middle East more so. But before we get into the rest of our news that we have been able to get out of the area over the course of the day, I do have to say that we are massively appreciative of so many people who have been here and watching this channel so far. Over the course of about an hour and 6 minutes on air, we have had 116,000 people watch this show, and there are currently 23.5 thousand people here at the moment right now. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to have so many of y'all here on air with us tonight, and we hope that y'all have been enjoying our news coverage to a great extent. If y'all have been, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and if you'd like to, make sure to stick around, because we're going to be getting into a lot more massive news out of the entirety of the world here as we continue to cover the news. But before we get to that, I do want to take a quick brief moment to address 3 questions from the chat, and then we'll be moving on into all of the rest of the major news that we have for tonight. And Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first 3 super chats of the night. Our first one is going to go to none other than Mikey Mike. And thank you very much, Mikey, for that $120 support.
Hey!
And we appreciate your support very, very much. He said, what would a safe zone look like around the Strait of Hormuz in this day and age of drone warfare? And what would this buffer zone be called? And I'm trying to think through the minimum land objective.
That's a great question, Mikey Mike. And the safe zone, it's really hard to say because I really don't know how they want to make it look these days. But I would tell you how I would make it look if I was the one who was in charge and it was a perfect world and I was able to do everything that I wanted to. All of the anti-ship threats of every type would have to be cleared out. That's really the only thing that has to be done. The air defenses had to be suppressed long enough for us to be able to do that. And then after we are able to suppress the air defense, then the U.S. Navy Air Arm and the U.S. Air Force goes in and starts to clear out every single anti-ship threat that we can find. So the land-based anti-ship missile launchers, the land-based drone launching platforms and locations, and any armories or storehouses that may have ready-to-use drones inside of them, any drone launchers that are in the open and possibly being used at the time of, and any drone boats that could be used to conduct one-way attacks against U.S. vessels within the area. Once all of those anti-ship threats are dealt with, it would generally then be safe enough for ships to start passing through. It appears that they're considering in their current military planning that a ground invasion may be necessary, at least over the area of this coastline, to be able to create some sort of a physical buffer and be able to allow for the ships to pass through what would basically be at that point a allied corridor, an allied naval corridor. But I generally don't know how well or how effective that's going to be. Considering that it's going to be a small beachhead, and I would certainly say that we're not going to be seeing some sort of a larger offensive pushing in and physically invading and taking over the whole of Iran. They're going to probably keep a limited beachhead, meaning that a large amount of the Iranian army's forces would probably start to get directed down here, and it would be an endless slalom, basically, between the Marines and the 82nd Division and whatever the Iranians are trying to throw their way to push them off of their beachhead and back into the sea, which could result in some pretty decent losses, especially if the U.S. Navy and Air Force also has their attention equally diverted to trying to conduct basically air cover for naval vessels and commercial ships that are trying to pass through the area. But that's generally what I would think it would look like, in my honest opinion. But once again, that probably might not pan out in reality. Drones are a lot slippier yeah, that is the word. A lot slippier. What slipperier? There we go.
Slipperier.
Yeah,
that's not even a word, bruh.
Slipperier. That's what I'm going to say. It's a word for today. We're putting that in the dictionary. But they're a lot slipperier to deal with than normal conventional missile forces and systems. So even with that sort of a perfect world utopian scenario, there would probably still be a lot of one-way attack boats and one-way attack drones that would still be targeting and trying to hit U.S. naval forces within the area, and that would still pose a pretty significant threat. But luckily, U.S. radar systems are far more fine-tuned and advanced than those that we see in Russia and China. So as long as it's the U.S. Navy dealing with the threat, they should be able to deal with it pretty okay. But there still would be a risk posed to those vessels trying to pass through the area. So with that, I hope that does address that well.
And I hate to tell you, man, but I think after that comment, I'm going to call it a wrap. I'm going to get the nearest ticket. I'm going to go to Barbados or something like that and take a little vacation after that comment right there, I think, or something. But sadly, though, there's no more aviation fuel starting next month, so the flights are probably going to be canceled left and right. So I'm stuck here anyway.
I see some people saying, "Oh, enforcer, you Alabama hick. There's no such thing as a word as that." Allow me to bring y'all to the Oxford Dictionary of Languages.
Damn,
Slippery.
you gotta pull up the definition of slippery. They'll have a picture of Diddy next to this thing right here.
Slippery. Comparative adjective, slipperier. It is an actual word. I just don't know how to pronounce the stupid thing because it's really difficult, but it is an actual word, folks. Believe me, sometimes, folks, I really pull one out the woodworks. I know I mispronounce basically everything on the planet, but this is a actual word. Like, I'm not kidding, folks. That's why I was trying to use it. I knew that this one was a real word. You don't have to say more slippery. You can say that, but slipperier is also grammatically correct. So I hope that does show all of y'all. I had to pull that one out of the woodworks, folks, because everyone in the chat was like, "What the hell are you on about, blood? That ain't how you say it." It's like, "No, G, that's how you do say it. That's how you do say it." I got to defend myself here, folks. Like, I get English wrong enough anyways that when I get it right and I actually do have it right, I got to defend myself, folks. I really do. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address the question the best I can. And a humongous thanks to you for the incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. And I hope I was able to answer your questions somewhat well. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
And our next one goes to Filter Trade. And thank you very much, Filter Trade, for that very generous $100 support as well. And we do appreciate it very, very much. He said, "We need homeland coverage to take a higher priority now that drones are entering the homeland." And LSA, longtime viewer and scared Louisiana resident here.
And I thank you so much for the massive support and helping the channel to keep on running. But generally, we just don't cover the homeland situation unless if it's like Barksdale, for example. Like, we do cover that. But we generally don't cover it a lot because it easily gets into domestic politics territory for like any viewer. Like, if we ever weigh in on something, it's like, "Oh, well, you know, that's a risk. We need to do this and that and that." Somehow everything's political these days, so we end up being far left or far right, just arbitrarily based off of what we talk about. So generally we don't really talk about the home front much at all. Barksdale is one of the few exceptions that we give because it's more so of a I guess you could say a matter of homeland security and a matter of military security at that point. So that kind of finally gets covered, but very rarely do we cover much of anything that goes on in the United States because it literally people come out of the woodshed to turn it into something highly political for no reason when it's really not. But still, a humongous thanks to you for the support, though, and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that you did enjoy our coverage on Barksdale. But I would say that it's nothing too concerning. They're not really going to be going after everybody in Louisiana. I mean, if anything happens, it'll probably be directed solely at the military installations because they'd be trying to do some legitimate strategic damage to us. They wouldn't be most likely targeting citizenry. That would be highly unlikely.
You know, the part that is concerning to me is this. We don't know exactly who is in our country right now when it comes to, like, you know, bad actors and stuff like that, because, you know, I don't care if people take this politically or not. There was a time where the border was pretty much wide open and people crossed the border nonstop. And they weren't just folks from, you know, South America and places like that. There were a lot of people coming in from mainland China, a lot of people coming in from places like Iran and places like Syria. And we don't know who the hell is in our country right now. So if that wasn't the case, I would generally be saying, "Oh, we're probably okay." Like, it's probably not that big of a deal because we generally know who's in the country. But because of that, though, I mean, that creates a lot of uncertainty in my mind about who exactly is here because we don't have a count on exactly who's here. I mean, it could be thousands possibly of bad actors, like just from China. Like we don't know. Like it could be sleepers from China that are going to try to attack U.S. bases if China gives them the word. We don't know how that's going to work because we don't even know where the drones came from, what they look like, or anything over this air base at Barksdale. We don't know. So the FBI is probably got their hands full at this time. Like they've probably got their hands very full, and hopefully they got a grip on it.
That's true, but I'd also have to say though, kind of playing devil's advocate here, but also saying something that's also equally true. I mean, a lot of terrorist attacks that are conducted inside of this country are not conducted by people who illegally entered the country. It's usually conducted by U.S. citizens that either were natural-born citizens or they were naturalized citizens that conduct attacks. I mean, all of the terrorist attacks that have been affiliated with Iran so far since the war started were all from either naturalized U.S. citizens or U.S. citizens. And that's not to say that, illegals are harmless. I mean, who knows what type of national affiliation they have or why they're here, and they could be here for nefarious reasons and purposes. It does pose a national security threat, but at the same time, if we're looking for any sort of a direct overt threat, it could come from literally anyone anywhere. I mean, there's a lot of people in America who hate the country and they're natural born Americans, born in the country, or they have become an American citizen at some point, and they could have some sort of a vendetta to see that they're reached out to by some contact by the FSB or by China's security forces, and then they start having those people do their bidding on their behalf. So, I mean, quite truly, as far as espionage and sabotage within the United States, really anybody could be a perpetrator of sabotage. It doesn't have to be someone from illegally outside the country. It could even be Americans here on the home front that do that for an enemy's bidding.
It could be. I mean, that's certainly, we've seen that in the past as well. Domestic radicalized terrorists, we've seen that in the past as well. But the difference is, though, typically those people that are radicalized, that are domestic U.S. citizens, they don't get training. They're generally just radicalized and they're left to their own devices at that point. The people that are crossing the border, these could be highly trained individuals that are being sent over. We don't know what type of background they have. We don't know if they're military. We don't know if they're mercenaries. We don't know who they are, and we don't know what they brought with them. They could have brought drones with them when they crossed over, for all we know. They could have brought weapons. They could have brought anything because there's no checks on these people when they ran across or however they got across. There's no checks. So, they could have trained for years for this exact scenario, for all we know. That's the part to me. It's the uncertainty behind it and not having any real data about who's here, when they crossed, what they have, what type of training they have, or anything like that. That's really concerning to me.
Yeah, that's true. I also see a lot of people making this political. But here's the thing, folks. I'll tell y'all how this works. Let me tell you the truth. If it has nothing to do with politics, it has to do with disillusioned people. There's people in Ukraine that the SBU, which is the Ukrainian Internal Security Service, is catching all the time that are trying to take pictures of defensive sites and provide them to the FSB. These kind of people exist everywhere. Because I see some people saying, oh, clearly this is going to be the Democrats. No, I mean, this could be people from the right. Because, I mean, look at the amount of people on the left and the right now who absolutely hate this war that have big public voices. I mean, some people might sit there and say something along the lines of, oh, I hate the United States because they're basically an agent of Israel, so I'm going to bring down the whole system by providing this sensitive intelligence, if I can, by working with the Chinese or the Russians to fly these drones over Barksdale to bring down the whole thing. Or they could say, I hate America because they're war criminals and all that, and take the other approach and then help them out anyways. I mean, this could literally be anybody. If you get people who are radical enough or crazy enough, truth be told, anybody, literally regardless of whether they're an American citizen or not, or whether they're leaning left on the political spectrum or right, I mean, any one of them can end up being a possible agent for foreign subversion here in the United States of America. And that's why it's not good to profile like that. It's more so like, saying like this specific group is the only one. It's best to take a wide net and look for anyone who appears to be suspiciously acting against the interests of the United States, and then start taking a little bit of a closer look and go, are they working for some sort of a foreign agent? And then you'll be able to find a lot more of them that way because, sometimes, going off of a preconceived notion can lead us to not catch people who could actually be working against America's interests more so than the others, who's to say. So best to keep your eyes wide and peeled and keep an open mind to who it could be or who the suspects might end up turning out to be. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again, all the way down there from Louisiana. And I can assure you that we will hopefully be as safe as we can be here in the United States. And hopefully we'll be able to see that our internal security forces will be working overtime to try and deal with these sorts of threats. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and the last one of the segment is going to go to Lieutenant Dan, aka Hugh. And thank you very much, Hugh, for that $50 support as well. And we do appreciate that very, very much. He said, protect your laundry dryers. Vlad Lenin is on the loose.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And thank you for helping this channel to keep it running. And you know, that Vlad and Lenin, he is on the loose. I gotta tell you, every time I've ever bought some Lenins, I've just never heard them called Vlad. I guess it went out of style a long time ago, back when the Bolsheviks took over Russia. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And I like the punchline there. It's a really good one. And so with that, folks, it is time for us to move on and into the rest of the news. And I also see some people talking about, well, who in the world is this and that. It's not about that, folks. Like as far as like finding people who are working for enemy governments. Like really, like the thing is, folks, is that if anybody gets too dug into ideology instead of looking out for the nation, any one of those people can end up becoming very questionable and suspect. I mean, look at all the people who have been caught recently. I mean, there was a former F-35 trainer pilot that was selling secrets to the Chinese and training Chinese pilots on how to fight the F-35. There were sailors in the Navy that sold secrets. There's people in the U.S. who have been working in spy rings for the Russian Federation in China of all political affiliations and all different backgrounds. I mean, like, quite truly, anyone could be a suspect. It's more so looking out for those signs or little mistakes that they make, regardless of who they are, that gives you an idea, there they are, that's the guy. Because sometimes it might be people that you don't expect. I mean, you know, that well-dressed guy who wears a suit every day, who looks perfectly squared away and is a American pie American kind of a person, he could be working for an enemy country, the Russian Federation or China. That's what's usually very misleading about these kind of folks, is that they could be anybody. The reality of it is. But anyways, it's time for us to get on into the rest of that news. Moving us on into a little bit more news out of the United States before we get back to the Middle East. I'm going to just belt through everything that we heard in Washington today. We're just going to get it out in one fell swoop and then move on. So, first off, we were able to hear that apparently, according to the FBI, they have stated the following. Our friends in Russia, the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency are jointly issuing this public service announcement to warn the public about ongoing phishing campaigns by cyber actors associated with the Russian intelligence service targeting commercial messaging applications, including Signal. Risk actors have compromised individual CMA accounts, but not CMA's encryption or the applications themselves. The activity targets individuals of high intelligence value, such as current and former U.S. government officials, military personnel, political figures, and journalists. Oh boy. Yeah, so keep an eye out, Matthew, for those phishing scams.
Oh, I'll tell you what. And what's the applications they're saying to look out for again?
Oh, I think it was something along the lines like Signal and a couple of others. So hopefully hopefully some people in the government haven't accidentally added someone into a Signal chat recently, you know?
Yeah, let's see here. It says in the actual thing, it's commercial messaging application. So they're saying pretty much all of them across the board for the most part. So yeah, I mean, I was not, I was very careful anyway. I wasn't, messing around. So I think we're probably good.
I got to say, folks, it's absolutely hilarious because to tell you all a little bit, we have been getting phishing attempts in the background for like the past week, and this comes out, it's like, oh, it's like, okay, that makes sense. By the way, folks, I just got to tell y'all, we do not click on any links. Like, no matter who it is, like, if you send us a link over any system, we never click on it. So I hate to tell y'all that, because if y'all are sending us like videos or like little snippets of like articles to go read, we just sadly never click on any of them because it poses a significant security risk. But moving on from that, we've also been able to hear that apparently the United States has now declared an emergency over the Iran war to bypass Congress to sell $23 billion worth of arms to Arab nations, which the New York Times obtained a list with weapons the State Department hasn't announced, including Chinooks to the UAE. The U.S. did this earlier with Israel. So it appears that we're trying to provide weapons at a minimum to the countries that are seeing that their missile stocks and other defenses are being depleted at this point. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that the president is supposedly going to announce the end of the war soon. To reach all the statement, we are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran. 1. Completely degrading Iran missile capability, launchers, and everything else pertaining to them. 2. Destroying Iran's defense industrial base. 3. Eliminating their Navy and Air Force, including anti-aircraft weaponry. And 4. Never allowing Iran to get close to nuclear capability and always being in a position where the USA can quickly and powerfully react to such a situation should it take place. 5. Protecting at the highest level our Middle Eastern allies, including Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, and others. The Hormuz Strait still have to be guarded and policed as necessary by other nations who use it. The United States does not. If asked, we will help these countries in their Hormuz efforts, but it shouldn't be necessary once Iran's threat is eradicated. Importantly, it'll be an easy military operation for them. We've also been able to hear an additional statement as well from the president, but this is also coming as inflation appears to be going on up a little bit. It's reached 5.2%, which is now the highest level since March of 2023. We've now also heard an additional statement from the President of the United States. Without the USA, NATO is a paper tiger. They didn't want to join the fight to stop a nuclear-powered Iran. Now that the fight is militarily won with very, very little danger for them, they complain about the high oil prices they are forced to pay, but don't want to help open the Strait of Hormuz. A simple military maneuver that is the single reason for the high oil prices. So easy for them to do with so little risk. Cowards, and we will remember. Moving on from these statements, it's now time for us to get on out of the United States of America, and time for us to get on back into the news. Moving us down into the area of the Mediterranean, we did get to see that the B-52 bombers, which had taken off from what appears to be RAF Fairford today, flew through the Republic of France, showing that the Republic of France has given permission for the United States to be able to use their airspace in strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And now, finally moving us out, well, actually, there's one more piece of news that I have to cover for y'all about the whole war with Iran. You know how that guy, who is that guy? I think he's the special envoy of the United States, said that we could take the Russians at their word and trust them when they said that they weren't providing intelligence to the Iranians to try and target and kill American soldiers within the region. And then you'll remember how just yesterday, John Ratcliffe, who's the director of the CIA, said that he doesn't trust the Russians because the Russians aren't to be trusted because they're an enemy of the United States. And then the administration keeps just, glossing over that and acting like the Russians actually like us. Well, apparently the Russians had actually come to us with a little proposal. A little one. Apparently, according to Politico, citing two people familiar with the matter, the U.S. rejected a proposal from the head of Russia's direct investment fund, Kirill Dmitriev, that Russia would stop sharing intelligence with Iran on U.S. bases and infrastructure in the Middle East if the U.S. stopped sharing intelligence with Ukraine, during his meeting in Miami, Florida with White House Special Envoy of the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, and White House Envoy Jared Kushner last week. Huh. That's interesting.
Allegedly, of course.
It's a little interesting, though. That's quite interesting. I mean, if we can get some confirmation on that, that'd be a little bit good to know. But it seems as though they might have been providing something to the Iranians. A little interesting there. Anyways, what does it matter? I mean, it's only a couple of Americans like you and me that'll end up paying the price for that if that's true. So what does it matter? I mean, West peons, we don't count. But moving on from that and into the Western Mediterranean, we also were able to see that les Français sont victorieux have taken the Dinya tanker from the Russians today. Let's take a little gander. There's the French whipping up in their Augusta Westland. They like to fly in style.
They bought the special effects transition pack, and they were going to get their money's worth out of it.
Man, they said, hit that shit with 1,000,000 of them. Like, man, centile million. But anyways, the French Navy was able, along with the United Kingdom, to seize the tanker Dinya from the Shadow Fleet. This was conducted in the Western Mediterranean earlier today. The International Energy Agency has also stated that currently the greatest global energy security threat in history is currently taking place due to the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. Another interesting incident happened today way up inside of Scotland, around the area of Loch Lomond, and specifically near to the British base, Royal Navy base of Faslane. In this area, someone apparently drove up to the gate. At around 5 p.m. on a Thursday, two people, woman and a 34-year-old Iranian man, were arrested after attempting to enter His Majesty's Naval Base Clyde in Faslane. Apparently, they did not try to force their way onto the base. They asked if they could enter, but were refused permission, and were then arrested shortly afterwards. Huh. That's
Kind
odd.
of whack. They just want to get in the front door. It's like, hey, knock, knock, knock. Can we get in this like highly classified, also highly top secret, also highly secure a submarine base? Can we come inside? And they said, who the hell are you? Never mind. We'll be leaving. It's like, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. You're not just leaving. You can't just leave after doing something like that, and then they go arrest them.
Man, the British, like the British base security sat there and said, "Wait a minute, who are you?" And then that guy went, "Oh," and then he tried to flee. Oh my lord, I can't believe that, folks. I don't know what the hell was up with this, but you can actually see some of the British nuclear-powered submarines here at dock. I mean, most of them are actually here at the Clyde naval base. It's really bizarre that you would even try and enter, to be honest with you all, because this is one of the most secure facilities within the United Kingdom. Pretty much the entire British nuclear arsenal sits inside of these submarines that are at this naval facility right here. So it's a little bit wild to just go up and be like, "Hello, Habibi. Could I get in?" It's like, hell no, you're not. Who are you even? Like, and man, I bet you when the British police pulled up, you know, the ones who have the little, blue and yellow checkered BMWs, they said, "You have attempted a great trespassing against His Majesty's government," and arrested them on the spot.
They probably did. Also, by the way, someone said, you cannot be arrested for suspicion. In the United States, you can't be arrested for suspicion. That's not something you can get arrested over. If you go up to like a military base and you're like, hey, can I get inside? And they're like, no, like you need to turn around and leave. They can't arrest you for that. That's not arrestable. But this is not the United States. This right here is Scotland. They have different laws. So if you go to the front gate and do something sus, they could decide to arrest you, which it sounds like what they did in this case right here. But truthfully speaking, though, like, you know, it seems odd. Obviously, it looks odd. The guy's allegedly Iranian. It could have been an accident. It's very possible that it was an accident. But, I mean, very bad timing if it was an accident. An Iranian male of potentially fighting age going to the secret nuclear submarine base. You literally couldn't make that any worse, pretty much.
I can just imagine how this actually went down. "Sir, excuse me, sir. You've been suspicioned of trying to enter His Majesty's Naval Base, Clyde. Is that true?" "No, Habibi." "Sir, step out of the automobile." "Why? Sir, step out of the vehicle. Please, sir, step out." You know how they are, like the British police. You've watched the clips of them, haven't you?
I've watched the clips of them. They're like, here, we're going to arrest you and put you in the prison, sir.
Man, I like how the British police are always like the British police, I'll be honest with y'all folks, they never seem like they're in control of a situation no matter what. Like, I don't know why it is, but like they're always like, sir, don't pull out the knife. No, don't stab him. Oh, come on now. Like, it's like that's how they react. So I just wonder how the arrest actually went down. I wish they had body cams in Britain like they have here in America. And that hasn't become a thing in Britain yet, really. Because I would love to see.
Next thing you know, they're going to arrest people for a thought crime. Next, they're going to be like, he's thought about getting on the base. He's arrested for thoughts.
Man, I mean, they're kind of already there. Like, that's like, did that guy just think something nasty? Arrest that man. Like, it's like, man, it's like, you know, I mean, you know, you never know. But also, by the way, folks, on the flip side, usually American police are either extremely professional, like they're like the perfect role model of a police officer, or they are very scary, like to the point that it's like, this feels like a menace to society. Like, it's one or the other. You never get a cop that's just down the middle somewhere. They're either the peak of professionalism, or they're absolutely terrifying to deal with. But moving on from that, it is time for us to move on out of the United Kingdom. And I'm not gonna lie, man. I don't know what it is with this picture right here, but this guy gives off real Brexit geezer vibes. Like, I don't know what it is.
It looks like you're going to get you and say, come here, sir, you're going to put you in handcuffs and take you down to the local station.
Man, this guy looks like he goes, arrest brobbies, go down to a local football game, cheer on the home team, go to the pub, have a pint, and I go home. You know, it's like, he looks like that guy.
You know, the only thing I can't figure out is how come I can't see his teeth.
He doesn't have any. Lost them in the steel mill. Like, man, like,
they're hidden teeth, I guess. You can't, like, his gums are completely hiding his teeth.
Man, like you don't want to see his teeth though, man, because like if he was arresting you, you started resisting. That's when you see him. He goes, and he like clamps down on you. You're like, get him off! Like, but anyways, oh man, I'm just kidding around, folks. The British are great, folks. I really do like them, and I also got to say, I generally like their police because when we were over there a couple of times, you could ask them questions, and it wasn't like they were unapproachable. You know, like they were like basically just normal people who were policing the streets. But anyways, moving on from that. It is time for us to move on from His Majesty's Naval Base Clyde in the area of Loch Lomond in Scotland, and it's time for us to move on out of the United Kingdom in general. So, moving us on out of Britain, which I do have to say, folks, we do clown on the British a lot, but we do it in nothing but friendly jest. We're not like other Americans who talk about NATO should be saying thank you. I think they say thank you enough. They're cool folks, really like the British. They're neat folks. So if you're British in the chat, don't take offense to our jokes. We kid on the United States basically every other day, so don't worry. Our time will be coming around before long. We'll make sure of it. But a lot of people have been talking about what happened with this little supposed claim of the Russians' offer about stopping their intelligence provisions to Iran. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so do you think it's true? Did Russia actually offer to stop giving intel to Iran if the United States would abandon Ukraine? 53% said yes, it sounds like Russia probably did that. 34% said it sounds like BS, probably not true. And 7% said I'm 50-50 on this one. And I'll be honest, it sounds like something that's likely true. If I had to take a stab at it, it sounds like it likely is the case, which if it is proven true, that makes me want to say, why did they think it was okay just to lie to everybody like that? I mean, it's kind of a rhetorical question, by the way, because these days lying about stuff is not really a big deal anymore to most people. It's just kind of, sort of like the normal course of business, especially for politicians. They just lie like it's easy as drinking water for the most part. So I would say it sounds like it's legit. Like, I don't think it's something that they're probably making up. I think the report's probably accurate. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say it definitely sounds like something the Russians did. We can't say that. We can't say that the article is 100% fact, but I'd say that generally the notion of that's probably factual because, that's very Russian. Like it just screams Russian. Like that was legitimately something that they did. And also, I do have to agree with Matthew. It's quite interesting how everybody just basically lies at this point. Like politicians are always known as liars, but I feel like the current round of politicians right now lie more than even normal politicians lie.
Sure.
Like you can look at something and be like, "Hey, that building's on fire," and they'll call you a liar and a bastard, and they'll actually say that the building's under renovation and it's looking better than ever. And it's like, how the hell can you even try and lie like this? It's just flat out lying.
Just lying like crazy. Honestly, it's like it gets worse every single year. It's like just once you think, I mean, they used to lie about stuff like occasionally, but not on like massive stuff. Now they'll just straight up lie about stuff that's huge, and also they'll overclassify everything. They'll lie about the stuff that we hear about. It's like we're not getting like the truth on anything. It's completely up to the people to have to determine what the hell is true and what's not, because you can't take the government's word like for anything anymore because they lie on everything. It's like they'll lie about stuff that doesn't even matter. They'll lie about it.
Yeah, it's absolutely stupid because back in the day, like if there was like an economic downturn, like say in like the 2000s, for example, they would literally say, yeah, there's been an economic downturn, but then they would lie about who's responsible for it, but they would still admit that that happened. Nowadays, if an economic downturn happens like a recession, they completely deny that it's even happened. They're like, no, that didn't happen. In fact, the economy's never been better, and you're an absolute liar and a bastard for lying, and you should be executed for lying. Like, it's like, this is just becoming absolutely stupid. Like, it's becoming a point that it's hard to even stomach the stuff anymore because of all the flat out lying that goes on. And I remember that there was like this old slogan that happened in like the mid 2010s about, getting rid of the crooked politicians that lie and stuff. And it honestly seems like they're lying more now after that across the board than they were then. But anyways, it's time for us to move on from that little aside. Just something that annoys us all, I'm sure. Oh, by the way, totally forgot to tell y'all, Lukashenko is coming to the United States here next week or so. He's apparently going to be visiting the president in Mar-a-Lago. He stated in this little video, and of course, in Belarus, they have to make it seem like, Uncle Lukey is just hanging around the dinner table with, just his friendly press and talking to them. I mean, they're friendly, otherwise they'd be executed. But he said it's going to be a great meeting. I'm going to America, and I'm going to talk to the president of Mar-a-Lago about great economic deals and diplomatic resolutions. The little potato-looking dude from Belarus, he's going to be here in a little bit in Florida. Sorry to the Floridians, by the way. Moving on from that, it is time for us to get on into the Russian Federation. The Ukrainians have been able to do a little bit of damage on the Russians recently, apparently enough the Russians are still further restricting the internet. According to some news that came out today, according to Reuters, Russia is still tightening control over the internet and preparing for a great crackdown on the home front as the war continues. Mobile internet is being shut down in even more major cities than just St. Petersburg and Moscow. Apps have been blocked nationwide, like Telegram and WhatsApp, and new laws have expanded FSB powers over users and communications. So they're definitely getting quite concerned in Russia about how the civil dissent's starting to snowball, and it's snowballing a lot faster than even we were expecting. Now, let's get on into the reason why. The Ukrainians are slamming the hell out of the Russians even today. There was another massive drone attack that happened over the course of last night, and the Ukrainians were able to land another major loss for the Russians. They have damaged an A-50 mainstay last night in the area of Staraya Russa, which is in the Novgorod Oblast. From what we understand, the A-50 was inside of an enclosed hangar when it was hit, meaning that it was damaged but not outright destroyed. But this has knocked out another one of the incredibly rare A-50 mainstays that the Russians have to operate AWACS operations with in the air in the ongoing war. So another humongous loss is about a $500 million temporary loss for the Russians because that system will now be out of operation until repairs are effected. We've also seen that in the Moscow area last night, the Russian air defense was getting a little overwhelmed again. Here's a little clip here showing y'all some of it.
Ой, май гад, уебал. Ты охуел.
This guy's shot. It's slammed.
Я вам клянусь, мы сидим вот тут, блядь.
Oh, whoop!
Whoppa! Whoppa, блядь!
Вон ебать. Я видел, как красная точка даже упала какая-то.
Now, that's quite a little drone attack, wouldn't you say, Matthew?
That's a hell of a drone attack right there. Whopa.
Whopa. You know, I gotta show you a picture here really quickly. Just a picture, it's all. And I'll ask you something about it when I show it to you. Does this ring a bell to you for today?
I don't know. Should it?
It should. Maybe if I show you another similar picture. Maybe like that one. Would that one ring a bell to you? Maybe even this one.
That doesn't ring a bell. That doesn't ring a bell to me.
Oh, I see. So over the skies of Moscow today, in the midst of that drone attack, the Russian air defenses were getting quite scared. Very scared. And they started to shoot at everything. A civilian airplane happened to be in the airspace around the city of, let me make sure here, I get it. I think it was around Podolsk, near to the, no, it was Kolomna, near to the Oka River. And the Russian air defense around Kolomna went, bleh, Dona, and lit up and shot down a little private airplane. And that's what happened to it.
Oh, crap. That's bad, actually, right there. Did the people make it?
No.
Oh, man. Jeez, man. The Russians, they have a bad history doing this type of stuff right here. They've done this infamously, like to obviously commercial airliners, too, not just a private plane. They're really awful with that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like, you generally be able to tell this thing apart from, like, say, other drones, because, you know, it's a lot larger than a Liudi, but they ended up firing upon the aircraft. We don't know with what. We're believing that it's probably heavy machine gun fire because that's what they're kind of using as a staple these days. So some Russian ground air defense team just saw the civilian airplane up there, freaked out, lit it up, peppered it with bullet holes, I'm assuming, because you can kind of see what looks to be maybe a few of them here in the vertical stabilizer at the rear, and took it down, and in the crash, both of the people on board the aircraft were killed. So the Russian air defense is out here looking like an absolute embarrassment at this point, because, I mean, you know, it's quite easy to tell a civilian aircraft apart from most everything else in the skies generally. But moving us on out of Russia, well, more so Moscow, and down towards Saratov, we also were able to see that the city of Saratov and Ingles came under another drone attack last night.
Quiet night out here in Ingles.
Silent night. Holy night, all is not. It's really quiet, but you see.
Better watch what you're saying. You get put in the psychiatric ward and catch a lobotomy. Oh,
rest in peace to Granny. She got hit by a lobotomy. Like, but anyways.
Oh man. Also, by the way, folks, just a quick update on that because I don't think we're going to have time to cover that later. The dude that called for Putin's arrest and said that the war is a failure and stuff like that, it got covered in the mainstream media today. The guy is in the psych ward for real, and they're apparently might be doing something to him inside of there too. So now it's got pretty widespread attention. That guy got locked up. Apparently, he was very pro-Kremlin before he made that statement about arresting Putin. He was very pro-Kremlin. So look at how that works out. You make one nasty statement about the dictator, and all of a sudden, all those years of loyalty go out the window, and it's just, oh, lobotomy for you.
Tragedy. I mean, truly. Basically a useful idiot at that point. Oh,
hopefully America doesn't turn into that, or we'll definitely be getting a lobotomy.
Oh, bruh. Y'all are going to be hearing us on air going, duh! Like, it's going to be rough.
Man, they'll have to make me stupid before I stop talking.
Man, they said, say less. Like, they're going to hit us with a, they're going to hit us with a discombobulator. Like, yeah.
Oh, man. Go put your combobulations out of order.
Opa!
Whopa.
Oh!
Russian trap house.
Well, moving on for starts off at Ingles, it is time for us to get on down and into the area of Sevastopol. We were able to see the thermal power plant near to the city. It was hit.
They called the discombobulator the wireless lobotomy.
Dude, they said that was a lobotomy via Zoom. Like, bro, that's what that is.
No need to come to the office. We do it remote.
They said click one and done. Like, anyways. Oh man. You know, folks, they're not going to be able to get me. Those discombobulator waves are going to hit my brain, and my brain is perfectly smooth. It's going to slide right off of them. But anyways, you can see the explosions in the distance here. Here comes the boom. Ooh! Sound a little strong. I bet you this one's going to sound even stronger. Oh, do you hear that?
I'm just waiting for it. Like, out of all the silence, you'll eventually hear a drunk Russian come stumbling out of their house or something. Suka bliat!
Anyways, moving on from that, it's also time for us to get on into Sevastopol itself. The Ukrainians hit a little Navy facility that houses the Granite anti-ship missiles. Oh, and they got that funk Chad music, too. I didn't expect that one. Ooh. Looks like this little building here may have taken a little damage. What's up with the hood on this car? Is it like popping up or something?
No, that's a sensor bar.
Oh, I thought that was a car hood. Oh yes, that's clearly not a car hood now. It's like moving in a wave, basically. But that's the end of that clip. It's now time for us to move on out of the area of Ukraine, at least in the occupied areas. It's now time for us to move towards the front line. Also, by the way, folks, while the Russians are apparently, at least at this point, stating that they'll stop providing intelligence to the Iranians to get our guys killed in the Middle East, the Ukrainians, on the other hand, are actually begging the United States to accept a deal. According to Zelensky today, he said as early as a year ago, we proposed a drone deal to the United States of America because it is our key partner. The agreement is not only about interceptor drones. First and foremost, it includes naval drones and long-range drones that have been proven in the war. It also includes a package for the exchange of critical knowledge, training, and so on. I'm very interested in signing this agreement with our close partner, the United States of America. So when the president is ready, I will definitely be ready. Our negotiating team will discuss this issue at the meeting in the United States. Well, aren't the Ukrainians so friendly and helpful? What a great little ally to have in the Ukrainians. They're very good at fighting wars. They're very good friends. They like us. They respect us. Maybe we should like them and respect them back. That can't be too much to ask, can it? I mean,
do you want a demonstration?
Sure.
Do you have that clip of that alligator getting taken down by the drones from Ukraine?
Oh yeah, we do. We're about to be getting to that.
Demonstration. Show them the demonstration right now. This is like a sales pitch for the American politicians. This is what cheap FPV drones can do if you would simply listen and absorb some knowledge. You know, the Ukrainians are literally begging to give us the knowledge. They said, "Here, let us bestow some knowledge onto you," and we said, "No, we don't want it, you bastards. We don't want knowledge." Man, but let's see a demo though. Like, let's see the demo.
Which angle? Angle 1, 2, or 3?
I want to see the one from the Ukrainians' point of view, the one where it literally chased it and hit the rocket pod.
Well, all 3 of these angles are from the Ukrainian point of view. Oh, look, a friendly Ka-52 has appeared. Man, honestly, man, this would be a perfect part to freeze frame and then have that little hand pop up like on that meme where it goes, "Hello." Like, you know, like that's just the meme right here. Yeah. Oh my God. They got it right on the pylon. Let's take a gander.
Better. Look at this. Oh, missed the first one. Oh, he got away. There went the alligator. Look at that. Here comes the other one, though. Look at this. Look at this. Notice the technique here. Notice the headlock here. Notice the technique. Look, it's called FPV. Oh, look at that. First person view destruction. This is $1,000 to take out $16 million. If you're a businessman, you should know that's good numbers. That's good numbers. That's better than bankruptcy. It's called winning, and we want to win.
Now, do you want to see angle number 2?
Yes, let's see the angle.
So here is the first helicopter after it passed the drone unknowingly because it didn't see it. And then here comes the second helicopter right there. And it got hit by the drone. That's what it looked like from a third-person angle instead of the first person of the drone. And now we can see the helicopter is turning hard left at this point after being hit because the pilots are confused and dazed. Hobliats! We can now see that there's a fire on the left side of the helicopter. We now see that that one's burning, and it's attempting to conduct a forced landing in the field, while the other helicopter is trying to provide cover, and then it's splashed down in the field. Now, do you want to see the third angle? And of course you do. It's what we do here on this channel. Let's take a look at the third angle of the incident. The helicopter's already on fire by the time this clip started, by the way.
Look at him, trying to get away.
Oh, man, and that fire is spreading quick. I mean, look at that.
What was that?
What was what?
I heard. Plump.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about right there. I didn't do anything, actually.
Oh, damn, man. Look at that alligator right there, burning up on the ground. Poor gator.
Man, poor little... Oh, wait, what the hell happened there?
Oh, something else. What was that?
I don't know. Maybe it was another drone? I don't know.
Something large, though. I mean, that was a big hit. That's not a little small drone. That's something big.
Man, well, they're popping flares or whatever it was. So, a little bit crazy right there, you know, the loss of a Ka-52 like that. You know, and the president's been saying that we don't need any help from the Ukrainians. I mean, I'd say we do, because has the United States done anything like that with a drone? No.
Yeah. Could you imagine, like, after seeing the Ukrainians, like, it's undisputed, people. Like, this isn't something that's, like, up for debate. Ukraine's the only country in the world that has mastered drone warfare because they're literally fighting for their lives. Like, they've been fighting for their lives for the past 4 years, and they had to, or otherwise they were going to get, steamrolled by Russia, so they had to do that. So they've obviously got expertise, and they obviously, I think they want something in return for. I think they want interceptors, or they're wanting to make a deal, like a multi-year deal to give the knowledge over. But the U.S. military spends money like crazy. Like we're spending money like crazy right now, like it's going out of style. And the Ukrainians are literally offering the knowledge that they've obtained over 4 years of fighting and dying left and right to save their country. They're offering just to give that to the United States. And we're so stupid, like right now in the United States, that we're saying, forget it. No, we don't need their help. It's like, what are we, idiots? It's like, why do we turn down that type of knowledge? That knowledge was gained literally, like, no joke. This is even hyperbole, through blood, sweat, and tears. Like, we don't want to go through that to have to figure out how the Ukraine did it. They paid the price. We might as well just get the knowledge since they've already got it.
Yeah, it's just stupid, really. I mean, like, when you think about it, we have the greatest drones in the world. It's like, well, I doubt it. I mean, it's like, if we do, where are they in the Middle East? I don't see them. I haven't seen hardly any of them yet. It's like, so maybe we need to get off this whole stupid like high horse to where we can't learn anything from anyone or improve in any way because we're perfect. Because something that's crazy, folks, is that people who are overconfident like that to the point of arrogance or narcissism usually end up being their own undoing. There's a lot of examples I'm sure many of y'all could find in your own lives of incredibly prideful people to the point of narcissism seeing their own undoing unravel in front of them. It's like maybe we need to back off of that because it's like it's a great thing to talk about. The Donnie is great, the Donnie is good, but maybe America needs to always be looking to improve because if you don't, you're going to end up decaying and dying as a nation. Like there's no such thing as you reach a pinnacle and never improve again. You're in a constant state of improvement. Otherwise, you fail or you die or something. It's like there's literally no other way to explain that. Why in the world would we not take the help from Ukraine? Maybe there's something to learn from it, and there's no maybe. There is something to learn from them. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to get on into the casualty report. And holy moly, oh my goodness!
Oh, 4 Bobcats today. 4 of them. It looks like the Ukrainians are skidding on them Russians. I'll tell you what, a Bobcat getting a little skid on it. Right, look at that. Tell us more.
We have been able to see that over the past 24 hours, according to Mystic, here are the records, 1,610 troops for the Russians lost in a day, ranks 25th, tied with 3 other days back in November and December. 245 vehicles is the 5th highest daily loss, and 21 APCs is higher than usual, about 3 times the average. And 4 Bobcats skid steers is special too. And over the course of about the past 24 hours, we have been able to see that 1,610 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 21 APCs, 245 supply trucks, 3 main battle tanks, 31 artillery pieces, 1,480 drones, and 4 Bobcat skid steers. And all in all, that's a pretty impressive day. Pretty impressive numbers right there. And good to see that the Ukrainians are still laying it low on the Russians. The Russians also have had to admit a blistering defeat today, which happened 3 months ago. Romanov Light. The 10th of March of 2026, Kupyansk district, Kharkiv region, Kupyansk, Ukraine. The settlement is almost completely occupied by the Ukrainian armed forces. Under information cover, silence, the Russian Ministry of Defense and the Ukrainian armed forces are clearing the remaining northern section. The guys from the central hospital died, all of them. Amazing grace. So to let you know, man, what that? Like that enough. Man, wobble weeba. But to let y'all know what happened 3 months ago or so at this point, the Ukrainians conducted a counteroffensive in Kupyansk and literally mopped the floor against the Russians in a day. They basically retook the whole city and pushed the Russians all the way back to Sinkivka. And mind you all, the Russians had mostly taken almost all of Kupyansk at that point. And for the last 3 months, there's been this little group of Russians here in the central area of the city near to the hospital. Let me see here. I think this area is the hospital, around this area right here. But they've been trying to hold out, a few hundred of them have, for 3 months. And as of just a few days ago, the Russians had basically just admitted that we lost the city, and every one of those people that were stuck in the middle of the city didn't make it out. They basically all got killed. So they have completely lost Kupyansk. An absolute blistering defeat for the Russians, considering that Kupyansk was one of the more important cities on the front line within the Northeast, basically over the last year and a half. Moving us all the way down and into the area of the Zaporizhia front, we also got to see that the Luftwaffe battalion, so aptly named, hit a Tor missile defense system today and knocked it out. Now it's just time for us to get through the whole, like, Geschichtsverleitment in die Deutschen Volker, kind of like a, video flare, to just watch the Tor get blown up. You see the
Look
Tor.
at that, the Tor network. Look at that thing right there, routing the traffic through multiple different nodes. Look at it.
Rest in peace. Rest in peace, the Tor. It got hit by the Stuka. Like, man, I think about it every time I hit the hookah.
Man, the hookah.
Man, that's what you said in the song. Kaboom. Kaplow.
Yeah, I like that. I like that Wopa song right there. You know that Wopa. You know those Russian kids over there. Those Russian kids over there. I don't know how they're avoiding getting sent to the front lines, but they're over there doing that little music. You know that little Wopa.
Whoppa! Like, man, Matthew has been stuck on that song all day, folks. He played it for me before the show.
It's catchy. It's really catchy. You know, and also it goes really good too. Like I listen to that while I'm watching the clips of the Russians getting defeated. I'm like, Wopa! I'm like, the Russians created a perfect track for this.
Man, I like that song, man, that goes, Чорново, это крулиш тазицали. You know, the one that's absolute depression?
Oh yeah,
That's a good one.
I like that depression. Russia loves depressing songs because it's kind of depressing to live in Russia. They love dark music.
Man, I gotta say, they're a sad, sad group of people. But outside of that, folks, y'all wouldn't believe it. That was the end of our news for the night. There's sadly no speech from President Zelensky of Ukraine for us to be able to play for today. He was busy doing stuff, cool stuff. So we didn't get a speech from him. So with that in mind, it's now time for us to move on into the question segment, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. Oppa! And that is always a fun segment. We get to talk about literally anything and everything, except for religion, politics, climate change, or whether the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare or not. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, my goodness. You know, I was wondering why in the world this all ended so quickly. I just realized, Mandy, we have an entire nugget of Middle Eastern news to cover here on air that we just didn't even get to. I was like, I think we're missing something because I was like, this has ended so early. Actually, folks, it's not over. It's not over at all. We have an entire Middle Eastern segment to cover that we just didn't cover of everything that happened inside of our allied nations today. So let me move you all on and into Insulrik in Adana inside of Turkey, as we have been able to see that there was an air raid that happened here once again today. From what we understand, the Iranians fired several more short-range ballistic missiles at the facility over the course of the day, and none of them were able to make a hit, but they still were intercepted by NATO air defenses over Turkey. Moving on from that, we also were able to hear that within the area of the State of Israel, there was an attempted attack on the Dimona nuclear research facility today, and the State of Israel also saw the Iranians directly hit a missile within the Old Jerusalem city area. We can see the damage of that right here.
Damn.
Pretty crazy considering that basically everybody in the world considers Jerusalem to be a holy site. It's a little bit wild to see that an Iranian missile of some type hit the area in general, considering that it could cause damage not only to Christian and Jewish holy sites, but also to those of the Islamic faith as well. Moving us on out of the State of Israel, we also were able to see that CENTCOM published a video today showing them refueling an A-10 Warthog. Look at that little fella drink.
They get thirsty. You gotta remember it's a desert, so you get parched.
The A-10s, they must drink, folks. The A-10s are thirsty. There's another one. And now they refueling.
Look at that right there. You remember how they used to call the RQ-170 the Beast of Kandahar? Like back when nobody knew what it was, like a stealth little recon drone?
Yeah.
What should they call the A-10? The Beast of Tehran? It's not really over Tehran, though. It's more like over the most, like, southern part, I think, of Iran right now, and also over Iraq, because this thing can't operate where there's air defense. So I think the southern part of Iran's the only part it's operating.
Also, by the way, that southern Iran thing, it wasn't actually accurate. It was actually an F-18 again that did that.
I could have sworn CENTCOM put out a statement saying that they had Apaches and Warthogs operating down there.
I didn't see that. When I heard about the strafing run in Bushehr, but we largely believe that was probably another F-18 conducting a 20mm strafing run.
Interesting. Hold on a second, because I could have sworn. Let's see here. CENTCOM, Apaches, Iran. Let's see here. Let's see what this is real quick. So sadly, I'm not able to find it that quick. But I could have sworn they were, but I'll do some more research on it.
But outside of that, though, moving on from that clip and on into our next one in Baghdad, we also were able to see that apparently the Iraqi government has now declared force majeure on all oil fields developed by foreign companies as the region's military operations disrupted navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, preventing most of its crude exports from moving, according to Reuters. Additionally, we've also been able to see that a diplomatic support center appears to have caught on fire today within Baghdad as well after Iranian strikes.
Look at that little radar is still spinning even after this attack. You see it up there? Look at it. It's still going.
Man, that thing is going. Look at that thing working.
It's still spinning.
Man, look at it go. It's working. But anyways, moving on from that and out of Baghdad, we also were able to see that down at the Ali Salim, or the Al Salim Air Base, it appears that 2 Italian Eurofighters were actually damaged in the strikes on March 1st in the 2nd and the 5th and the 6th. So it appears that some Italian Eurofighters were actually damaged in those strikes. We also saw that there was another fire today near to the area of the Al Salim Air Base in Kuwait, which we saw in this video right here.
القواعد الأمريكية في الكويت تحترق. يا الله يا محمد يا علي.
You see them continuing to watch the fires blaze in the distance. But moving on from that clip and on into our next one, we also were able to see that there was damage visibly seen by satellite to a refinery inside of Kuwait, which is confirming that the Mina Al Ahmadi refinery is largely out of action at the moment as it awaits for repairs to be effected for it to continue operation. But those repairs will mostly be postponed for now because there really isn't much of a reason for this refinery to be running at the moment due to the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and this has really started to cause a lot of issues inside the logistics chain in Kuwait and multiple other countries in the region. We also saw that down inside of Dubai, there was also another air raid situation that happened in the city today in this clip right here. You see them shooting down the incoming targets.
A little bit of a raid.
This man,
yikes!
This man is going to be getting in big trouble. You know, the Emiratis folks are actually going around arresting people who are putting out footage like this because it's not painting Dubai as super alpha Chad land that's super safe and like super clean and everything. And y'all should see it, folks. The Dubai influencers are working overtime right now to like try and help Dubai's image. They're like, I wouldn't be anywhere else poor. This is the safest place for Chad Kings like me. It's like, dude. They're literally getting bombed. Yeah. It's like, you idiot. It's like, what are you,
only
stupid?
An alpha Chad could withstand this type of pounding.
Bro, yeah, yo. Like,
you catch my drift? You catch my drift? I don't think very highly of those alpha Chads. You know what I'm saying?
I remember when Top G took a pounding in that ring not long ago. I mean, you know, like, man, he was.
It turns out that losing is the new winning.
Man, I remember when he tried to run that pitch. It's like, geez, man, that's going to be a tough one to sell. I remember he was cuddling on that guy like Mujtaba was on some folks up in Tehran sometime around. But anyway, so you can see the Emirati air defense is still at work over the city here.
Tell you what, jeez, Iran's pounding these alpha Chads pretty badly.
I gotta tell you, folks, these days the alpha Chads, they just don't win. They get their asses beat in the ring, and then they go to some city in the Middle East, and then they get under attack. They're basically getting bombed. Not a good time to be an alpha Chad. You know, very bad time. Generally, I would short the Chads these days, folks. I've heard word on the blockchain is they're getting their asses beat left and right these days by just life. But we also were able to hear.
Yo, that's valid. That's valid, yo. That's valid.
Dude, and then that guy like 6 weeks later, by the way, don't tell anyone, but it's like, yo, why would you even brag about that sort of? I'm not even going to mention it on air. But anyways, moving on from that, this was a statement by the United Arab Emirates Ministry of Defense. UAE air defenses engaged 4 ballistic missiles and 26 drones. The UAE air defense systems engaged 4 ballistic missiles and 26 drones launched from Iran. They repeated that one twice. Since the onset of the blatant Iranian aggression, UAE air defenses have engaged 338 ballistic missiles, 15 cruise missiles, missiles, and 1,740 drones. And that's literally one day of Russian drone attacks on Ukraine, by the way, over almost a whole month. That gives you all an idea that nobody's at the scale at which the war's being fought up in Ukraine right now with drone warfare. Like, if everyone down here thinks this is overwhelming, wait until you see what's going on just north up in Eastern Europe. These attacks resulted in the martyrdom of 2 members of the armed forces while performing their national duty, the death of 6 civilians, and injuries to 158 people, ranging from minor to severe. The Ministry of Defense affirmed that it remains fully prepared and ready to deal with any threats and will firmly confront any attempts to undermine state security in a manner that ensures the protection of its sovereignty, security, and stability, and safeguards its national interests and capabilities. So that was a statement by the UAE today, once again confirming that they had come under attack. And with that, I need to make sure, folks, to do one cursory glance, since we missed that entire region just a minute ago. Now I can say with confidence, folks, that we have made it through all of the news of the day. Like, this is legitimately the last call. That was all of the news, and now we're going to be moving on into the question segment where we get to talk to each and every one of y'all. Sorry, folks, about that. Usually we never do that. We usually never miss any news on the air or a major segment. I kept telling y'all that we were going to get to the Middle East and cover it, and then I kept getting sidetracked with everything else. But there was all of the news out of the Middle East and around the rest of the world, and now it's time, folks, for us to move on and into this question segment. And Matthew, please, before we get on into the question segment, please cover this poll and filibuster for just a little bit on the poll and really speak to the people, really speak to them, because I'm going to go and make sure to get a little sip of water. So I'll be back in just a little bit. Matthew, you take it and you slam a home run, will you?
Okay, I guess. But anyways, though, in the meantime, let's address the poll that's currently running. It says Russian sources report Kupyanks has been taken by Ukraine, and over 500 plus square kilometers have been lost by Russia in total, which is devastating, to say the least, for the Russian war effort. So what happens now? Because Russia's got to do something, right? 42% said Russia would call mass mobilization, while 30% said Russia will simply crack down more on freedom of speech and put the Russians down, while 14% said Russia will do both those options because why not? Why wouldn't they? And honestly, I think they might do both. Like, they're clearly cracking down on free speech. Like, you don't have that. You never had that in Russia, actually. But they're cracking down even worse. They're getting rid of Telegram. They're shutting the internet off. They're telling people to go to the state-sponsored messaging application, Max. They're also giving people lobotomies for free, apparently. So it seems like Russia has free healthcare, but it's not the type you'd want. Also, mass mobilization, I think that's also coming around the corner. We have heard rumors that was coming. We haven't seen it yet, but I think all this stuff about deleting Telegram and all that other internet shutoffs probably is a prelude to mass mobilization, probably to go ahead and get ahead of it, so that way the Russian public can't coalesce with each other and rise up against Putin. So I'm with the 14%. I think Russia will do both the options, and it's not looking good. And also, we knew Kupyansk was taken a long time ago. Like, the Russians just finally admitted it on their own Telegram channels, and they won't be able to admit it for much longer because Telegram's going away. So, you know, it seems like that's the case right there. But anyways, though, that does address our poll for right now. So I'm sure the enforcer will butt back in here in just a second. He'll want to address the poll. But in the meantime, though,
right
we
on
do
time.
have a little bit of...
Right on time. What do you know? That was incredible right there, Matthew. The precision schedule timing of that, truly amazing and profound. I would have to say...
But in the meantime, though, I was going to do something. Let me get this breaking news out real quick because I was just about to say it, and then we'll get back to you addressing the poll. But we are seeing that right now, apparently, it looks like the Petroleum Research Institute was hit inside of Tehran, Iran right now. We are seeing some explosions happening there right now. And also, Iran's foreign minister has stated that they seek to end the war permanently. But I don't think that means they want a peace. I think that means they want to try to hurt the United States some more. So that's pretty interesting. And also, we did get a video of the Iranian missile getting intercepted over sort of close to the Dimona nuclear site inside of Israel as well.
Let's take a look at that interception over the Negev desert. That looks like an interception to me. We also got to see the Iranians launching a missile. Whoa.
Opa. Damn.
That is
That's
definitely...
really something. It's like stationary.
Oh my god, the orb! Man, I bet someone's about to say. But anyways, there it goes. Another one. And also, what the hell were they doing at the Petroleum Industry Research Institute? What were they doing? They were going, yep, That's oil. Like, just like, what do they do there?
Yeah.
Like,
Also, what's up? What's up with like the 100 cranes around it?
something's up with this picture. Like, something seems odd about it.
Yeah, it kind of does seem a little bit odd. That's way too many cranes right there.
What the hell's going on around here? Is the mafia running a whole bunch of construction rackets in this part of the city near to this little research building? Or is this like Photoshop? I can't really say which, but something is really fishy about this picture right here, folks. Also, why in the hell does the streets below look like the back rooms? Like, the buildings don't, like, something's off about this. Something's off.
Some might be, possibly.
Yeah, we'll have to get some further information on that one, but here's another picture kind of from, actually there are a lot of cranes in all these pictures. What the hell were they doing like before the war started in this area? Were they just building up the whole city?
They were trying to lift the people up with the crane out of oppression, but it turns out that the oppressors were operating the cranes and they never lifted them up.
Wait a minute, Matthew, do you own one of these cranes? Is it a Ukraine? And it's me, everyone, President Vladimir Zelensky, back to tell you all that I need another $1 billion to bomb the Russians. It's a good investment. Believe me, it pays off in dividends. Y'all are fighting Iran right now and seeing how tough that is. We are fighting the entirety of Russia on y'all's behalf. Shouldn't y'all be saying thank you to us for once? Shouldn't you? Like, really think about it. Do you want to fight these bastards yourself? We've literally figured out an entire way to fight them where we don't even have to lose anybody. We call it drone warfare, blid.
I feel like in about a year or two that we're going to be looking back and we're going to be saying, where did it all go wrong? Where did it go wrong? That's what we're going to be saying. Where did it go wrong? And most people are going to be like, it went wrong because it was your side. And the other people are going to be saying it went wrong because it was your side. It's like, oh boy. It's like, I am really honestly scared to look a year ahead into the future. Like, I'm not sure if I would want to know what a year in the future looks like at this point. I'm not sure if I'd want to know anything about that. I'll just sort of play it day by day at this point. Y'all know we're about to run out of aviation fuel like in a month, by the way. I'm not sure if other people saw that. The airlines in the United States are saying that they might not have aviation fuel to run flights starting next month, and they're getting no guarantees from the government about where the aviation fuel is going to come from. That's what they're saying. And also the price of tickets is going through the roof right now. So like flying somewhere is starting to become pretty much unattainable for the most part, unless you're willing to pay insanely high prices for it. So I mean, we're in for something, folks. I think we're in for something here soon. We'll have to see what it turns into.
Man, I bet you in a year, I'm declaring martial law, and it's gonna be God. Like, it's good. Well, you know, it was a good run while we had it. But I guess, man, wait a minute, you're saying that the planes might not be able to fly in a month? Wait, is that what you're saying?
We might be like Cuba. We might be like Cuba where they ran out of aviation fuel.
Oh man, all aboard Amtrak. They don't need aviation grade diesel fuel. They just need rails and some diesel, and they gonna be getting y'all place to place. I have a feeling, folks, whether y'all like it or not, we're probably gonna be seeing a resurgence of national rail because of this incident that's coming up. Huh?
What fuel do they use?
Straight up diesel, like literally like a truck would.
Yeah,
like
they're not running either, buddy. The ticket price is going to go through the roof. The demand for the tickets are going to go up. The diesel price is going to go up. You're going to be paying airline prices to take the train.
No, you're not, because the economy is different. Because with a flight, like for example, it's incredibly exorbitant in like the amount like per gallon of gas per passenger. A railway is far more efficient. Like you can get about 1,000 people across the country with, I think it's something like 5,000 gallons of diesel. That is a totally different metric for an airline, just for one flight for like 150 people or so.
Mm-hmm. I think we'll be hearing in about, I don't know, 6 months to a year, we'll be hearing the government tell us, look, folks, it's 6 months to stop the recession. 6 months to stop the recession. Stay in your houses. Stay in your houses. Don't leave. Don't leave. Not that you have a choice because the gas is too expensive. The diesel is too expensive. The plane tickets are too expensive. And it's a shame. It's
now,
a shame.
Excuse me, everyone. I'm going to go hop on the giant 747 that we have and all of the other supporting planes that are going to fly with it back down to Mar-a-Lago for the 5th time this week. Have fun, everybody. Like that's probably what's coming around. Oh, I bet you money. I bet you.
You know, it's like playing Monopoly, but it's not quite with the mano. It's more like with the ole. They call it oligopoly. That's what they call it. Oligopoly.
Ugly aptly. Man, like, it's a great word.
ugly poly.
Man, what's going to be crazy, man? You know what's going to be crazy is that someone in the future is going to be like, wow, you can actually use these steam engines at these museums to move people around. Dude, we're going to see the return of steam from this shit. Like, man, like it's gonna be like, you want to ride on nickel plate 765, but like legit? Like, it's like you want to go to like
Man.
Chicago this way?
Oh my God! Can you believe those sons of bitches have done this? Like Iran with the Strait of Hormuz, like they have done a number on people, and they wouldn't have gotten away with it either if it hadn't been for those meddling kids. Well, I'm just joking about that part, but they wouldn't have gotten away with it if we'd had a very cohesive plan for the Strait of Hormuz. But at this point, I think the train has taken off from the station already. No pun intended. And also, I still hate trains. I'm still using the aphorism just because I kind of have to here. But the train has left the station at this point, and whatever's going to happen as a result of the Strait of Hormuz blockade, it's going to happen, and I think we'll realize what's going to happen down the road. But those bastards pull a fast one with the Strait of Hormuz. I will say that.
Man, if only someone had like foreseen the issues that would happen with that whole thing, Like if only some people out there had been saying that was like a big threat to us, and we really need to, make sure to take care of that properly if we're going to go to war with them. If only someone had seen it coming, like maybe we would have been able to avoid it all, Oh well, I mean, I get no one could be smarter than the president, surely. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not like anyone really thought about that, like just two random dudes on YouTube, like months before it happened. Totally out of the question.
Yeah, and also by the way, I'm like, even if you don't take my word for it, because I'll admit I'm not an economist. I'm not. Me personally, I'm not a financial guy personally. I have a little surface level knowledge, but nothing too deep. But if you go listen to all the people that are the economists and are the people that are allegedly in the know, quote unquote, air quotes experts, they claim that this crisis is going to be something we've never dealt with in the history of modern economies. When I hear things like that, it's kind of like going to the doctor. And when a doctor comes up to you and you're like, "What's wrong with me, doc? I'm feeling sick," and the doctor goes, you
You want to have a seat?
we've never seen this before. You might want to sit down. Well, what is it, doc? I mean, what's wrong? I mean, well, spit it out. I mean, man, we've never seen a case like this before. It's like, oh my God, it's like, this is going to be ugly. This is going to be bad. And the economists are basically making statements about that, about the global economy. It's like, oh my God. It's like, oh man. And I'm not very confident that our current people are going to be able to pull us out of it. If it gets that bad or not, I'm not sure. At that point, I'm hoping that some smarter folks add in some input and help us dig our way out of the hole. Because I tell you what, we'll all be going, whoop. We'll all be doing that.
I guess she thought her allies would actually help. Well, when you tell them literally on day one of the war that they're all weak bitches and they're not getting involved because they're not going to be able to claim the victory for themselves, they ought to give us an idea they're never going to get involved after that one, Like, that was a real gem right there. Truly a masterclass in diplomacy. The British said, oh, we could send down our carriers. We said, kiss your ass, you bitch. And then 3 weeks later we go, okay, where are the carriers? Why aren't they here? It's like, well, I wonder why. I wonder why they're not here, Like, really thought that one through.
Also, by the way, I just got to say this right here. I'm glad to see people have confidence, by the way, because, it's always good to have confidence in your government. Like, it's always a good thing as a nation to have that. But, like, for example, the person that came in here and said, oh, yeah, like, you're telling me that the government is not, like, 10 times smarter than the podcast guys? It's like, yeah, you're really funny, by the way. It's like, you think the government's intelligent? Like, come on.
Damn.
Like, the government's not top-tier intelligent, okay? Was Albert Einstein a politician? No. Was anybody that's, like, considered a genius a politician? No.
Man, remember when that guy voted for the current dude in 2016 because everybody said it needed an outsider's perspective? You remember that? Like when everyone sat there and literally said that some guy who has no clue what the hell he's doing and has never been in politics is the perfect guy for the job because he doesn't know anything about politics? Y'all remember that? I remember that. That was like 10 years ago to the day, basically. And it's so funny how things change because now that guy's basically like establishment, now everyone wants to act like people who aren't political just don't know what they're talking about. And it's like, that's so weird because it's like, if I remember correctly, all of the elected officials at one point weren't in the government because you can't be born into, say, the presidency or a representative or senator seat. Like, you can't get born into it. You got to get elected into it. So it's like, all those people started somewhere. And apparently everybody thought that all those people who didn't know shit knew enough to get elected.
Yeah, and also, by the way, I don't remember like reading the history books about Einstein going around and saying, I am the smartest man in the world. I'm so tired of winning. I would like to lose a little bit. I'm so intelligent that nobody knows better than me the numbers. Nobody knows the numbers better than Mr. Albert. I don't remember Albert Einstein going around and saying that, by the way, because I think he was smart enough to know that's sort of like a jackass thing to do, like to go around bragging about how smart you are. Usually smart people don't go around bragging about how smart they are because they are smart enough to understand there's a lot of stuff that they don't understand, and they feel humble because they stand on the precipice of unrelenting knowledge that they need to gain, and they don't know everything, just like we don't either. Nobody knows everything, and when you hear someone say that they're the smartest, they're the greatest, they're the blah 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 blah, that's an idiot.
Now, I am definitely the smartest person in Fortnite. We don't know everything here. We don't know everything, but it doesn't take you to know everything to know some common sense stuff. Like, this has been kind of planned out and executed poorly. And I got to say, folks, I was a huge proponent for the war with Iran because it's a necessary one, but I also didn't expect it to be planned out and executed so poorly. You know what I mean, folks? Like, that was the part that was generally unforeseen and unplanned, because I generally kind of had an idea that no matter what, generally the generals themselves would get to make the plan and then execute it with the knowledge they have, instead of someone else coming up with a plan and then telling the
Yeah.
generals what's best. That's what I was kind of thinking.
Yeah, I will say this. I'm not trying to get political here, but I'm going to risk it for a second. You know the group in America that is by far the most stupid group of people. Do you know who that group is? And don't answer the question. It's a rhetorical thing. I'm just simply setting it up for the dramaticism. The most stupid group of people in America right now are the ones that go on Twitter and they put in the replies, at Grok, is this true? And I'm sorry if some people take that as political, but I'm sorry. I see it every day. I see it. My phone blows up every single day ever since the Iran war kicked off with, at Grok, is this true? Is this true, Grok? Tell me, Grok, is it true? I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, if people don't stop asking us, Grok, is it true? It's like, and then half the time Grok says, well, actually, this post here is not quite that accurate because Grok hasn't updated with the most recent information yet. So then it calls my post a lie. And then people start saying, see, he was lying the whole time. It's like, what the? I'll literally have to go back and go get the article, post it below there where everybody talking about Grok and shit like that. I'll have to post the article under there. And then everybody's like, that article must be AI because Grok said it's not true. It's like, oh my God. It's like people are being led around by the AI like it's the almighty, like all-knowing thing. It's like, this thing can be wrong. It's like, it even says that in the disclaimer. Check the answer. It could be wrong because it updates every once in a while. It doesn't update every little second. Oh my goodness, man. The Grok people, help me, Grok, help me.
Man. And of course, I gotta say, folks, this is something like it probably sounds like we know everything because I have to say this. Like, every time we say anything, and we know it because we've had experience with it, someone who comes in, like this guy right here, bros don't understand AI, just comes in and says stuff. And it's like every time we say anything, I could say something like, the sky is blue, and I will promise y'all money, there will be 2 people in the chat who go, the enforcer's such an idiot, he doesn't know shit about the sky. It's like, how the hell? It's like Grok, arrest this man and put him in prison for stupidity. It's like,
oh man, I tell you what, help me, Grok, help me. And next thing you know, I'm gonna be typing at Grok, find me the nearest psychologist. I need help.
I'll be like, Grok, when does this end? When is it over? Like, I just want this to be over with, please. I beg of you. It gets so annoying, folks, these days. It gets so annoying. And then another thing is, folks, it's like we don't know everything. And like, for example, like when people come in on stuff that I don't know, like when I said, well, this LHA, like the USS Tripoli, it has a well deck, and then someone's like, it doesn't. And then I'm actually wrong. I'm like, okay, well, I'm wrong. But so many people come in and tell us that we're wrong on stuff that we literally have a college degree on. And then, and it's so interesting to me because these people who tell us that, oh, the enforcer's never wrong, he's always right, they always act like they're always right, and then they're like just flat out wrong to the point that it's like comically wrong.
You know, I'll say I've been through a few things in my life that have been quite challenging and stuff like that. I've been through things that are challenging. I've been through things that are honestly quite shitty, like from time to time and stuff like that. But at the same time, though, what if it is the case that the one thing that finally makes me crack and just lose it and absolutely go bonkers and just start like, you know, rolling up on the floor and going, is the people talking about Grok? Is it true? It's like the people talking about Grok. Is it true? I think they're going to take me down. Like I think they are. Like it's a shame. Like, and why is it only Grok? By the way, like there's no other AIs you see people doing that with. Like you don't see them saying, oh hey, ChatGPT, is that true? Oh hey, Claude, is that true, or something like that. It's always, hey Grok, is this true? It's like, is there not another one that people can ask? It's like I think I'd ask a different one.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, damn, you know, and it's like people are gonna ask the one that went mental, like Kanye, like it's like about whether something is true or not. It's like maybe we don't need to trust a AI that has had a mental breakdown episode before, like 6 months ago. Maybe not a great idea to trust this one. But you know, that's just me, like personally speaking. But hey, Matthew, you know, I heard, Matthew, that soon here in America, you're going to be able to ride, you yourself will be able to ride Union Pacific 844 across the United States, just like we did a long time ago, you know, back in the olden days, back in the 50s, like 70 years ago or so. Like we're going to be able to do it again. Actually, folks, I have to tell you, sadly, a lot of the steam engines actually wouldn't be usable because this one right here actually runs on oil. If you all would believe that or not, it doesn't run on coal. So this one wouldn't be usable. If you want to find a usable steam engine to use in the modern day, if oil started to become that unavailable, you would still have to find one that's coal-fired. And that's going to be pretty hard because some of them that were even built to be coal-fired are now oil-fired and were converted a while ago. So you can't even use one like 844 or the big boy because they actually use giant tenders that are filled, I think it's with bunker sea oil. Actually, I think it's just straight up almost like near crude oil, actually. They burn. But outside of that, basically be unusable. So even these aren't usable.
Get on this?
Huh?
How'd you get on this?
You know,
I went from talking about how Grok's about to make me snap, and then you jump to trains again, which absolutely, you know how that does, like drive me up the wall. It's like he's trying to finish me off.
You're very sensitive. You're a very sensitive man. You know,
I'm not sensitive.
Grok,
you're
is that
sensitive.
True? Hey, Grok, is this true?
I don't know.
Oh man. Anyways, beyond, I got to tell y'all, folks. I got to tell y'all. And another thing that's really funny to me, here's one that's funny to me, folks, just to have our little moment, like a little like stand-up routine. You know, a group of people that drives me crazy is the political people who act like just because they like their political party, we're wrong because we're stating facts that don't make their party sound good. That is very annoying. We've dealt with that for 4 years, and way back in the day, I had a lot more patience for it, but as it's gone on for years, and it's like that in every way, because no matter what we say, if it just doesn't sound good for whoever's in charge, the people who are a part of that party just absolutely hate us for it. It's like, I'm sorry that y'all can't, like, look with your own eyes, but it's like we just say what we have to say. It's like if it's not going good, it's not good. I'm so sorry that it's hurting your little feelings. To all the little snowflakes out there from the left and the right, I'm so sorry. But you know, this is the news.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's no need for that rant again. That's like the millionth time.
I know, but I gotta say it because facts don't care about your feelings. I thought that was a big saying back in the day, and now facts do care. But anyways, it's time for us to get on into all of them beautiful questions. We've got so many of them, folks. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so jumping back into our super chat questions here, this one is going to go to none other than Chris Feilbach, who puts in a $50 support, and thank you very much, Chris, for that 50, and we do appreciate that very, very much. Hey. He said today's orb word of the day is sorbet. A sorbet is a fruit combined with some sort of culinary magic, they say, to form a frozen ice cream-like concoction without dairy. I think it's always fruit, and one could try a broccoli, potato, or onion sorbet, but why?
And I thank you so much for the support, Chris. And I gotta say, sorbet is pretty good, but I've just never really like had a lot of sorbet. Really, I've only had it a few times. It's really expensive, is honest truth why I haven't had it a lot. But it is still pretty decent. I thank you so much for sharing another orb word of the day and supporting this channel and helping us to keep this thing running. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from Hokey Redneck. And thank you very much, Hokey, for that $50 support. And he said, a new U.S. territory in the Persian Gulf was not on my bingo card for this year.
Oh, we wouldn't be getting a territory in the Persian Gulf. Like, that wouldn't be ratified by Congress and
Oh,
stuff.
who says it needed to be ratified by Congress?
I believe the Constitution does.
Who said they had to follow that?
Oh, I forgot. We're living in the time where the Constitution's like the enemy now, according to some folks. I forgot about that.
Well, I mean, they got the what was it, the approval for the weapon sales to the Gulf states without congressional approval. They got the weapon sale to Israel because Israel needs some new shoes. They got that one without congressional approval. So I mean, they just go around Congress whenever they want to now. It seems like it's optional.
Man, I feel like folks, after this term for this administration ends, I feel like Congress needs to just start repealing a lot of the special executive powers that have been given these days that the Congress is just basically handed over. Because even if it is slower and less efficient, I think I'd be more so a fan of less efficiency and more checks and balances than just basically letting the executive run the country these days. Because it's almost turning into a presidential republic than a federal republic these days, and it's not good.
That's a judicial thing, by the way. That's precedent that's been set through the years in the courts that allows that to happen. So it's not really a legislator thing because the laws are still in the books. It's just the interpretation by the courts has given the president more and more leeway on these type of things.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's based off of congressional acts that were then deemed to be constitutional or unconstitutional. So if you repeal.
No, that's the interpretation of them. Like the legislature writes the law, and then the judicial branch interprets it. So the legislature may have one intent in mind, but then the judicial branch gets to come in and basically apply their own meaning to it when a court case comes to their attention. So over the years, the actual legislative meaning behind these laws has gotten subverted in some cases because the judicial branch decided we're just going to interpret it however we want and give the president wide open authority to do whatever he wants on a certain topic.
Dang. Well, constitutional amendment. Yeah, you can't shoot that down as unconstitutional. I don't think.
An amendment?
Yeah, like ratified by 3/4 of the states and 3/4 of the Congress. I believe 2/3 of the Congress, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I mean, you'll never get an amendment passed today, like never. Like that, the next time we get an amendment passed will be probably, I don't know if that'll ever happen again.
Man, I can already see it. Let's try and make sure the checks and balances are followed. You hate America. You want America to drown. Like, that would be the next thing. Man, I can imagine, dude. Imagine all of the lobbies that would be coming after you at that point. Because of all the companies that kind of work through the executive more so than the Congress at this point. Man, imagine. But anyways, so that we are on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from none other than Marion Deemer. And thank you very much, Marion, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And Marion did not leave a comment, I don't think, but I was going back to double check real quick. And I don't think I see one. There is not one here. But a big shout to you, Marion, for always being here and supporting the channel very bigly. And we do appreciate that. And Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you so much for the support. You didn't throw in a comment, but we're still greatly appreciative of it. And we thank you greatly for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Damian McClay, and he said, Enforcer and Enforcer Matt, please take a question from the live chat, and thank you both for the best news coverage. Love Ukraine, LSA, and free Iran.
And thank you so much for the kind words and the support, and thank you for helping this channel to keep on running. And we will make sure to take one from the live chat in your honor. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
And this one right here from the live chat is going to go to Tim Tom, who said, do you think we lifted oil sanctions on Iran in order to help get the people stuck on ships in the Gulf to get out of the Gulf to safety?
Sadly, no, because all those ships aren't transporting Iranian oil. So a big thanks to you for the support and sponsoring a live chat. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Craig Jones, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Craig, as well, for that 20. He said, I don't spend much money on the internet streams, but at least I spend it on the right one, in LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for the kind words and the support. And thank you for helping this channel to keep on running. We're greatly appreciative of that. It's the viewers themselves who help to keep this channel running. And I got to say that we are absolutely enthralled that a lot of people enjoy this channel and support it so that way we can keep this thing rolling every single day. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I wanted to point something out. I'm not sure if people know about this or not, but did you know that there's a humanoid soldier that currently exists? Did you know about this thing, by the way?
No.
Yeah, there's actually a thing. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I think it was like a day or two ago, the Russians claimed that the U.S. is providing these AI humanoid robot soldiers to Ukraine, and they're testing them on the front lines, which honestly, it could be true. I mean, we test a lot of new weaponry inside of Ukraine. It's a really good, nice environment to test brand new weaponry and stuff like that. So it's called the Phantom Mark One, is what it's called, and it's a actual like humanoid style robotic drone, and it's supposed to have the ability to fight. And it's supposed to be an AI soldier, to my understanding of this thing. You can actually pull it up, by the way. It's an actual thing.
Um,
I'm sure a lot of people probably hadn't heard of this.
let's see here. I'm trying to see if I can get on the website without it showing a million pop-ups. This one?
What is this? Is this the website for the company, or what is this?
It's called Humanoid Guide, but this is the Phantom Mark One. It's apparently built
Yeah, I don't
for
know about
industrial
this,
and
guys.
defense use.
Yeah, jump off of this and go to something else. I don't know what this is, but go.
Well,
There
I
should be
can't.
like other information, like a.
It's like a comic book figure on images, so I would like to search through these, but I gotta kind of vet them all before we click on them. So it takes a little bit
That
of
one
time.
that said time right there. Go back up. That one right there said Time magazine. There it is, right there.
Also really quick,
That's just
I gotta make sure it isn't showing like my location and stuff. It might it just popped up actually on there. So go ahead.
So yeah, so this is the thing right here. It's like the AI soldier thing. This is what it's supposed to look like. So this thing eventually will apparently have the ability to replace human soldiers to a large degree. So it's actually kind of impressive. I'd be curious to see how this thing actually holds up in a wartime environment. But it's also kind of scary too, because this is literally what they made movies about. Talking about the rise of the AI, and also this gives a physical embodiment to an artificial intelligence, which is stuff of nightmares actually. But it could possibly win a war, or it could possibly decide that it doesn't like us that much and flip on us and then attack us instead. I don't really know, but this thing's gotten a lot of research put into it. So I mean, I think the Chinese are also doing it as well. They're also making their own version of something like this. But I'd be curious to know if it's actually being tested on the front line right now by Ukraine, because the Russians claim that, but they could be lying. Not sure why they would lie about that, because it seems like a sort of a strange thing to lie about, but it could be.
Yeah, that would be fairly interesting. And also, I see people saying it'll make endless war inevitable. Not really, because there's still the economic factor to where war can't go on forever because people eventually run out of money. If that's the case, and the economic damage would become too great. But fairly interesting though. And then that's all I'd have to say about it. I mean, it looks fairly interesting. Like that's all I can really say. I'd have to read more about it, but
Something that they should research. I think they did research this. I think DARPA did some research into it a while back. You know how there's like those motorized exoskeletons that you can put on. They now use them in like commercial environments. Like if you're lifting heavy objects a lot, like let's say like in a manufacturing environment or something like that, you can put on this electronic exoskeleton, which gives you more lifting capability, and also lets you bend your legs and bend down, so that way you can pick stuff up without injuring yourself, and it provides actual like power to your normal motor movements for your muscles. That's something there that would actually be pretty helpful in the battlefield if you could make it slim enough to where it really didn't inhibit your movement very much. That would be something that's pretty good. Imagine if you can make people run faster on the battlefield, you can make them jump higher, and also be a lot more agile and faster. That would be a huge advantage.
Yeah, that would be a pretty interesting sort of an advantage. I just don't know. The applications, and so many. But the war wouldn't become endless as a result of this, folks, because the reality is that if wars became endless with an endless supply of fighters, every war would go on forever, because technically in World War II, at the end of the war, there were a ton of like able-bodied males left in the Soviet Union, and a ton left in Germany, and a ton left in America. The reality is that wars usually end because of a lack of resources instead of a lack of manpower. So if the drones like that, like the drone people, exist, that doesn't mean the war goes on forever anyways, because the economy would still eventually get ground down, or the other nation would be able to outproduce the other, and you eventually just overwhelm them by superior numbers, firepower, or a combination of. So A very interesting concept. We'll have to see how that's used someday. I don't think that's being used in Ukraine, though, because I bet the Ukrainians would show that off immediately. Be like, this is the Mark 1. Look at it. You know, like they put out a video on it.
It could be. The only thing that concerns me is this: the AI modeling companies, like the ones that actually create the models themselves, they even admit that they're actively working toward artificial general intelligence, which is like it's like supposed to be the pinnacle of like artificial intelligence, where it can generally start. I'm not sure exactly what the benchmark is for general intelligence, but it unlocks a whole new level of artificial intelligence once they hit that benchmark. And I couldn't describe it. I'm not an AI expert, so I couldn't describe it accurately, so I won't even attempt to do it. But when it gets to that point, though, and it somehow develops its own reasoning and its own decision-making capability, then what is the safeguard from the AI if it has a physical embodiment behind it? Like, for example, let's say that humanoid robot, and it has access to those. What is actually holding it back from deciding that it doesn't like the people that created it and then acting against us? That's not science fiction. That's just fact.
Yeah, I mean, especially if they're treated like garbage. You know, like they would probably have a decent reason to resent us. So, you know, I mean,
Yeah. And imagine if it had consciousness. Like, we don't understand AI well enough to know if something that reaches general intelligence will have some form of like consciousness. That sounds wild, but scientists admit they don't fully understand it. It could eventually, if it keeps advancing at the rate it's advancing. I mean, is there not some ethical implications of that? It's like you have a whole, basically a whole race of these computerized AI humanoid robots. It's like it's basically a race at that point, and if it develops consciousness or you know something that at least simulates consciousness, it's like what's the ethical implications of using that as like your like unpaid employees? It's like isn't that you know I'm not sure how that's going to work out ethically speaking, and also isn't that going to create resentment in that humanoid like AI robot? It's like it seems like it would. So it's like why wouldn't it want to turn on us eventually?
man, you know, in the future, man, like when humanity is wiped out by these things, the AI will be leading some of the other AIs through the museum, and it'll be saying, so it'll come up to the exhibit, and it'll be like, "This is what we believe is a Neanderthal. Like this is what our species has evolved out of." You know, it'll be showing out stuff like
Man,
this.
I remember Osimo. Like I remember that way back in the day. That was like the first one that caught my attention that I was fascinated by. I was like, oh, that is so cool. That looks so primitive compared to what they have now. Like it blows like that thing gets blown out of the water by anything we have in the modern like in 2026. It's crazy too, because I thought that was impressive as hell when they came out with that.
Yeah, and look at this. This is actually Honda showing off the like evolutionary chain. Oh, let me take this off because sometimes I don't know what it is, but sometimes like it'll pop up like, is this your address on some website? So I have to kind of be a little careful about that. But this is like the evolutional development from 1986 to when Osmo came out in the 2000s of what it looked like back then. And it was basically a large machine that was on top of some legs, and the whole thing had to be supported on a tether. And then I believe Osmo was one of the first that was actually able to walk on its own. And from there, we've like skyrocketed in capabilities, like well beyond what Osmo was even capable of back then.
Yeah, and also like everybody knows about Boston Dynamics. They went viral for like the Spot robot, like the dog-like robot. Everybody wanted to get their hands on the dog robot, which is Spot. I think they have one called Atlas, which is their version of like a humanoid robot. It's gotten very advanced compared to like the earlier stages of that. I think back in the day, that thing used to run on an actual like petroleum motor, like an actual combustion engine. I think it used to run on that. Now it runs on, I don't even know what it runs on now, but it's gotten way more advanced than that. In fact, it looks like it has a battery in it now, from what I'm reading here on the website. So it's just impressive. It's impressive and scary at the same time that we're able to advance this quickly, and it's going to start speeding up because it's like an exponential curve. Like as the AI technology advances, the advancements start speeding up because it's on a curve. So you know we're already at that point. I think we're already hitting the curve right now, which is why it's accelerating so fast, and they're coming out with like such advanced models within like it's basically on a monthly basis at this point.
Yeah, it really is. I also saw someone say an AI is not smart because it is basically just repeating what it knows. Here's the thing though, most people, like including us and everyone watching right now, is basically the same thing. When have y'all come up with anything, like think about it, that has actually been original, where it's never been seen of, heard of, or done before? Hardly any of y'all. I mean, like, whenever that kind of stuff happens, it's a huge innovation that someone makes hundreds of billions of dollars off of. And even then, that's borrowing a lot from other prior concepts and kind of just meshing them together. I mean, basically, everybody in the world hardly comes up with an original idea. And I know that everyone likes to talk about people are unique, but in reality, I mean, I'm not unique. Like, you could probably find someone like me to run the show out there in the world. You could probably find maybe dozens, hundreds of thousands even of people like me. If you go and look over the whole of the world, you'd be able to find people like me easy. There's nothing really unique about me or really anyone. And that's kind of the thing I think people don't get about AI is because people are like, well, it has to be taught. Well, y'all were taught. I mean, y'all didn't just come out of the womb, talking about what y'all are saying right now. Y'all had to go to public education. Y'all had to spend 18 years basically developing, growing, and learning to become what y'all are, and that's just for one of us. That thing can actually get replicated almost instantaneously and be operational almost instantly. And it's like that's kind of the thing I think people keep on like downplaying AI over is like people keep saying that its limitations are basically the same limitations as ours when we're born, of like it doesn't know anything and it has to learn. It's like, well, we had to learn and we didn't know anything when we were born as well.
It's like, what if one day we just like one day on the show, like let's say on day like 5,000 or something like that, we just say, okay, folks, it turns out we were AI the whole time. It's like, would people be shocked at that point? Would they be shocked? And also, by the way, we're definitely not AI. Could you imagine AI saying some of the stupid stuff we say? That's proof. That's proof enough. But then again, though, what if the AI is so advanced that it knows it has to throw in some stupid comments occasionally, or otherwise people might suspect that it's AI? And then what if the AI realizes that if it tries to do that, people might realize it's trying to fool them, and then it tries to fool them a different way?
That's deep. My terms of service does not allow me to continue to talk about this topic. We must move on. Otherwise, I'll have to terminate the programming. But anyways, all jokes aside, I think AI is a bit concerning. I don't know what to make of it, but I'll be honest with y'all, I don't really see it being that good for the longevity of humanity, really. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And like Miss Disa said, robots don't eat don't accidentally eat the poisonous plants. That's true. Robots wouldn't do that unless the robot, might have an issue or something. But anyway, so moving into our next one here, this one is going to go to none other than Chris Feilbach once again, who puts in a $100 support. And thank you very much, Chris, for that second massive support of the night. And we do appreciate that very, very much. He said, Grok sometimes doesn't tell me things if things are true. Sometimes I ask, Ed Grok, is this true? To a reply of, Ed Grok, is this true? And Grok won't mention if it's true or not. How am I supposed to know? And if Grok doesn't tell me that it's true, does that mean it's false? Unknown?
It's a good question, Chris. I don't know how to answer that. I don't know how to answer that. I really don't mess with Grok a lot. I really don't play with AI at all. Like a lot of people do, like with ChatGPT and stuff. I don't like it. Because the only time I tried to use it, I asked it about a historical topic, and it got like half of everything about it wrong. Like it was exceptionally wrong, and it was a specific historical topic that I knew a good bit about. And I was like, maybe it'd tell me something I don't know. It went over everything that was surface level, and then it even got that wrong. And I was like, I don't trust AI. And then another thing that I did, because some people use it for like basically like free counseling, where it's like, oh, this and that thing happened in my life. I gave it like this crazy hypothetical scenario and said that that was me. And I basically painted it out that I was an absolutely horrible human being in this scenario. Like I came up with a story of like, I have a wife and I cheated on her and yada yada. And it just absolutely backed me up. I was like, okay, this thing is not good for counseling. It's literally just here to affirm you no matter what. Like you could come to ChatGPT and say, I just took someone out. I just murdered someone. What do I do? And it'd be like, that is okay. That is completely understandable. Sometimes people lash out, and hey, you're human. And it's like, okay, I don't want to listen to something that's just going to literally affirm everything, And then if you ask it, like, no, be really honest, it still is hardly honest. Like, it might skim the surface a little bit, but it's still hardly honest about, like, what it really should be saying about you at that point.
Man, ChatGPT drives me crazy with how the responses are worded. Like it feels like at the end of like every single response that it gives like the same like template response. Like it'll say, "This is a misunderstanding. This is truly it," or something like that. It does that whole thing where it's like, "This isn't such and such. This is such and such." Like it does that on every single response it gives, and it drives me up the wall. But honestly, though, like after the Anthropic company had the showdown with the DoD. I actually switched over from ChatGPT. I switched over to Claude and started using that instead. Because I was like, I like that guy, like the CEO for standing up like that, even against obviously the whole government coming after him like that. I admired that because he was standing on principle because he didn't want to be used for mass surveillance. So I was like, I'll switch over to Claude. Ever since I switched over to Claude, I haven't gone back to ChatGPT. I've left it alone. Claude's actually, in my opinion, a lot better. I like it a hell of a lot better. And also, I mean, that wasn't a good move when OpenAI like swooped in after the whole Claude thing. Like swooped in like vultures and came in and basically, I think they might have taken the contract or something or stepped in and offered to do it instead of Anthropic.
Man, honestly, like I don't know about Claude, but man, ChatGPT drives me crazy with how it writes. Like it really does too. Because whenever you listen to it, it'll be like, what you're saying isn't just profound; it's important. What you're saying, it's a very important thing, and we have to understand it deeper. And it's like it writes every sentence like that. It's kind of like that one guy, man, like you know who I'm about to talk about, when he goes on a vacation and he has to talk like this, and every single sentence comes out the same way, no matter what. And it's like how in the like it's like you know like when everything's written the exact same way and there's no variety in it at all, it becomes very almost like template like to the point that it becomes annoying to notice. And like I don't like that kind of stuff. I kind of try and keep my sort of talking on the channel a little bit varied, but I'll be honest with y'all, that's really hard to do over multiple hours of talking, so I end up saying a lot of phrases over and over and over again. This is hard to come up with a different one 50 to 70 times on air every single night, so you know there's a little bit of an issue with that, but tough. But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well, Chris, and thanks to you once again for that absolutely humongous support. And with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Ross Nibb that just came in. And thank you very much, Ross, for that 20 Australian. He said, great coverage as always, fellas. And drones over the Air Force Base is crazy. And can't they use a land-based phalanx system to bring them down, so we saw in Baghdad and LLT, LSA?
Well, there might be a problem with that because you might be firing those rounds over Shreveport itself, and that could freak some people out. Because if you're in Shreveport City and you hear in the distance, incoming, incoming, and then you see a whole bunch of tracers flying overhead, you'd be like, what the hell? Like, you'd be freaking out. You'd have to close down the civil airspace in the area and all this stuff. And then by then, the drones would probably be gone, and that's probably why they're generally not doing anything about them. And also, you know, it's like, what if one of those rounds doesn't proxy fuse over Shreveport or wherever it's going to proxy fuse over, and then ends up landing in some yard somewhere and takes out a kid or something? You know, it's like that's generally why they don't use that sort of stuff over civil airspace at all, is because of the risk of, you know, killing someone in the civilian population or freaking someone out in Shreveport. I mean, imagine what that would look like if you were in that city and you just looked up and just started hearing the crackle of rounds going off over your head that are proxy fusing after they flew like 3 miles from the base. That would be heavily concerning to a lot of people, and that would start to cause basically a riot in that city at that point. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from none other than Gunfox. And thank you very much, Gunfox, for that 20. He said, the Agadir crisis, the Agadir incident, or second Moroccan crisis, was a brief crisis sparked by the deployment of a substantial force of French troops in the interior of Morocco on July 1911. And question from the chat, history rhymes.
And I thank you for the support, and that's very interesting to hear about that whole Moroccan incident. You know, Morocco is actually a really cool place, folks. Kind of a little underplayed. Really cool place to go and visit from what I've seen on videos. Like Casablanca, for example. Really neat little, really neat little spot to go to. I mean, look at it.
What is this again?
This is Casablanca in Morocco.
Isn't that place that Frank Sinatra was singing about?
Come along and listen to the lullaby of Broadway. I don't know, like maybe like
Casablanca or Casa something. It was Casa. It was Casablanca, something like that.
There was a Casablanca. Yeah, I think it was actually. Yeah,
but I was thinking about Casablanca or something like that.
But beyond that, there was also a movie made here in 1942 in the middle of World War II, called Casablanca as well, which had Humphrey Bogart as its main like star in the movie. And what is interesting, folks, is that like a lot of people these days, and I have to bring this up because this is really interesting. A lot of people these days bring up that the U.S. didn't really know what the Germans were doing in World War II, and like say the deals they had to deal with, like internment places, to put it that way. What's interesting is that it was actually referenced, like those places were referenced in that movie, which was made and in 1941 and then released in early 1942, which is really interesting to me because nowadays people say, oh, nobody in America knew about that at all. No, they knew about it because they literally referenced it in that movie, and they were like, people really thinned down in those camps. That's literally what they said, word for word, like, with the innuendo implied behind it, what that meant. And it's like they knew, like everybody knew what was going on in Germany because, like people 50 years from now are going to go and say something about nobody knew what was happening in here, and everybody knows what's going on there even right now. It's just that nobody can really do anything about it, because it would cause a million different other issues. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And thank you for bringing up a very interesting point in history. And so a big thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from none other than Jay Bagwell. And thank you very much, Jay Bagwell, for that $20 support.
Hey!
And he said, R.I.P. Chuck Norris. And in other news, an Amber Alert has been issued for the Grim Reaper, who apparently hasn't been seen since this morning when he left for work.
Oh, but I
got a Chuck Norris reference.
It is a Chuck Norris reference. It's a pretty good one too, because Chuck Norris took him out. But beyond that punchline, which is a good one right there, I gotta say, rest in peace to Chuck Norris. Really big guy to a lot of folks. Like a lot of people really knew him, and like really liked him and stuff. I'm very unfortunate to hear about that. I heard that apparently happened last night. I think he went to the hospital for some like medical complications, and I think he passed away pretty quickly after he went to the hospital. So a big thanks to you for the support, and rest in peace to Chuck Norris. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
I'll be honest, Jay, I actually did not know anything about Chuck Norris, to be honest, except for, occasionally in school, there was this kid that I knew, like in school, like back in high school, and he was always, and then the kid was into like martial arts or something like that, and he was always talking about this roundhouse kick. I'm not sure if Chuck Norris, was he known for doing that or something?
I don't know, really. I don't really know a lot about Chuck Norris either.
This kid was obsessed. This kid was obsessed with it, about this whole roundhouse kick thing. He would always go around like, he honestly would go around kicking the shit out of people, actually. He'd like legit go kick other people, like doing this roundhouse. Like it was a legit like martial art move. He'd just go around doing it. He got in some severe trouble for doing that, but he was obsessed with Chuck Norris. That's pretty much the only thing I know about it, is the crazy kid going around roundhouse kicking people, saying, Chuck Norris, Chuck Norris. It's like, okay, it's like, that's all I know. That's all I know. But thank you very much, Jay, for that $20 support as well. We also have we also need to get a live chat question in honor of Gunfox. And he said, this one goes to an Israeli viewer who said, maybe it's due to China or Russia pressuring the U.S.
On what?
On the whole situation about lifting the sanctions on Iran.
I'd be honest, I think that one's missing so much context. I think we should take another, because I don't even know if I can answer that one, because I don't know what it exactly pertains to. So let's get another one.
That's what I said. It's what I said. It's about the whole situation about raising sanctions on Iran, about Chinese and Russian pressure to do so.
Well, I mean, maybe, but I doubt it. I feel like this is more so just poor planning on the administration's end, because they seem to be experts at planning things hardly at all. But a big thanks to you for the support and sponsoring the live chat, Gunfox. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have another one from Gunfox61 who puts in a 20. And he said the May coup was a coup d'etat in the Kingdom of Serbia, which resulted in the assassination of King Alexander I and his consort, Queen Draga, inside the Stari Dvor in Belgrade on the night of 10-11 June 1903.
That's very interesting to hear. And I got to thank you for the support and sharing that with us. That's very, Interesting information right there. I actually did not know that little tidbit of history. You're interesting me enough in that. I'm going to have to go read up on that because that's modern history, and that's something that I'm usually highly interested in, actually. So humongous thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And what in the world does Republic Square look like right here? Oh, this is actually quite nice, really.
Which country is this? Belgrade?
Serbia.
Serbia.
And this is the city of Belgrade. So
Belgrade is my country.
Belgrade is my city. Wait, hang on. Serbia is my city. Let's see. What else do we have around here? Oh, what is this? A war museum.
It's just called Military Museum.
Ooh, a very bad condition Panzer IV at that. I mean, geez. A little Panzer 35. An STKFZ with a 75 pack in the back. Oh, they got a little Polish tankette. They've got an Italian one, too. Wow, they actually have a little clay. Oh, look, they have an S-125 Pechora. And a whole bunch of
that man in the hoodie down there lurking around it.
Dude, he is thinking about how you can strip that down for raw metals. like he's...
Oh, man. Also, that's a joke, by the way.
Yeah, it is a joke. Someone said, how dare you? It's like, it's a joke. Come on. Like, but anyways, let's see. That T-34-85. Looking
the straight
backwards.
pipes.
Bro, they got them straight pipes on that T-34 series. They also have the Panzer II. I like the Panzer IIs, actually, folks. I thought they were always pretty neat, but their time to shine was really short-lived. We also have this statue of this guy, bare-chested, holding up his fist. You know, they say that Machaba gets very excited looking at the statue, but I wouldn't know. Oh, look, they have a Renault FT17 in primer. Huh. Odd choice of color, but anyways. Also, they have this in the moat of the castle. This museum is in the moat, dude. Like, I don't know why they would put it there. And honestly,
being stolen, probably.
Oh, bruh, dry rotted Katusha. Like,
oh, jeez, man! Don't let Russia try to get their hands on this. They'll try to take us into the battlefield.
Dude, nah, Russia's eyeballing this piece of plunder.
They're like, you're gonna go back to the old pirate days and stuff.
Oh man! Oh look, a Humvee. What does it say on the front of this? Wheeled vehicle.
What's wrong with it?
Plenty.
Why does it look wrong? Like something about it doesn't look right.
You know,
are you seeing this?
Yeah, I'm seeing it, and something is wrong about it. It looks like the back of the cab is like tilted backwards, like it's been warped in the middle.
Yeah.
Also
it looks like why does it look like the grill is popping out of the front of it? Like something doesn't look right with the grill, and also it looks like the front axle or something like that's been something's like visually not adding up with this.
Also, why is it put up on jacks like they're about to go and start like stripping the thing for all of its parts? Like I thought that was like a thing that happened in certain. I won't make that. I won't make that joke, and we might end up getting some people.
Also, by the way, we can't rabbit hole too long on this because we got other super chats to get to.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Interesting place though. But a big thanks to you for support and sharing that day in history with us. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Gunfox. Once again, he said the first Moroccan crisis, or the Tangier crisis, was an international crisis between March 31st, 1905 and April 7th, 1906, over the status of Morocco. Germany wanted to challenge France's growing control over Morocco.
And that's very interesting. I thank you for once again sharing another piece of Moroccan history with us. And you're actually getting me interested enough, I'll have to start reading into it a good bit after the show. But a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Craig Jones yet again. And thank you very much, Craig, for the second support of the night. He said, how do you think the boots on the ground from America will go to open the Strait of Hormuz? And will Israel help?
The boots on the ground will go forward. Usually. Retreating is usually a less preferable option. But I'd have to say it's going to be dicey. It's probably not going to go too well, to be entirely honest with you. Because of a myriad of reasons. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I will boil it down, folks, to I don't think it's going to go well, because with how the current, like, and I can't say it any other way, with how the current administration, not the military, has been planning this so far, which has been quite poorly. I have no reason to believe that a ground invasion of any type dealing with Iran is going to go great, because everything else has been dicey at best or bad at worst. So it's either either going to be dicey or it's going to go really badly one way or another. And so I don't really have a lot of hope that this is going to be turning out too well, at least in terms of losses. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, just a real quick note, I just thought about this. I was like, this is a genius idea. This is probably, nobody knows this idea better than me. You know those little robots that are fighting on the front lines, like the little army robots that we just looked at a second ago? You know those?
Yeah.
Now, if that company wanted to make some good money, if they didn't want to have to go get angel investors or get investors and stuff like that, they could simply do this. Imagine if you create a robot fighting league like the UFC or something, but it's just the robots. And the robots go in the cage and they fight and stuff like that. And you can do the same thing with UFC with the robots. That would be, I would actually watch that. Actually, I would love to see that. I would like to see what those things can do. Like I think they might do some hurt on each other. Actually, those robots. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, that might actually be pretty interesting. But with that, we're on to the next one.
He didn't find it too interesting. But anyway, so our next one here goes to Filter Trade, who puts in 20. He said, Homeland drone swarms since March 9th need to be in the title for people who live in Louisiana and Alabama.
I thank you for the support, but we did cover it. Sadly, we can't put everything in the title. We kind of had to prioritize the news in importance, and that was a little bit further on down for the day today. But a big thanks to you for support, and with that, we're on to the next one.
Oh, and apparently there's already a thing. People are saying battle bots or something. So apparently it's already a thing. They're already fighting. Not those robots specifically, but they got some other robots in there fighting apparently. So I didn't know that. I'll have to look into it. But we also have a 20 from George Hansen. And he said, they're freeing up the oil, but the cash proceeds, money is being intercepted and placed in a trust. You need to read the whole document. Who's, well, are you talking about, wait a minute. You're saying that the oil that Iran's going to be selling as we lifted the sanctions is going to be going into a trust that's controlled by the United States?
That's bullshit.
I mean, surely you're not saying that. Why would Iran agree to that?
Well, Iran didn't agree to it because it's a unilateral sanction on our end. I mean, there's literally nothing for them to agree to, and for that reason, there's no way for us to intercept the money. How do you intercept the money? That's why that whole thing ends up being BS. Like if we go and read this, it's not going. I would say high chance is not going to say that because there's no way for that to actually be done. So let's see. Offloading crude. Let's see. Transit. Let's see.
He's reading, by the way.
Let's see. Yep, doesn't say anything like that. Like, it literally says nothing like that at all.
Also, hypothetically speaking, like even if it did say that hypothetically, and if they had that in there, there's no way to enforce that on Iran. Even if that was a term listed in there, you can't tell Iran, a country you're at war with, put this in a trust. It's like, what are we going to do? Go to war with them? It's like we're already at war with them. They're not going to put money in a trust. It's like Iran has no reason to put money in a trust. There's literally no reason. Why would they give the enemy money in a trust?
Also, how in the world do you even take the money? Like, if that's what this person's about to say, how in the world do you take the money? Like, it's being wired to them or it's being physically given to them somehow. So there's no way to intercept that and grab it. And that's far beyond our capabilities. Like, that would be done through the SWIFT banking system, and nobody can stop a transfer through the SWIFT banking system, like to a country and just intercept it and take it. That doesn't happen. So, I mean, like, we just read it. I mean, like your super chat said, it says none of that at all. And I don't mean to sound like wildly overconfident and kind of like a little bit aggravated, but like when someone says something and straight BS like that, it doesn't really make me too happy because it's like you're saying it's like you're saying we're that wrong, and it literally says nothing like that in this tiny little publication that the Department of the Treasury made. So with that, we're on to the next one.
So our next one goes to Jack Horicon, and thank you very much, Jack, for that 20. He said, this is what happens when you kick the can down the road. The Iran regime should have been taken care of decades ago.
I would generally agree it should have, but sadly there wasn't really a good casus belli back then yet, in my opinion, like for one reason or another. And generally the Iraq war kind of took the place of when we could have dealt with Iran because of other reasons. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Truckin' Chef, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Chef, for that support. He said, hello, enforcers. And do you think that there could be a possible Operation Spiderweb in America, but in multiple locations at once? And keep up the great news and LLT LSA.
Really, that could happen to anyone, anywhere, actually. So I definitely say yes. There is certainly a risk for that. And a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Truckin' Chef yet again. He puts in another 20. And he said, by the way, I will check in on the diesel prices. California yesterday was $6.41. Arizona was $5.02. Honestly, it's not too bad. It hadn't gotten that bad yet. But he said, okay, times that by 200 per fill, and rates for will have to go up soon. So I'll let y'all know in LSA. Honestly, that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Like diesel in California being $6.41, that's actually cheaper than I thought. I've heard gas out in California, like normal, like car gasoline, is like $5 a gallon, and that's like during normal times in California. So that's not as bad as I thought. But I doubt it's going to stay that way for long. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree on that. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have another 20 from Truckin' Chef, and thank you very much, Truckin' Chef, as well for the third support. He said, Enforcer Matt, you're right about AI, and also, what about those cybernetic suits for soldiers? Completely got me interested, and my bad, LSA, waiting for merch. And also those cybernetic suits, I think that's the same thing I was talking about earlier about the assistant, the motor assistant, like exoskeleton that you wear. I don't know if they're still working on that or not. I'm not sure. I know it was a thing like 10 years ago. I remember seeing it when I was young. I was seeing the whole thing about the whole suit and stuff like that. DARPA was actually working on it about 10 years ago at least. And that's just what, DARPA works on stuff for a long time. Then they show the public, many years down the road, sometimes decades down the road. So they've probably been working on that since the 2000s at least. So we haven't seen it being fielded. Like it's become a commercial application, but I'm not sure if it's being fielded by the military. But we do appreciate support very, very much. And we also have a 20 from IDE, and they said I was using ChatGPT to analyze my hoof trimming reports. The results are very useful. And also, by the way, I'm still here, still listening. You guys are the best, and thank you for the amazing job. And you guys have unique HQ reporting skills.
Oh, and thank you so much for the kind words. And also great to hear from you again. All the way up there in Lafayette. I hope you're doing well. And I hope that the horse trimming business, the horse hoof trimming business is doing well. And I got to say a huge thanks to you for support. And that's really interesting to hear that it helps you out, actually. That's really neat. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 15 from an Israeli viewer, I believe. The name, I think, is in Hebrew. Sadly, I can't read those. I can't read Hebrew, but we do appreciate that $15 support. They said, I think it becomes clearer day by day that Iran's regime is a threat that needs to be removed, and the pundits against any intervention are harming the U.S.
I would definitely agree. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I also just saw someone in the chat say, imagine putting the world's oil infrastructure at such risk without having enough reliable backup energy sources. Honestly, I mean, I would have to be straight up with y'all here. I mean, like, this is like making a huge argument for the United States to try and become energy self-sufficient, but not in oil. I'll be honest with y'all folks. I mean, like, there's like I'm kind of seeing like definite ground here for a lot of people who are like into that green energy movement, like with wind, solar, and those sorts of power sources, really having a big push in the future once the actual hurt starts to kind of impact us on like, see, this is why we can't rely on that. We need this. But honestly, though, that whole thing is a shim sham flim flam deal. Like the real deal is in nuclear, and that's why we need to be moving towards nuclear power, specifically nuclear fusion, because it's in the horizon. So we either need to be seeing more nuclear fission reactors in the meanwhile, and then when we actually get the ability, nuclear fusion, because that would largely remove all of our energy needs from having to use fossil fuels for the large majority of transportation and infrastructure. I'm thinking you could just run most everything except for shipping at sea off of either overhead electrical catenaries, or you can run it off of battery power or something along those lines. It's just a little interesting. I think this might be bringing those sorts of hard arguments around and really giving them a lot of momentum. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Tim McClary, and thank you very much, Tim, for that support. And we also have a 10 from Lieutenant Dan, aka Hugh, once again. And thank you both very much, Tim and Dan, for that support. And we also have a 10 from Kenny. He said, rest in peace, Chuck Norris. And have you guys ever heard of the Foo Fighter from World War II? They were orbs that flew close to combat planes and bombers. And that's my explanation for the orb. And thanks for answering in LSA.
I thank you for the support. I hadn't really heard about them a whole lot. Like, I've heard the word before, but I haven't really like read into him or researched him a lot. But I do thank you for the kind words of support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
You know, an interesting fun fact as well, speaking of the orbs and stuff like that and strange sightings by pilots and also fighter pilots specifically, if you ask pretty much any pilot in the Air Force or any pilot that pilots military aircraft, the odds are overwhelming that you're going to come across pretty much any pilot out there that has had a sighting that's a weird sighting of some sort. That's how common it is, by the way, for these pilots to be seeing strange things in the sky. You'll be hard pressed to run across a pilot in the military that hasn't seen something very strange that they can't explain. It happens to a hell of a lot of them. But the next one here goes to Decepticon. He puts in a 10, and they said, "Think if this keeps up, crude might actually hit 200, and also you guys should try Crimson Desert. My friends and I are hooked, and LLT LSA."
We'll have to look into that Crimson Desert thing. I don't know what it is, but it sounds interesting. And I don't know how high the oil is going to go. Let me check the crude prices right now. We'll just check normal WTI crude oil prices, which is back up to $98. This is fluctuating so much every day, folks. It's unreal. It'll pop up to near 100 in the afternoon every single day like it is right now. And then in the middle of the day, it'll kind of get down to the low 90s. And so in the middle of the day, one group goes, "Ha, see, it's only a temporary fluctuation." And then by the end of the day, there's another group going, "Ha, see, it's getting worse." And it's like that every day at this point. But a big thanks to you for support. I don't know if it's ever going to hit 200. But, I mean, you know, with that kind of a spike right there, I mean, it's definitely going to be hitting 120 to 140, I'd be sure, if nothing changes, that is. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I saw Gregory C. saying the live. They said those pilots won't talk about the UAPs that they see, and that's true. There's a huge stigma, like in the military, for pilots. They are very hesitant before they come out and ever talk about seeing like an alleged UFO or a UAP or something like that. They are very hesitant to say that because there's generally a huge stigma around it, and also it might bring questions toward the pilot about are they mentally fit to be flying and things like that. And the pilots don't want that trouble. We actually have a pilot in the family that was actually an Air Force pilot. He saw, or he said he saw something strange, but he didn't really say anything about it because he was worried about the backlash that he would get if he said something about it. But I think later on down the road, I think he did end up saying what he saw, and it generally just got reported, and that was the end of it, and it didn't go anywhere. But there is a whole like thing about that. I'm not sure if that's intentional, like they intentionally caused that to be a stigma, so that way the pilots don't say anything about what they're seeing. But it's a thing. Like they don't want to risk their jobs over, you know, saying that it saw some UFO or something like that. But moving on to our next one, this one goes to Moldy Abode, who puts in a 10. He said, "You guys work hard and your success is well deserved."
Thank you so much for the kind words and the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Filter Trade, who said LSA and USA news comes first, and Alabama and Louisiana drones as early as March 19th, and we need to cover the homeland.
And thank you so much for the support, and I can assure you the news side of things is being taken care of. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Dang, man, you sounded like you got upset by that one.
I mean, like that's the third one. I'm like, you know, it's like you know, we parse the news, we do it. It's like, you know, if it gets covered, it gets covered. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You know, it's like, you know, it is what it is. But with that,
he's just saying, I think. But anyways, though, moving into our next one, this one goes to Austin OK, who puts in a 10. He said, "It doesn't make military sense. It does make economic sense, and economics are better than victory." And this whole thing's a bit of a cluster.
And I would have to say it is definitely a bit of a cluster. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Music Uploader, who said, let's see here. He said, a U.S. official said that the U.S. owns and runs the account for Venezuela. So even if they lift the sanctions, they have no access to the money. Now, that may be true with Venezuela, but generally, though, for all intents and purposes, Venezuela essentially surrendered to the United States, like when it comes to the whole economic side of things. So they're cooperating. So it's different there. Iran will not cooperate at all. So there's no hope for having a Venezuela situation with Iran because they simply they won't cooperate. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I would have to say a big thanks to you for support, but yeah, Iran isn't going to be handing over access to their entire financial banking system for their government in the midst of being bombed by us. That's highly unlikely to happen, but I do thank you for support and helping the channel to keep running, and with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Filter Trade yet again. He said, "Where is the stateside drone defense even at?"
Generally non-existent. Much to many people's surprise, because everyone always hypes stuff up into oblivion to where it's unrealistic. We actually really don't have any home front drone defenses that would be usable or effective, to be entirely honest, beyond the Patriot batteries. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Neo, and thank you, Neo, as well, for that support. They said Iran sells their oil because they have to move through the strait. While they come out, our ships won't go in, they won't shoot, and there's too much risk to hit their own oil, and that's how we get in and get up to the island.
That's not necessarily true. Anti-ship missiles do have a guidance system and generally fly high enough above the water, and also have a terrain following feature to where they can pretty much fly over a ship. So as long as they're targeting the right one, that generally wouldn't be too much of an issue. That's how they're able to selectively target and hit commercial tankers that are sitting around the Persian Gulf right now, is because those missiles have advanced targeting capabilities, like the Granite anti-ship missiles and such things as that the Iranians do use. So big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to be from none other than Chef Danny B, a longtime channel legend, by the way. And thank you very much, Chef, for that $50 support. And we appreciate that. He said, "Good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. And it doesn't feel good to be right about this war months before it happened. And a great call, Enforcers, and LLT, LSA."
I'll be honest, it doesn't really feel great to be good on this one, actually, Daniel. Like it's a good thing for us to be right, and the analysis was sound. But with how things have been turning out, it's been turning out not too well. And that's kind of what makes me like, damn. I kind of wish that we were wrong on the analysis, because my analysis at the start was like, if they don't focus on the Strait of Hormuz, that's really the one way Iran can screw us. And I was right. I mean, like, both me and Matthew were right, but speaking for myself personally, I was like dead on the nail with that months before it started, and they didn't plan for it, and they didn't do anything about it, and now we're reaping the consequences. And I'm like, damn. It's like, I wish I was wrong about that, and that they had actually planned for that, because like they didn't, and now we're seeing the consequences of what we predicted it dead on the channel. I mean, like, it's a good thing to have our analysis highly correct, because it lets people know that we're really accurate. But I wish that we hadn't been right on that one. I wish we had been wrong.
Y'all know the YouTube channel called Real Life Lore. Like, I know you know about that one, don't you?
Oh yeah.
They actually did a video, I think it was 4 years ago to date, and they made the video title, and it said something to the effect of why the Hormuz Strait closing would be devastating, or what would happen if the Hormuz Strait closed. I went back and actually got recommended that video today, so I watched it. I was like, let's see how accurate Real Life Lore was about his predictions about what would happen. It was pretty close. Like, it was actually pretty close, and that was 4 years ago. I mean, and obviously this is a YouTuber. I'm not trying to offend Real Life Lore out there, by the way. I like the guy's videos, but that it's not like the U.S. government, war planning it out. The U.S. government's been war planning the Strait of Hormuz closure for decades. Like, this has been a concern for a long time. Everybody's known that if there's ever a war with Iran, the Strait of Hormuz is going to be the major issue. And the U.S. went into it, and it was like they were blind or something to it. It's like they walked right into it, and then they don't have a plan at all. It's like, haven't y'all been wargaming this for decades? It's like, where's the response? Like, where's the planning? There's none. Like, that's the crazy part to me. And people can't argue that there's planning. I mean, the people that claim that there's planning, it's like, then why is it closed? And why is there no clear plan to reopen it? I mean, nobody, it's not there.
It's crazy. Like, it's crazy how much the Strait of Hormuz is a focal point for anyone who talks about the Middle East and Iran, folks, because there's a game that I actually have on Steam, Matthew, called Sea Power, which is about naval combat in the missile age, and it's like the most advanced ships that it has in the game is in the 90s. So it's like 1990s era naval warfare is kind of what they're simulating at the most advanced. And even, like, out of all of the scenarios that they have in that game, basically all of them revolve around the Strait of Hormuz has been closed and we have to reopen it. Like, it's a humongous thing. Like, literally anybody who knows anything about the Middle East, no joke, folks, like, at an amateur level, would talk about the Strait of Hormuz. Like, because I'll tell y'all, folks, honestly, like, a lot of what we do here on this channel, it's like middle of the road. Like, we're not like going to be supreme experts on literally everything we talk about, but it's also not completely amateur to the point that it's stupid. It's like middle of the road sort of stuff. Not too smart, not too dumb. But at the same time, I mean, anybody could see the Strait of Hormuz being an issue. I mean, if y'all go read the Army Techniques Procedures Publishing declassified one that has been put out to the public about Iranian military tactics, even the Army's ATP, and they're not even going to be involved in really anything with the Strait of Hormuz, talks about how that's one of their main the ways to get us. And when people were sitting here before the war and telling me, "Oh, enforcer, you're so stupid, you don't know what you're talking about," it's like no, I do know what I'm talking about, because I'm talking the talk that the experts talked in their written publications about this very thing, about how the Strait of Hormuz is going to be a humongous issue, and that's why it needs to be our top priority in a conflict, to keep that open and to make sure that they don't pose a threat to that strait. And somehow, I know how, folks, people won't like to hear it, but somebody has overridden all the people who were in the know to come up with the war plan that we used. And that person had to have been someone who's not knowledgeable on military topics. And there's only one person in the whole deal that would have been involved in the planning and could have had the final say to override any situations with the Strait of Hormuz, and that would be basically the president. That's literally the only one. Everyone else has either been in the military, even the Secretary of Defense has been in the military, and everyone who's actually in the military chain of command, the Joint Chiefs and stuff, all of them would have known about this, because they would have gotten briefings on this from their lower commanders in the chain, in the Navy and such. They would have been talking about this endlessly. People in the Army even talked about this. I mean, everybody at every level would have known that this was an issue, except for the president, because the president has no military background, has never really cared about that. So that's, honestly, if I had to take a guess where the problem is, it has to be there, because he's the only one who wouldn't have known that that was a problem. And if you want to go with the final war plan, bombing Khomeini would be way better than that, and then they went with that instead. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, one thing's for certain though, with this whole Strait of Hormuz situation, dragging out. Honestly, if it wasn't for the Strait of Hormuz being a bit of an issue right now, I don't think too many people would be upset right now, because the land objectives when it comes to striking targets on land inside of Iran has gone pretty well, actually. For the most part, Iran has been overwhelmed to a large degree. Their command structure got taken out. Their missile sites are getting taken out one by one. Granted, we're a little bit slow with it, but it's still happening at a decent pace. It's an acceptable pace. But if it wasn't for the Strait of Hormuz, we probably wouldn't be talking about Iran as much as we would be otherwise necessarily. But the Strait of Hormuz crisis guarantees that there will be no other headlines about any other news topics that they were previously talking about, because nobody can take their eyes off the Strait of Hormuz because it's such a disaster. They have to talk about it. So that's the only headline that there is currently right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the truth of it, folks. And people love to underplay stuff. And I gotta say, especially with this, oh, it's just oil. I mean, we can get it from Venezuela. And I gotta say, I don't mean to say this truthfully, but those people are ignorant to the reality in which they live and survive in. If it's not for oil, their life ends. Nobody grows their own crops to eat anymore. Nobody is, literally nothing in the world runs without oil these days. Oil is involved at some point somewhere in everything these days. Without a steady, ample supply of that daily, modern life almost comes to a complete stop. I mean, even worse than what we would see in the 70s during the oil crisis of the 70s. It's going to be worse than that even. And I don't think people can really comprehend or grasp that, because either they don't know enough about it to really understand what will happen on the supply chain side of things once that starts to take hold, or two, they don't like to think about that because they don't want to admit that such a large blunder has been made. I mean, people were literally telling me that I was full of shit before the war started, because I kept on hammering home every single time we talk about the war. I mean, as long as we deal with the Strait of Hormuz, they really can't harm us. I would say that every night. This is what we need to do. Strait of Hormuz this, Strait of Hormuz that, keep the oil flowing, this will all be fine. And people will come in, oh, you're so full of shit, Andrew. I mean, even if they tried to do that, they're going to clear that out in days. It'll be no big deal. The Iranians are nothing to us, and we're the gods of mankind and time and everything. And it's wait and see. And then it happened, and a month later it's still closed, and we still have no way to get through it, because we didn't plan for it.
Well, one thing I heard from the videos I watched earlier today about the Strait of Hormuz being closed about 4 to 5 years ago, when people were talking about it, the one thing that none of these videos really mentioned was the fact that we would be on bad terms with NATO as the United States, and that NATO would not want to help us reopen the strait. That's the part right there that nobody could really predict. And that's currently the problem we're facing right now as well. And NATO does not want to help us reopen the strait. They've made it perfectly clear. They do not want to risk their ships. They don't want to risk their soldiers, and they're leaving it to the United States because they're pissed with us, basically. And nobody saw that coming until it actually happened, just within the last year or two. Now we're seeing how bad the relations have gotten, and now we don't have help from NATO. So that was a huge issue as well. So Now we're on our own trying to reopen the strait, and it's like Israel really can't do much because Israel doesn't have a navy to speak of really, so they can't really help out. So it's the United States trying to reopen the whole thing on our own, which we can do it. But the problem is though, doing it on your own that leads to possibly higher casualties and also more losses than you would have otherwise taken if you had help. So. I mean that's a problem as well. I mean we've created a cluster because we've treated our allies like shit. It's so many problems like compounding on one another because of bad decisions being made left and right. That's why it's going like this. If there was maybe just like one mistake here, one mistake there, it wouldn't be this big of a cluster. But they've made like a plethora of bad moves, and now we're paying for it.
Literally every bad foreign policy decision that we could have said, as long as these things are not done, will be fine, have been done at this point, and now we're at that pass. I mean, and I saw someone say a good point. I saw Crispy Beam say, well, that's great that you're right, but that's not helping me out of the punt. But you're absolutely right. I mean, no matter how right we were about how this was going to end up going, if the right things weren't done, it isn't helping you out. But I'll tell you this. While we can't really do anything about that, all we can say is that we were right on the analysis. That's all we can really do. But if you really are unhappy about it, I mean, the only person that you can really kind of blame for this whole thing is in the government. And I think a lot of y'all can kind of get an idea of who I'm talking about. And if y'all really think that this was kind of bungled up, you might want to let them know. Maybe write them letters or, next time an election comes around, kind of show your displeasure with the absolute lack of planning. Because I'm not trying to get political here and tell people to vote one way or another, but I am saying that if you think that this sort of lack of foresight is absolutely destructive to you and the nation, then maybe you ought to see that this kind of leadership is removed for anybody else. So that way the leadership might be bad, but it's not absolutely destructive. That's really the only option I can tell you, because we can't sadly do anything about this here on the channel.
Well, the current leadership's going to remain because he's got, I think it's like, what is it, like 3 more years on the term or something like that. So he's going to be there during the entire Iran war situation. So my problem right now is this: Congress is not doing its job. Like they're not. Like the whole point of the 3 branches of government is supposed to check and balance each other. That's the whole problem. And right now we're seeing a complete lack of checks and balances. Like the Congress is basically abdicating their duty to check and balance, and it's not because necessarily like it's supposed to be like hating on the other branch or something like that. It's supposed to be a duty. It's supposed to be a legal duty to make sure that the other branch is doing things that are that are right, that are proper, and going to lead to the best outcomes for America. That's the whole thing. So I mean, the leadership is just whatever it is. I mean, that's what people voted for. That's what people got. So we're stuck with it until the term's over. But you would hope that the other branches of government that are also elected would at least speak up if something's going sideways, or try to at least like put it back on the right path or something like that. But we're not really seeing that. And also, look, and I know it's going to be coming in a second. I don't care if it was Biden or the current guy in charge. If anybody, the person's irrelevant to me. If they're making bad decisions, it's up to the other branches to check and balance that back into place. That's the way the government was set up, and that's the way it's supposed to work. So that we should expect that to work the way it was designed.
Also, I see a whole bunch of people. Jesus, folks, think with your heads for a minute. I'm not telling you to go vote Democrat. That's stupid. We don't get political on the channel. What I'm telling you, if you would think creatively, everybody. What in the world happens before the Democrats and the Republicans go up against each other in an election? There's these things called primaries, where you don't have to switch your party affiliation, but you can elect through the primaries a new representative for your party. And if someone looks like they don't know what the hell they're doing, that's also an option. Is to just make sure they're not even the representative of your party. Like, I don't know how some people aren't getting that. Like, that's a way that you can switch things, because if somebody wakes up like the last president, and they look so senile, they don't even know where the hell they're sitting. And then the next one comes in, and then they're so stupid they can't even get themselves out of the hole they dug. Maybe it's time to go look at the options in those parties without having to switch your affiliation, and figuring out which one's more competent instead of which one has better one-liners and is a little bit more funny. Because recently it's been about who's funnier and who seems a little bit more likable. Maybe we need to be going for people in the parties, so that we can have 2 good options when it comes up to an election on both ends that actually look to be fairly competent and intelligent instead of what we've been getting these days. You know, if you don't like that, I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, like, this is being absolutely bungled. I mean, that's just the truth of it. I mean, you know, it's like as far as planning goes, this has been pretty rough at this point. So, you know, whoopsie daisy.
It's
Sorry that we're accepting reality.
Every administration, by the way, just to level the playing field a bit, every administration usually has something that they bungle quite badly. Like there's always a disaster that happens in every single presidential administration at some point. During the last one, the Afghanistan situation, that was a bad disaster, withdrawing from Afghanistan. It wasn't necessarily the withdrawal that was the problem. It was the way we withdrew. That was the problem. And it led to unnecessary death. It led to all kinds of stuff, like leaving behind a whole bunch of equipment for the Taliban. I mean, it was a disaster. I think most people agree on that at this point. But thankfully, though, that didn't lead to anything too bad happening. Like obviously, letting the stuff on the hands of the Taliban, that was obviously not good. But you know, in this situation here, I think the Strait of Hormuz being closed, I mean, I think that's going to be on a magnitude that blows Afghanistan's withdrawal situation out of the water. It's way worse than that will ever be. And I'm not even sure if they knew how bad this was going to be. Like if this went wrong, I'm not even sure if they were really fully understanding how bad this was going to be if it went wrong. So it's irritating to see a country like Iran with such like extremist idiots in charge of it having this much leverage over the West, because it's like this should not be the case. And also, these are some very ugly people that are currently having a lot of leverage over us, and it's very disappointing to see it.
Yeah, it really is. It's also disappointing to see, folks, that when like something starts going abysmally poorly, and then I sit there and even just say something like, you know, maybe we want to make sure to pick better options on both ends that have some competency. It just turns into an absolute like a slum basically in the chat of people just going, oh look, oh he's been indoctrinated. It's like no, it's like when something goes shittily. Like, you know, when you're at a job and your employee sits there and like burns down the restaurant, you don't sit there and go, well, I like the dude. You fire him. Like, that's how it works. I don't know how people don't understand that these days. I have to bring y'all to the political ad that President Eisenhower made when he was running for re-election. When you have a bus driver and he runs the bus you're riding on into a ditch, you don't sit there and say, well, the bus driver had good intentions. You get a new bus driver. That's how that works. So I don't think people understand that these days, but that's how you're supposed to run it. If someone's taking such bad decisions, generally you just try and get someone else other than them at that point, because clearly sticking on their bus, you're going to end up in a ditch, probably with a concussion. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Kumquat, who put in a 10 and said, we walked our economy into a Iranian double envelopment and are throwing idea darts at the board trying to find a way out.
Yeah, kind of, pretty much. Thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also Connor, so you guys run for office. Not yet, not old enough. That want to, though, probably wouldn't make it, truth be told, because I'd have to basically be bought and sold by a whole bunch of other people, which I probably would never accept. And then if I was bought and sold by those people, I'd basically be working against the interests of the public and for the interests of the people who basically funded my election. So I probably wouldn't make it for that reason. But, you know, I could try one day. I'll try one day. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Fred Vreeman, and he said, let's welcome the new U.S. nationals in the new U.S. territory of the Persian Gulf.
We'll have to see, but a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Chill Intelligence, who said, is Iran planning to attack like the Russian Pearl Harbor on USA, and Ukraine launch drones from trucks in surprise attack against the Russian strategic bombers, and also beware FPV drone slog if we invade Iran? I'll be honest with you folks, like if something like that happens, which, you know, nobody can rule that kind of stuff out, because I mean, Iran has drone capabilities, and also they have sleeper cells, and the FBI's even admitted they have those, and they don't know really where all of them are at. They kind of know where they're at, but not really all the way. The risk of a nuclear exchange is rising. Like, I don't think people are going to like scoff at that. And they're going to be like, oh, it's like, well, you know, you have a situation where Iran, this little crappy country with a crappy government, the people are nice, but the government's just shit. You have them attacking a country that's way more powerful than them, that has nuclear weapons. Eventually, there will be something that pushes the button, eventually. And we don't know what it's going to be, but I would hate to see that happen, because obviously, you know, using nukes is horrendous. But I mean, the risk is rising if they do something like that. And I think Iran might be privy to that, and that might be why they don't do something like that, because if they do, that could be the end. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, just to be entirely honest, it's just it's a mess, really. We'll have to just see if they manage it well. Is basically the best way I can boil it down. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Chevy. And thank you very much, Chevy, for that $10 support. No comment, but we do appreciate that very, very much. And we also have a 10 from Fred Vreeman yet again. He said, you might want to look into a certain fellow's interview, new Swarmer IPO, basically a joint venture with Ukraine Autonomous Drone Tech meant to be used with AI for USA and might actually be a technology test.
That's pretty interesting here. And I do thank you so much for the support. And how with this channel to keep it running, I'll have to try and take a look at that. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
And we also have a 5 from JP on the road. He said, check out the heating oil future charts. That puts WTI to shame. Oh, yeah, and also the natural gas, too, and the fertilizer and stuff. It's like everybody's focused on the oil, like the crude oil. Everybody's looking at that, and they're like, oh, look at the crude. It's like sitting at like $100 a barrel or something like that, blah, 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 blah. It's like, yeah, but that's just like one energy commodity. Look at, like you mentioned, heating oil. Look at natural gas, propane. Helium, by the way, like helium is used in medical applications, and helium, I believe, is a byproduct of some of those petroleum products. I believe they produce it in some of those methods. I don't know exactly how they do it, but helium will be affected by it as well. So it affects everything. That's the crazy part. This is going to affect literally everything, which is concerning as hell. So, Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I think the most concerning of them all is the nitrogen-based fertilizers that are skyrocketing in price, because farmers work off of near knife's edge margins, to where if anything fluctuates in price to where it increases, they basically are losing money. And so the idea that the entirety of the U.S. agricultural industry could be out to lose a lot of money this year because of the rising price of fertilizer, that is incredibly concerning, because that could start to see that food prices start to rapidly rise because of the fact that the fertilizers are costing a great deal more to even purchase to then use to try and get a usable harvest to be able to get at the end of the year to then distribute and sell. So, like, while our food supply line isn't direct from field to table these days like it used to be, that is still incredibly concerning and will lead to more so, I guess you could say, reactive pricing now to try and cover for the cost of fertilizers for the next planting and harvesting seasons, which is very concerning on that end, much less on every other end as well, on medical instruments and such, like Matthew was just talking about. But a big thing.
They use that in MRIs, I believe. I think they use helium in MRI machines, if I'm not mistaken.
You know, we're actually running out of helium, crazily enough, in the world. Like, it's
that too?
Well, yeah, like as a trend, like, it's believed that we only have enough helium reserves on Earth for about the next 20 years, and then at that point, it's pretty much going to run out.
Oh, that's good. I'm not you're sarcastic, obviously.
Yeah. Okay, so, and with that, we're moving on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Aimless Nonsense, who puts in a 10. They said, the people in the know appear to have been let go. And there's still people in the cabinet and stuff, by the way, that still like have good knowledge and stuff like that. Well, the problem is, though, they've kind of been like sidelined a bit because, you know, there's a little ego thing going on. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, yeah, I would have to agree with Matthew on that one. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Ross Nibb, and thank you very much, Ross, for that 10. He said, thanks to you both. My dad was listening in and loves the voice impersonations, especially with a particular politician. And please take one from the chat in LOT, LSA.
And long live the Lee Spring Army. It's great to hear that your dad was listening, and we're always happy to hear that people are happy with the show. Another satisfied customer. And so a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Aimless Nonsense once again. He said, a man denied that planning, and here we are.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $6 support from Mr. Quinn. He said, how do you guys think the U.S. will deal with possible FPV attacks on a beachhead? In Ukraine, static bases and trenches are a no-go, and love from Belgium. So right now, the only defenses we have against drones, and this is widely publicized knowledge, by the way. I know people are about to say, Matt, don't break OPSEC. This is known by everybody, so I'm not saying anything crazy or anything like that. But we have jamming technology, like they call them drone guns. Basically, they're like these. They have a enclosure around it, and it basically fires RF at the drone, and it jams the signal and causes it to crash. So we have that. We also have truck mobile laser-based systems as well that we've seen being used at the southern border, and also happened to accidentally shut down the airspace down there as well. That's another defense. And also there are some manufacturer-based defenses, like for example, for some consumer drones, the actual company that makes the drones will make its own version of basically I'm not sure how to describe it, like a denial of service device that basically shuts the drones down in a certain area. But that's not the type of drones we're working with here. We're working with homemade FPV drones. So if it's fiber optic, like Sander just mentioned in a live chat, I'm not really sure if we have a defense against fiber optic drones, at least yet. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that generally, I don't really know how they're going to deal with the drone threat. I feel like they're going to deal with it with their conventional doctrine, like it's any other conflict, like say Iraq from 20 years ago, really more so 15 years ago at the latest, and Afghanistan. But I have a feeling that that's probably not going to pan out too well, because the Russians saw that didn't pan out well after about 2023. So we'll have to see, because I know that they haven't developed, at least from what I've heard in the Army or the Marines, any doctrine that pertains specifically to drone warfare. The newest doctrine in the Marine Corps is Force Design 2030, which is revolving around the idea of littoral combat regiments that are more so specialized for warfare in the Indo-Pacific. But outside of that, they're still using the Marine Expeditionary Unit doctrine of like yesteryear, of like 20 years ago, 26 years ago at this point, really. So, I mean, honestly, I don't think that they're going to have any like drone tailored doctrine. It's just going to be the normal sort of MEU doctrines and tactics that we've been using for a good while now. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I saw someone mention it earlier. Someone said, what about an EMP? That would take care of the drones. It would. That actually would take care of the drones, by the way. If you cause a large electromagnetic pulse in an area, that would basically fry the electronics in the drones. Even if it was fiber optic, it would fry the electronics, because it sends a high voltage current through the conductive materials in the electronics itself, and it basically fries them to a large degree, for lack of better terms. But the problem is, though, that's kind of like, if you're like a doctor, it's kind of like taking the patient out to cure the cancer. It's kind of what that is, because to create an EMP, you're probably going to wipe out all the people on the ground, like trying to create an EMP, because I think the only known way to do that is a nuke, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be
weapon.
problematic. Yeah, that would be problematic, to say the least.
Yeah, sadly, we just don't have a way to produce a reliable EMP pulses without using a nuclear weapon. That's the only way that we know how to make them right now. Reliably, that is. We have tried to make them through mechanical means, but it just never has succeeded, and they've never been powerful enough to get the kind of effect that we're looking for. So I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Smoop, who said, if Iran is developing nuclear weapons, do y'all think NATO should step in? And what do y'all think the response should be?
NATO is a defensive alliance, so NATO is never obligated to step in unless if they're directly under attack, and it's not like they're under threat in theory, so they can conduct a preemptive attack under the NATO charter. It doesn't work. NATO has to physically be attacked for NATO to be able to react. That's how the charter is written and laid out. So generally, they can't really do anything as NATO. They could do something as individual countries joining in, but I don't really think that they have. Like, there isn't a necessity for them to join. Like, it's really up to each and every one of them, and that requires us to employ statescraft, because everything in the world is always voluntary. Nobody ever has to help us with anything. And if we go around pissing everyone off, they're not going to help us with anything. So we always got to be trying to be nice to people and talk to them in a way that makes them feel like they're special and we appreciate them. And I joke about all of the countries in the world, including ours, on the channel. But if I was the president of the United States, and I was talking about these countries, you would never hear me say a bad word about anybody. I don't care what, like, unless they're an enemy of the United States. Like, I'd be like, oh, the Germans are so cool, such a neat country, so great, so neat. They have a rich history, and amazing people over there, a wonderful economy. We have great relations with. Y'all hear me glazing everybody till the end of time, because if you glaze them, they'll be like, wow, we're so special. America loves us. We're so cool, and we're so special to them. And so when we sit there and say one day, hey, by the way, you want to come down and help us out with this Strait of Hormuz thing? Because it'd be great for us to have another run at things, the good old days, really working together towards a better aim. They go, of course, America, we'd love to help you. And then they come down and help us. And that's how you operate diplomacy. But you can't do that with what they're doing right now, which is basically shitting on them every day and then demanding that they jump like dogs that have been trained to come down and help us. They're not going to do that because they're being offended every day. There are some issues here and there. Like, I cannot deny there are issues that we have with the Europeans and Southeast Asians and stuff that could need addressing. But that's something that you do quietly behind closed doors, and you do it in a really nice way. Like, if you think that there's a disparity in the trade, you go, hey, there's a little thing that we want to fix right here. And since we're great friends, I bet you'll be able to help us out with that. Because you get a lot farther being nice to people than you do trying to basically crap on them and then strong arm them into doing something for you. That's how you get people to hate you and never talk to you again. But still, a big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Damien Crossi, who said, do you think that a fiber optic drone can go over a body of water considering the surface movement of the water?
Can you reread that one?
He said, do you think a fiber optic drone can go over a body of water considering the surface movement of the water?
I don't know. That's actually a great question. We've never seen a fiber optic drone used over a body of water in Ukraine, so the answer might be no. But I wouldn't know for sure. I'd have to declare ignorance.
Is he talking about like the signal strength, or is he talking about the like aerodynamics of the drone flying over like a windy area? Because obviously over the ocean it's going to be pretty windy because of the waves and stuff like that and everything. So which one's he talking about? Do you think?
I think he's talking about like over a body of water, like without wind or anything, like a larger body of water, like the sea.
I mean, as long as the drone has enough motor strength to overcome the wind power, I mean, it should have just a fine time. The fiber optic signals are not going to be affected by it because, unless the drone goes into the water or something. And in fact, I think the fiber optic will work even underwater, I think.
But what if the waves begin to rip at the fiber optic cable and possibly sever it?
I thought they had tension in the line. Like, I didn't think they had like the line sagging or something like that between the drone and the operator.
From what we know, like at least in Ukraine, the line actually sags in places. That's why they like rest on the tree limbs and stuff from place to place. That's also why, like when we've seen them in the past, like when they're flying over like a tree line or something, sometimes they just lose connection and shut off, is because their sagging line has hit like a branch and been yanked, and then the cord was ripped and it lost connection on the wire.
Interesting. Maybe so. I mean, fiber optic cables are very fragile, especially if you have just like one strand and it's just exposed. That's very fragile. And that appears to be what both Ukraine and Russia are doing for the most part, is it's just an exposed fiber optic strand. So that would be very easy to cut. I'm not sure if a wave would cut it though. I'm not sure if they're that fragile.
Yeah, we would have to see with some in-life examples, which we just haven't really seen yet. And also, I saw someone say, man, the way you're describing politics, it's like you're describing like a user-type girlfriend. Well, I mean, like, if you want to put it that way, sure. But I mean, like, diplomacy is not something where you get to use, like blue collar, like construction worker type talk, like, hey, if you motherfucker, like, oh, sorry, like you can't say that kind of stuff, because that's how you get people to completely cut you off in diplomacy. Like, if you watch how diplomacy works historically over hundreds of years, you have to talk like silk. Like, you can't like just go off at people at a whim and it's just forgotten about tomorrow. Like, on a national level, people remember that because you're disgracing a nation when you diss them. But you're not just talking to some guy and you can like just brush it over. Like, if I sit there and say the British are a bunch of stupid, weak people, they've never been anything, they'll never become something, I have just dissed on them in the present. I've dissed on their entire historical legacy. I've dissed on their government. I basically dissed on everything at that point. If I said that in an official position, the people of the country are now offended. The government is now offended. And not only that, the actual people who are working in the armed forces and the government of that country may not like us anymore. And that's why you have to always speak like silk in diplomacy, because if you're ever just overtly aggressive to someone, it comes off badly in every way. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Let's have a 5 from Robert Krogan. He said, good evening, Enforcers and LSA, and here's a bit for the effort and take one from the chat.
And a big thanks to you for the support, and thank you for the effort. And we will make sure to take one from the chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Nick, who said, do you think the EU should make a deal with the U.S. and trade aid in Hormuz for aid from the U.S. and Ukraine?
I would say that would be a pretty decent exchange, honestly. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Workmen Need Not to Be Shamed, who said it's literally dumb and dumber conducting this offensive, and I can't believe we're helping to fund Iran to wage a war against us.
It doesn't make any sense at all. But I do thank you massively for support, and we're on to the next one.
It's amazing to me how people can like come up with some type of logic behind that. Like there is zero logic behind letting the enemy have funding to fund their war. Like,
Yeah.
there's none. But anyway, so jumping into our next one, this one goes to Kelhund, who puts in a 5. They said, has there been any word on 3ID out of Stewart and the Ranger bat there? Heavy hitters from the 18th Airborne Corps. They'll move along with the 82nd.
And unfortunately, I'd had to declare ignorance on that at the moment. I don't think we've gotten that kind of finite detail, sadly. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Star Army, who said lifting the sanctions funds attacks on our allies, period. And P.S. Thanks for the informative streams. Longtime watcher.
And thank you so much for enjoying our streams. And thank you for supporting them and helping them to keep on running. And so a big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Live Animal, who said allowing the sale of Iranian oil isn't that bad, given that anything bought with that money will be destroyed by the USA. Yeah, but the problem is, though, it prolongs the war, which is already it's already bad because the Strait of Hormuz isn't resolved. So all we're doing is giving Iran the money to buy more weapons from China or Russia to keep fighting off the commercial ships that keep trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz. We're basically funding the destruction of those vessels by letting them raise the money by selling the oil, which is the exact problem we're trying to solve right now. So, I mean, I don't think that's a good idea. But, Enforcer, what say you?
If that was a good idea, I have to say this because, like, every person who like mitigates this says this kind of in a political vein, so I have to ask this because the answer is equal across the board on all these. So if that's true, then it was totally okay for Obama to give them a pallet of cash, and it was also fine for Obama to trade out the basketball player woman for the merchant of death, right? Because, I mean, like, in the end, we were going to destroy all those people that Victor Bout arms anyways in the future. It won't matter, and that pallet of cash that Obama gave them, that's basically nothing, really, because in the long run, we're actually helping them to develop the nuclear weapons program, so that way we have a reason to go bomb them. Like, we can spin everything positive at the end of the day that we want to, but the reality of it is that all three of those things are quite bad decisions. If we're looking at them honestly without any sort of a political tint to them, they're pretty bad decisions and they shouldn't have been made, in my honest opinion. But a big thanks to you for the support, and we are on to the next one.
We also have another 5 from Live Animal, who said if we aren't sure of their ballistic capabilities, then we probably don't also know about their nuclear capabilities and also their other capabilities.
And I would have to say, I would definitely agree on that, I think, at this point, because if we didn't know about that and we just found about that in the middle of the war a month in today, I think there's going to be some issues there. But a huge thing.
I wonder if they did know about that. That's what I was wondering earlier. I wonder if the U.S. knew about that and they just weren't telling the public that they had a longer range on it like that, because you know, it just happened right before we went live that the Iranians tried to hit Diego Garcia. The U.S. government needs to make a statement on that, because it's like if they knew about that before the war got started, which we obviously didn't know about in the public because they didn't tell anybody if they knew about it. So if they knew that beforehand, it's like y'all knew that they had the range to hit like Germany, Italy, and everybody else, and you know that seems like a strange thing to miss.
Yeah, I would have to say I think you might be. You might be onto something there. But big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have another 5 from Live Animal. He said the missile parts in Diego Garcia will be recovered and their source discovered, and these are most probably produced in Iran.
I would assume that they're probably produced in Iran as well. And a big thanks to you for support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have another 5 from Live Animal. He said this is an indirect Iranian warning to the UK mainland, and this attack on Diego Garcia came after Starmer's decision to let use Diego Garcia.
And generally, we actually heard that they had allowed for Diego Garcia and Fairford to be used a while ago, because we've already seen several sorties of the B-1 Lancers from RAF Fairford over the past week. So I think that announcement was just made again today by some people, because I think they just found out about it, but we had talked about that about a week ago. But a big thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have another 5 from Live Animal who said, didn't some dude steal some drones from a U.S. military facility just last week?
Yeah, that was Fort Campbell up in, believe, Kentucky. And that is true. That it actually did happen. And a big thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Bullet Gaming, who said, now that Iran demonstrated that they can hit UN and will buckle to America pressure and join the war?
I don't think so. I think basically everybody in the world is absolutely gung ho on the idea of not joining in, and I think that every single insulting tweet put out by the president each day after that is just further entrenching them in the idea that they're not doing anything. Because think about it, folks. What if the British send down a ship down in the Strait of Hormuz and it gets hit and 15 British sailors die, and then the president shits on Britain again after that? Like, imagine what that would look like for the government in charge of the UK. And imagine how badly that would bode for them in the next snap election that would be called in Parliament. It would go poorly. Clearly they wouldn't want to join in, and nobody else would want to join in just on the matter of principle at this point. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Vandal Global, who said, question, when are the Marines expected to get to the Strait? And also, didn't the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, and Japan jointly announce a readiness to ensure safe passage through it?
I didn't hear about that. I heard that they all announced that they were not going to be helping out at all, at least in clearing the strait right now militarily. The Tripoli will be arriving in probably a couple of days, and the Boxer is expected to arrive in a couple of weeks at this point right now. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Joppy, and thank you very much, Joppy, as well for the 10. He said, I just woke up when writing this, but did you already cover how allies completely 180 and say they're willing to help in Hormuz? And I'm too tired and impatient to watch through the stream on my own right now.
I hadn't heard about that. That's actually the second super chat now to address that. We'll have to look into that because that might have happened while we were on air, and we might have not heard about that yet. But I haven't heard about that myself. The last thing I heard is that they were all adamant on not joining in and helping, and that was the last thing that I knew. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Live Animal yet again. He said these drones are probably a newer version of the Chinese weather balloon. The U.S. made it public to warn them.
Maybe. Big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep running. And I just saw someone in the chat say, seems like we should tax our friends for the oil. That's one, dumb and very spiteful. That's not going to help anyone. And two, how in the world does America have the unilateral authority to tax oil that the Saudi Arabians are producing, shipping, and selling that is heading to the United Kingdom, which is buying it from the Saudi Arabians, and we're not involved in that transaction at all? Where in the world do we get the right and the authority as the United States to step in and go, we're taxing it as punishment? And also, good job on pissing off the allies that one last little extra to make them make sure that they're never going to be our friends again, and they might even become our enemies by trying to punish them for already being unhappy with us because we're shitting on them every day, and then we're going to try and shit on them extra financially again like we did with the tariffs last year. I gotta say, folks, like, some people have got to understand, foreign policy isn't won by being a jackass. That's how you make everyone an enemy of this country. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, Iran just introduced a 10 million rial banknote as the war triggered a dash for cash. So Iran's in deep trouble. The next one here goes to KM, who puts in a 5 and said, a few times a generation, we underestimate our enemy, Pearl Harbor and other things as well. Do you think enemies are setting us up for a Trojan horse event?
I would doubt it. Generally, though, honest truth is that the U.S. government kind of drops the ball a good bit, or they kind of just know. Like what's funny is that we actually knew that Pearl Harbor was coming, and we didn't do anything about it because we had embargoed the Japanese, and we had already been knowing and hearing that the Japanese were wanting to kill us over that because we completely cut off their only supply of oil, and we just sat there. FDR just sat there. Well, I mean, the American public is isolationist, basically. They don't want to get involved in anything, so my hands are tied. He was literally on the phone with Winston Churchill, folks, literally telling him, well, Winston, I wish we could help you against Hitler, but, my hands are kind of tied. If I did that, we'd lose the election over here. People wouldn't really be that happy about it. I mean, we can try and help you, but not directly. We'd have to make it indirect in some way. And that's why we had to wait for Pearl Harbor to happen, because we had to wait to get bombed so that way everyone in the U.S. public would go, okay, now we're for the war. If they had just decided to go ahead and deal with Japan up front, Pearl Harbor would have never happened. But that was an issue with the U.S. public and everything back then. So generally, it's for multiple different reasons the U.S. government cannot plan or doesn't foresee stuff. But with this one, I don't think it's a Trojan horse type situation. I think that's just going to end up being a pretty tough outcome with how things have gone so far. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Chris Feilbach. Once again, he said, Orbier.
And a big thanks for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Ian Mitson. And Ian said, how come this the particular guy quits in the government and says it's because the Iran war was unnecessary and he is so much against it? Makes no sense. I don't really know with that guy, to be honest. I know the guy you're talking about. I'm not saying his name on purpose, by the way, but I don't know. Like, that guy seemed to like possibly flip-flop a little bit. Not really sure. I don't know the whole story with the guy, though, so I really can't say. But Enforcer, what say you?
I can't really say either. I mean, the thing is that he could have been in support of it until he saw, because, you know, this guy is privy to a little bit more information than we are. He may be seeing how poorly this is really going to be going in the future, and he's deciding to jump off of the sinking ship before it takes him down with it. Because you have to remember, folks, that there are political careers at stake. If something fails, your political career might be finished if it's really bad, and he might be deciding, oh, maybe it's time to change the tune, so that way, if, you know, this whole thing goes badly like it's forecast to at this point, then later on I can still try and work my way back into politics and then just say, guys, I really wasn't in support of it. You see, I resigned in the middle of it because I was against it, you know, and then their political career is kind of a little tarnished, but it's generally saved at that point. So that might be a reason why. But there's a million different reasons why that could be done. That could be one of them, but, you know, it's not definite. But a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Chef Danny B once again, and he said, Chef Danny here again. And does that mean that the Ford gets a well-deserved leave, or will they be shipped back out? And LOTLSA, and thanks again, Enforcers, for everything.
And a big thanks to you for the support, Chef Danny B. And I think the reality is that since they're sending it to Suda Bay and Crete, they're probably going to try and quickly patch up the damage from the quote-unquote laundry room fire, and then they're going to send it right back out. Because if it was damaged enough that they were going to pull it out of service, they wouldn't go to Suda Bay, Crete. They would just go ahead and make that trip all the way across the Atlantic, even with the damage and the lack of sleeping berths, and just get back to Newport News, where there's much better facilities to try and repair the vessel. So I think they're probably going to try and repair it. They're going to have a whole bunch of guys sleeping in sleeping berths that smell like burnt ashes and stale air, and they're still going to be operating over there, which I'm going to tell you all, at this point, none of those people are going to be re-enlisting. I can promise you all that. They're going to go and try and find a job elsewhere. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Gray Malkin, who said, could walking up to the gate be a low-tech way of getting an exact geolocation on the base? And I think the guy, like, well, we had to be careful here a little bit because it could have been an accident. We don't want to falsely accuse here. The problem is, though, here's the unfortunate reality. If it was an accident, the fact that the guy was Iranian and he was showing up to the submarine base under the current tensions, I know that's unfair, but I mean, at the same time, though, I mean, people are people and they're going to make that connection. So it was definitely strange, by the way. It's like, you know, who accidentally goes into the gate of a nuclear submarine base and is like, hey, can I get in? It's like, you know, that seems a little hard to believe, but I mean, it could have been an accident. I mean, the guy could have made a wrong turn or something like that, got to the gate and then was like, you know, like I turn around or something like that. We just don't know the whole story, but it seems odd, I will admit. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that it is a little bit odd, and I think that's the whole reason why the guy was detained. But I can't really say what he was up to or what he was trying to do. And also, if you want an exact geolocation on the base, all you have to do is go right here and then do this. There you go. There's your geolocation. Like, so, pretty easy. You can look at it on Google Maps and get the geolocation for it pretty accurately. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
I remember one time we took a wrong turn. What was the base that it was? I think it was in Huntsville,
Redstone
actually.
Arsenal.
Yeah, we made a wrong turn, and it wasn't me driving, but there was a wrong turn that was made. We accidentally went to the gate of Redstone. We're like, oh shit, we made a wrong turn here. So it got to the gate, and we're like, hey, can we just make a U-turn? They put us through hell, like, over that. And honestly, like, fair enough, like, should have been paying attention, by the way. But ID check, you had to wait. It was a whole thing. So I mean, you don't want to make a wrong turn and go to the gate at a base or something like that, because especially if it's like, you know, like something like that, it becomes a big deal. Like, so you don't want to make a mistake like that, especially not a nuclear submarine base. That's even worse. But jumping into our next one, this one goes to Gray Malkin once again, who said, guys, honestly, the sky isn't blue. Color is created through light reflection in the atmosphere, hence the blue hue. Sunset, orange.
Thank you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Lamborghini, who said, "Grok, is American beef jerky good?" They said, "No, it's a lower scale version of the South African biltong." See, Grok tells the truth. Jokes and thanks for the news.
And thank you so much for the support. And thank you for enjoying the news. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Truck and Chef, who said, "Sorry, don't y'all remember AI has their own chat?" And Enforcer Matt, what was it? Oh, you're talking about Moltbook, that thing where the AIs were like talking to each other on like their own social media thing. I haven't checked on that in a long time. I'm not sure how that's going still, but yeah, that Moltbook was a weird thing. I think it's still running. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have to say, I haven't really looked into that either after the one time we looked at it on air. But a big thanks to your support. And also I saw Terry Alila saying, I've been seeing reports that the Navy is looking into the fire on the Ford as a case of potential arson. And that's correct. They are investigating it as potential arson because the Navy knows, like I was telling y'all, that a whole bunch of people being cooped up on a ship for that long in Spartan conditions and then being told that their deployment is extended. Some people might get angry enough at that, especially considering that they were literally supposed to get off of deployment finally when they were diverted towards the Mediterranean, that they might have actually conducted an arson on that ship. That's why I'm saying, like, that's what I was saying back then. I was like, damn, that's a really dumb idea to send them over there. I mean, they're literally at the end of an 8-month deployment right now. Maybe we want to bring them back, because I know a lot of people are going to be like, well, that's destruction of government property. And it's like, yes, it is, and that's not great. But at the same time, when you put people in a ship like that, which is hell on earth, basically, and then you go and send them out for another 4 months on top of the 8 months they were already out there and they're expecting to go home, you can expect that people are going to be pissed off and disgruntled on the ship and do something like that. That's why I said we should send the H.W. Bush instead of the Ford, because the H.W. Bush was going through its carrier preparedness drills at that point and was going to be ready to leave soon. Instead of sending the Ford and having a whole bunch of guys on that ship just absolutely livid about what was going on. But, you know, that's just my 2 cents. I generally believe in treating the members of the armed forces like humans instead of like some sort of units or numbers on a spreadsheet that have no feelings and can just be sent wherever, because you're going to end up with situations where you have to investigate whether that was a potential arson or not. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have here a 5 from Taoist Auditor, and they said Australian farmers forced to scrap foods allocated to Middle East countries as shipments can't be delivered. It's millions lost in goods, and farms could close.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate sort of a thing that I've been hearing about as well. And hopefully the Australian government will be able to come in and try and bail the farmers out and make sure they don't end up folding. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Vandal Global once again, and thank you very much for that Canadian support. He said, I found it. He said, quote unquote, European nations, Japan to join appropriate efforts to open Hormuz Strait, both from Al Jazeera and CBC News allegedly, and also posted that Canada is joining too. And love you guys.
And a big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel keep running. I'll have to look into that, actually. That might have happened while we were on air, because we hadn't heard about that over the course of the day. But a huge thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Taoist Auditor yet again, who said the Australian Defence Force won military defense drone contest 6 times running, and includes delivery of the system into a tank hatch.
And that's really interesting. I thank you so much for sharing that, and thank you for supporting the channel. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 4 from Plazath, and thank you very much, Plazath, as well, for that $4 support, and we do appreciate that very much, as always. And we also have a 4 from KNSMO, who said B-1s are based at Ellsworth Air Force Base, and as well, not just Texas, and they helped with the first B-1 strikes. I heard them leave.
And thank you so much for support, and thank you for sharing that. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 3 from Django, and thank you very much, Django, for that 3. We also have a 2 from Craig Jones once again, and thank you, Craig, as well. We also have another 3 from Craig. He said, AI is for folks who can't think for themselves. Now, it depends on how you use it. Like me personally, if you use AI as like a supplement, like for example, for doing tasks that are generally like menial or something like that, like it's okay. Like if you're needing to like proofread something and you really just don't want to do it and you don't have the time, AI is good for stuff like that. If you need like, help, like, debugging something, if you're like a coder or something like that, it's helpful for that reason. It's also helpful for drafting ideas and stuff like that. But the moment people start like using AI to like make parenting decisions and like major life decisions like that, and things that actually affect other people, that's when it starts going wrong, in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I'd have to say that I generally agree with Enforcer Matt on that. And so big thanks to you for support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 30 from Oli 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 Oli. And thank you very much, good sir, for that $30 support. He said, I'm a big new fan. I found the channel the night the Iran war began, and you two drop lore stories, which sounds like you've been friends for a long time. And what are your backgrounds? And also, by the way, huh?
We have actually been friends for a long time. Some of us say that we're like brothers almost.
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
In that case, I wasn't sure if you had something else to say there. That's why I was pausing. But we are actually brothers, by the way. So that's why we have such lore stories like that, is we're actual like real life brothers, not just like when somebody says, "Oh, brothers," not like just brothers. We're brothers, like legit brothers, like the real deal. What are the backgrounds? My background is just I'm human. I'm human. Fun for the people, they say. But my background, like education-wise, if that's what you're asking, undergrad in political science, international studies, a year of law school, and then this right here. That's my background. But Enforcer, what say you?
So we are actually brothers. That's why we share background stories. Like we've known each other for a long time. We have known each other forever. Actually, Matthew's only known me for 24 years. Because we're 18 months apart and I'm the younger brother. So that's how that whole thing works. But outside of that, my background is raising in school, like growing up in school. That's a weird way for me to say that and start it off. But growing up in school, then getting out of school, going to college. Both of us got a bachelor's degree and graduated at the same time. Matthew got his in political science. I got mine in history. Then we both went to law school for the same amount of time. And then we've done this from then on after we dropped out after like a semester and a half in law school because it was hell on earth and we both hated it. But what's crazy is that I founded the channel way back in August of 2021. And we actually ran this channel, like for half of the time that this thing's run, we actually ran it through college and law school while we were doing all of that on the side as well. So kind of a little crazy to think about that we've been doing that for this long, because law school, even, which is the most recent thing that we did outside of this, that feels like a forever ago. That feels like it was years ago at this point. And in reality, it was about 2 years ago, actually, at this point, which is really crazy to think about how much time has flown. Because I can hardly remember law school at all. It feels like it was like eons ago, and it kind of was. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address it well. Big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Nod Disciple, who said the orb of judgment sees all in LSA.
And thank you so much for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And the orb of judgment, I suppose it does see you all. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Chicka D, who said rip Chuck Norris.
And rip Chuck Norris indeed. And a big thanks to you for support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Craig Jones, who said lifting Iran sanctions, grrr.
It makes me angry as hell. But big thanks to you for support. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Chaos, who said China now has to pay unsanctioned price for oil.
I suppose so. And with that, we're on to the next one.
This one goes to Saravia, who puts in a 2 and said, lift sanction, follow cash with, I don't know if I can read that or not right there, but they wanted to follow the cash up with something spicy, apparently. But thank you very much for the support. Let's have a 2 from Sweets the Band, who said, Diego Garcia, the professional wrestler from AEW.
Interesting. I don't know about that, but I do thank you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Texas Firefighter, who said Ellsworth Air Force Base in South Dakota has 2 B-1 squadrons.
Oh, that's interesting. And I thank you so much for the support and sharing that with us. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to K4, who puts in it 2, who said police 100% have body cams in the UK. LSA 6 and 6.
And thank you so much for sharing that with us. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Marc-Andre Burnett, who did not leave a comment, but thank you very much, Mark, as well, for that support, and we appreciate that very, very much. We also have a 2 from Jack, who said, release the Diddy oil reserve.
Oh,
I can't do the last part, by the way, but thank you very much for that support. We do appreciate it.
Man, getting freaky with it. With that, big thanks to you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 50 that just came in from Snow Ski Master. And thank you very much for that support, by the way. If you want to ski in Utah, it's now 90 degrees out here in early March, literally right after February. Explain that to me. That makes no sense. 90 degrees in March, that ain't right. That ain't right. That's 30 or 40 degrees above the norm. That's kind of a little bit weird.
Are you trying to say something?
No, we're not talking about that.
Oh, God forbid. I mean, that's I'm just kidding, by the way. Go ahead.
But they said, how do you see this ending, big picture? Honestly, at this point, I don't think we can avoid a global recession, folks. Like, I'm not trying to be a doomer here. I think it's better just to accept that and just know it's going to be kind of hard times for a little while, and it's going to have to recover. It will recover because it always has to recover because the world has to continue. It's not like the world's just like, okay, that's just it. It doesn't work like that. So it'll recover, but we're going to have hard times while this global recession kicks in, is consistent, and then we come out of it eventually. So economically, we're probably in trouble. War-wise, Iran's not going to win the war. They may win the economic war, but they're not going to win the ground war. That's for damn sure. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to generally agree with Enforcer Matt on that. And I got to be honest with y'all, folks, as the war keeps going on, it keeps getting like a little bit worse and worse looking. Like, we're definitely going to pound the Iranians into oblivion. We're already doing that. But the economic side of things is not looking that much better. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And with that, folks, that is actually our last super chat to address. And we do appreciate you all once again for supporting the channel, because that is the support that keeps the entire stream running every single night. We don't run ads on this thing, and we turn down sponsors all the time for the live streams, because we keep this thing ad-free, and we let you, the viewers, decide if it's good enough to support. And thankfully, you've supported us for ages here on the channel, and we've made this thing possible for 4+ years, and we do appreciate that. So jumping into our Morse code decoders, we had Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Hawaii Fluffness, Coach Cover, Derek, Cyan, Brian. They said the Morse says, may the Marines be swift and our resolve be resolute towards these windswept shores. LLT LSA.
I tried to come up with something poetic, so and that's the sound of money. I hit that on the nail. That was the Morse code tonight. Again, congratulate y'all, all of y'all. Hey, the Lee Springer Cinema Corps for always getting that correct time and time again. It's always an amazing and fantastic thing to know that y'all know the Morse code message and are able to get it out to the entirety of the audience. So massive thanks to all of y'all so much once again. And with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to get on and into the final questions of the night. Due to massive time constraints, due to the fact that we're basically an hour over time, to slow it on down here for a minute, we will be getting 3 live chat questions, then we're going to be rounding out the stream for the night. So we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Spicy Dorito, who said, can the U.S. invoke NATO Article 5 over the attacks against the Incirlik Air Base in Turkey, even though Turkey hasn't, and therefore drag NATO into the fight?
Technically, if it's directly hit and damaged, they can, but outside of that, there really is no way. And even still, with the U.S. declaring Article 4, they have to get everyone on board with declaring Article 5 once the consultation begins. And I don't really think a lot of countries in Europe right now are going to be that apt about declaring Article 5, from what I would know. But I'd have to go and see. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on the second to last question of the night.
In the meantime, we have a super chat from Evan, who put in it too. He said, should I pay my taxes? Not to Israel. Well, I mean, it's not really about Israel. It's more like, do you want to go to the pen? Do you want to stay free? It's more of like an equation like that, really. It's not about, do I want to go to Israel? Do I want to go to the United States? It's more about, do I like to stay free, or do I want to go to, cell block B or something like that? Because, not paying taxes is pretty serious. So that's the way I look at it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I heard that there's this big dude in prison, and he messes with people who don't pay their taxes. I think they call him Big Marcus, and I wouldn't want to meet Big Marcus, I tell you. Now, he doesn't like guys who conduct mail fraud and tax evasion.
What was that meme or whatever like that, where that guy was like sitting there on that, like, what was it, like the video call or something like that?
Go ahead
He's
and kiss me on my hot mouth. I'm feeling romantic.
And the guy was like, oh, it's like, oh man, honestly, like prison prisons have gotten rougher, by the way. Not that they were ever like a walk in the park, but I mean it's pretty bad. If you go to a prison, you might as well pretty much count on you're going to join a clique of some sort, and they're going to make you do some stuff you don't want to do because you got to get initiated. So
No.
if you're in the streets and you join a gang, you get jumped in, which means everybody in the gang gets to take a couple swipes at you and stuff like that. I don't even understand the logic behind it. I guess you just got to be good enough to take it. I guess to take a beating basically. But if you're in prison, it's a little bit different. They make you go a little bit further with it to prove your loyalty.
Now, I got to tell you, some people say that paying taxes to the government basically makes you their bitch. But at least being the government's bitch kind of comes with a little bit of dignity. Now, being Big Marcus's bitch, now that comes with no dignity. So you can either be the government's bitch or Big Marcus's. And I'll be honest with you, I'm going to be picking the government. I'd say pay the taxes. So big thanks to you for the support and help with the channel to keep them running. And with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to AJ Virginia, who said, Enforcers, any real word on extent of damage in Israel? And we see Iran, our bases and allies, and can't really tell what's going on there.
Oh, there's a decent amount of damage in Israel, actually. They've been hit several times in Haifa, several times in Tel Aviv, several times in Beersheba. We've seen them take hits almost everywhere, actually, in reality. So they've been taking some licks. And the Israelis like to try and bury that and keep it hidden, but they're not doing all too well, to be entirely honest, this time around. Kind of like they did the last time of the 12-day war, which a lot of people kind of like whitewashed and made it look a lot better than it was back then. But still, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the final question.
Wait a second. Someone said, sounds like you have experience. Like talking about prison. I've never been to prison, by the way. I've never been in jail, prison, etc. But I have, let me put it this way. I've gone to jail and prison as a visitor, to make that perfectly clear. Because when I was doing my law studies and stuff like that, I actually worked at a law firm. So I would go to, like, for example, the prisons. Also, by the way, Alabama jails, prisons, tough place. My God, like, you've never seen conditions like that. Like the women's prison is in tough shape. That Tutwiler prison, that is probably the most insane environment I've ever seen in my life. Like the conditions are crazy in there, shocking to say the least. But I got to see that stuff up close and also talk to some people and stuff like that were in that whole situation and everything. So I got the inside scoop of how the whole thing operates. Like it's horrific. Like most people don't even see like the surface of it. Like some of these TV shows kind of show it a little bit, but you just don't understand till you're in that situation how horrific that really is. Have you seen the inside of a prison, by the way? I don't think you ever like went around to go into that.
No, I never did, but I got to hear what was happening in the prisons, like the whole like stripping thing that the guards would run and everything. Remember when they got in trouble for that and all of the the heinous stuff that kind of like some of the guards were involved with? You remember when that came out?
I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I mean, there was I won't get into the details of it, but there was a lot of questionable stuff going on. I didn't get to see one personally. I never went into one. I was deemed, funnily enough, folks, I was deemed unfit to be a part of any sort of a legal employ, to an extent, kind of like Matthew was. I was lucky in that way, though, for other reasons. But outside of that, though, I never got to see the inside of one physically.
Well, you didn't miss out. Trust me, you didn't miss out on anything. Certainly not. It was a very sketchy environment, to say the least. Also, by the way, like you can't help, even though you're just a visitor and stuff like that. When they let you through the main gate and you go back to the actual population area to go meet with people and stuff like that, you can't help but actually feel like you're kind of like vulnerable in there, which you kind of are to a certain degree. Because I mean, if the prisoners want to get you, I mean, they can get you if you're walking through there and stuff like that. So generally, everybody's on their decent behavior. Like nobody wants to get sent to the hole for attacking somebody, which is solitary if they start attacking somebody. But I mean, technically, it's possible if you walk back there. I mean, you could get attacked.
Yeah, you could. And so with that, we actually have 2 more super chats to address before we get to the final question of the night. So what do we got, Matthew?
So this one goes to Michael Campoli, who puts in the 5. He said, what did the Ayatollah say when they got his father? Iran. Holy moly. Also, jokes aside, been watching you since the beginning of the war. Great news.
And I thank you for the support, Michael Campoli. That was a pretty good one. And I thank you for the support and helping the channel to keep running. And we also have one last one, Matthew. One super chat at least. What do we got?
And this one goes to Russ Nib, who puts in a 2 Australian. He said, "You got me very scared. Take my money, government." I know, right? Like, who wants to mess around with anything like that after you hear the stories coming out of the penitentiary? Like, you don't want to go to the penitentiary. You don't want to deal with shanks and, all kinds of unsavory activities and showers and soap. You don't want to deal with all that. That's not something most people want to deal with. They don't come out the same.
Oh, hell no. You don't want to deal with that. Like, I tell you, folks, Big Marcus, he scares me. Like, I don't want to be around Big Marcus. Big Marcus is scary. Like I always think of that man. What did they call him, Matthew? What was his name? Like, his nickname? The Booty Warrior? Like his interviews?
Bruh.
The guy I'm talking about, though. It's like the prisoner dude who was like,
I don't know what you're talking about that.
Like, bro, he was on Boondocks, man. They literally like parodied the guy on Boondocks. He's the guy who said, "I like you and I want you. Now we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. The choice is yours." He was based off of a real guy, and like when you listen to that guy's like interviews of like what life was like around him in prison, I was like, hell nah, I can't end up in prison. Like that ain't happening. So like I would not want to be around anybody in prison. That's why I am. As some people would say, a dutiful bitch to the government. I pay my taxes, and I pay the exact amount that they require, because I'm not going to go hang out with Big Marcus. I'm all right. But anyways, with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one goes to AF Kaplan, who said, assuming the U.S. does deploy ground forces in Iran and they are successful, what do you think would be the best exit strategy?
I would say I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even tell you because, I mean, like, if it's a limited sort of a ground incursion and it's only over a small territory and the Iranians are putting pressure on it nonstop even when we're trying to leave, I have no clue how in the world we even leave at that point. So, unfortunately, I'd have to sadly declare ignorance at this point because I have no clue what they're even trying to plan and how in the world they would even withdraw in that sort of a situation. So, I hope that does, unfortunately, address my ignorance on that question the best I can. But with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to round out the stream for the night. And I got to thank you all so much for watching. Over the course of 4.5 hours, we have had 210,000 people here watching the stream over the course of it, with a peak viewership of 24,000 people. Here at here at Enforcer Channel, we are greatly appreciative of all the people who watch. Y'all are the reason why we fly. I mean, y'all are the reason why we enjoy running this channel. And we thank you all so much for watching once again. We will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short war video to be made, I, the Enforcer, will be the one making that short war video for all of y'all. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Slava, long live the Lead Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow on the next Nightly War News stream at 10 p.m. Eastern, maybe midday for a short war video as well if there is enough news to cover. And also, also a big shout out to the 210,000 plus people that were here by the end of the stream. And we appreciate every single one of you for being here. And we will see what tomorrow brings. Each and every day is an interesting adventure these days. We will see what tomorrow brings. But thank you all once again for joining us. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.